This is The Last Human, written by Isaac Young, narrated by Son of Sonnet. Chapter 1. The Stranger. I was 14 when Amon Russ came to collect his bounty from the maggot farms of Giza 6. He had traveled all the way to the outer edges of the Druskerous sector, to Mansa space. Until then, I had never seen another human being before. I thought I was the last one left. At least, that's as close as I can put it. Back then, I didn't have an understanding of what a human was. All that I understood was that I was different from my fellow Mansa laborers. I looked different, ugly even. I was weaker, barely able to breathe the thick plumes of hydrogen sulfide in the agrofields. I was dumber. I couldn't speak the Mansa language, and so my Ptah, my supervisor, was forced to resort to Galactic Basic. And of that simplest language, I could only glean very little. So, when Amon took off his ventilator mask, I wasn't sure what kind of species I was looking at. It took me a moment to realize his bizarre features were similar to my own, at least like my hazy, yellowish reflection in the coolant sludge. He pointed at me and spoke a language I didn't understand. When I shook my head in confusion, he switched to a version of Galactic Basic that was equally foreign to me. It was only much later that I learned he had been asking for my name. Names are not an alien concept on Giza 6, but to apply it in the sense of an individual was. The problem was that he had addressed the question in the singular, referring to me and me alone. If you were asked for your identity, you would have answered in your clade, which defined your role in the Mansa hierarchy. And if you were especially important, you would have been given a designation number. Otherwise, identity markers were reserved for when you were on shifts, when it was necessary to track productivity. If I technically understood the question, I would have answered Xeno Urtaf of subsection 703, third cycle shift number 536289. And if I properly understood the question, I would have answered Voss. But back then, I didn't realize the word you called yourself could be used by others as well. All I knew then was that a stranger with my face had appeared. I wondered if there were others like him, and I wondered if I could go there. It was not out of courage that I aided the bounty hunter. As far as I was concerned, I was just trying to survive. The workers were processing on the loading dock, boarding the floating skiffs to set out over the wriggling agrofields. I had just strapped into my seat, crammed in with a dozen other Mansa near the back. We sat in 2 rows, facing each other, while the pilot in the fore compartment was chittering at the controls. The harnesses and the seat were uncomfortable. They were not designed for a human body. My legs could not reach the grated flooring, swinging in the open air. The harness was also too big. Instead of resting snugly against my chest, I had to sling it around my stomach to keep myself secured to the skiff. Much of the vessel was left with the dangerous unconcern of its occupants. And since Mansa do not sit so much as lean back and rest on their jointed legs, I was always in fear of sliding off the seating and tumbling into the fields 100 feet below. That day, I heard sounds of distress above the usual chattering. Not many can parse out the inflections and tone of the Mansa language, but even a novice could have detected the frenzied higher pitch from the loading dock. The skiff swayed in the air as a new pair of boots jumped onto the deck. The alien was scaly and orange and wore a tattered jumpsuit. It had bulging eyes and a powerful set of snapping jaws. Around its neck were a set of frills that seemed to flutter with every breath the creature took. Its 4-fingered hands held something. It looked behind and barked a sound which I took to be a cry of anger. Before I had time to get the measure of this new visitor, the alien ran to the front of the skiff and shot the Mansa pilot in the head. The insect slumped off his seat, spilling dark purple blood all over the console. The orange alien pushed the controls forward, and the skiff's engine screeched as the vessel jerked forward. It had still been tethered to the loading dock, and so the clamping mechanism was ripped off, sending the skiff spinning dizzyingly in the air. The Mansa around me were chittering, distressed, but not one of them unbuckled themselves to try to wrest back control of the skiff. They were Urtaf. They were not expected to fight. We were rising steadily away from the loading dock. Despite the alien's poor grasp of the piloting controls, it had managed to stabilize the vessel and swing it clumsily forward. I had just unbuckled myself and stumbled to my feet when I saw another alien run forward onto the loading dock below. It was wearing a full Evo suit, and so I couldn't see any of its features behind the bulbous black visor. It raised its pistol and took several pot shots at us. I ducked for cover, and even though it would have broken my legs, I looked to jump off the rising ship. Broken bones were better than dead. However, I was forced to take cover as bullets ricocheted off the metal, and one or two of the Mansa workers caught a stray round. Their chittering turned to gasping cries of pain. One was dead, sagging in its harness. The alien below ran to another skiff, and that was the last I saw of him as my hijacker pushed our vessel up and away. The loading dock was growing smaller. The bustling piers turned to many small metal fingers arrayed on the side of one of the hexagonal arcologies that were strewn across the titanic caverns of under Hive 204. I was panicking. We were going in the wrong direction. The alien should have angled the skiff down and towards the aggrefields. Access to the surface was only through the freight elevators which carried heavy loads up and down the hives. As we picked up speed, I realized the orange alien could accidentally crash the skiff into one of the massive supports which held up the rocky sky. Stumbling over to the cockpit, I shouted in my poor understanding of basic, "Stop! Stop!" The scaly alien turned in surprise, and I found myself having a pistol aimed squarely at my head. The creature seemed dumbfounded. I did not know why, but my presence caused it to forget for a moment that it was flying us up into a tangled maze of metal and ovoid lights. I shouted again, and it seemed to snap out of its confusion. The alien started angling the vessel downward, seeing the danger. We didn't have time to converse further as more gunshots plinked off our ship. The scaly alien suddenly grabbed me and thrust me towards the controls, growling an order I didn't understand. But I didn't need to. It was obvious what he wanted. The other alien, the one in the Evo suit, had pulled a skiff alongside ours. With one hand, he was piloting his vessel while firing at us. I tried to hide behind the pilot's seat as cover. There wasn't much in the way of protection, as all the steering section had to shield was a safety rail. I later learned Amon Russ could have easily shot me from my position if he wanted to, but he didn't, and he himself had been left shocked at my presence. The scaly alien had taken cover near the back, using the still harnessed Mansa as body shields. The two exchanged fire as I clumsily aimed the skiff low towards the wriggling expanse of the aggrefields. Black, nutrient-rich sludge was pumped into irrigation trenches that lined the maggot farms. The white maggots, many as big as my leg, were teeming in their soil beds. Workers harvested the ripe fields, placing the maggots into liquidizer canisters which was then poured into tanks on the sides of the skiffs. The maggot fluid was then taken to a distribution center where it was shipped as nutrient paste all over the underhives. We flew past thousands of workers who paused and gawked, annoyed at our unusual flight. We passed over churning pump stations and smoking auto-harvesters. We passed plastic gazebos growing specialized maggot subspecies. The long iron gangways and concrete path were a blur as we raced across the flattened landscape. I desperately wanted to slow down and jump off, but I was only slightly more familiar with the controls than the alien. I had seen the worker Mansa operate them all my life, and so I vaguely knew which switches on the pronged panels did what. But operating them was a whole other matter. For whatever reason, maybe it was my panic, maybe it was my inexperience, I simply couldn't slow the skiff down. I glanced back at the scaly alien who had now been hit in the arm. The creature's strange green blood was soaking through its jumpsuit as it continued firing. Seeing as it was distracted by its opponent, whoever he was, I made a snap decision. Wanting to get as far away from this firefight as I could, I angled the skiff towards an empty stretch of the aggrefields. The alien saw what I was doing and pointed its pistol at me, but before it could bark out another unintelligible word, our ship hit the maggot beds. I lost control of the vessel as we crashed through soil, sludge, and white maggots. The engines below the skiff sheared off and the fluid tanks ruptured. The Mansa, who were still alive in the back, shrieked louder as the scaly alien wildly popped off a few more shots in the air. After that, all I remember was being violently thrown from the skiff. I landed on my side and gasped in pain as I skidded and rolled and then finally came to a stop on the bank of the irrigation canal. The pungent air made it difficult to breathe, and my eyes teared up from the noxious fumes. I coughed, and I wiped away a crushed maggot from my face. A sense came back to me. I recall looking up and seeing the burning wreckage of the skiff. The few Mansa left alive inside were picking themselves out of the debris and going to work gathering maggots and liquidizers. It was all they could do while they awaited further instruction. The scaly alien was further up on the soil bed. Its left leg had been ripped off in the collision, and it was roaring uselessly in pain to the deaf auditory slits of the Mansa. It wasn't that they wouldn't willingly give help, but it wasn't their function to assist alien life forms, and so they didn't. Neither did they assist me. The other skiff landed nearby, and out came the other alien in the Evo suit. The scaly one barked in panic and tried to crawl away, but the thing in the Evo suit put a heavy boot in the creature's chest. He pulled something from his belt, a small spiny device with many hooks running along its side. The Evo suit alien pushed a button, and then those hooks became alive with skin-crawling movement. He dropped it onto the scaly one's neck, and the device buried itself into the creature. The screams of pain and rage suddenly ceased, and the scaly alien fell limp in the maggot soil. I did not know whether it was alive or dead. More than anything, I wanted to run away. My heart was pounding in my chest, but my body refused to move. I was fighting for every breath, and I was stuck. The muggy soil near the irrigation canal gave way underneath me. It clung to me and was pulling me down. The maggots were swarming, their heavy bodies pushing me down into the black sludge where even more were feeding. Their circular mouths bit on my skin, not yet breaking through. Down and down, I was dragged towards the black river where I would drown and decompose for the maggots' next meal. All I could do was let out a choked shout as I felt the warm sludge lap at my legs. I knew this was where I was going to die. The Mansa were indifferent towards their alien slaves. Most were less efficient, and so no great resource or effort were spent on them. The sludge was up to my waist, and the worms buried me in their white bodies. All I could see was quivering pale flesh. I couldn't breathe any longer. Their weight was too much on my chest. I opened my mouth in a silent cry for my mother as they pulled me under the black viscous fluid of the irrigation canal. Something took hold of my arm. With great effort, I was heaved upwards and back into the noxious air. A blurry figure carried me back towards higher ground where it was easier to breathe. I was on the edge of consciousness, but slowly, I came to my senses again. We were at the alien's skiff. He had set me sitting against the vessel. The alien in the Evo suit asked me a question I couldn't understand. And when he saw I couldn't respond, he took off his ventilator mask. I saw underneath was a strangely familiar species. He pointed at me and asked again. I didn't know the reason for his interest in me then. I didn't know that was the day I was leaving Giza 6 forever. The Skrigstaff battle fighters did not take long. 3 of the spindly, chitinous vessels appeared in the distance. Their silicate steel wings thumped in the air, and one could be forgiven for thinking the ships themselves were giant insects. Their cockpits were 2 bulging eyes of hex glass, and their landing struts were fashioned like many tiny legs. The body of the massive insect was serrated, with gaps for turrets and other weapons. However, their silver hulls finally gave them away as something decidedly machine. They were one of the few things cleaned and maintained on Giza 6. As I approached, the strange alien in the Evo suit, Amon Russ, tried to give me a small, less advanced rebreather. I refused him as alien workers such as myself were not permitted to use such devices. Eventually, he shoved it in my mouth, and upon my first gasp of clean air, I couldn't summon the will to spit it out. The Skrigstaff battle fighters reached us. 2 great lights clunked on and illuminated our position. They remained hovering, the ships circling us, while the third landed a short distance away. The thorax of the battle fighter opened on the side, and a landing ramp extended down onto the agra-field. 2 Skrigstaff soldiers descended with a Pataff trailing behind. The Skrigstaff looked somewhat like worker Mansa, with the same mandible jaw and compound eyes. However, they are always a head and a half taller than their lesser brethren. Their jointed arms and legs have long chitinous blades extending out, which they can use just as efficiently as regular weapons. They possessed adorned armor, which was commemorated with sharp symbols that denoted rank. The Pataff, however, was completely different in every way. From a quick glance, one wouldn't think that they were even of the same species to the rest of the Mansa. They are held aloft by hover nodules connected by a plast-organic mesh. They had an appearance much like the maggots, Their bloated, pale flesh always threatened to spill out from underneath the small hover nodes. But unlike the maggots, they have beady black eyes, a trunk-like protrusion from their face, and 4 sets of mechanical arms grafted onto their bodies. I cowered near the skiff as Amon Russ marched out to meet them. The Skrikstaff began to raise their rifles, but the Ptaf waved one of its mechanical limbs. It spoke, and while I didn't understand the details of the conversation at the time, Amon Russ told me much later.
Xeno entity number 3829.
A clicking voice hissed from a grafted implant near the throat of the Ptaf.
You departed from the residential districts and trespassed into a Mansa exclusive zone. You will provide restitution for the damages done, or else you will be detained as a Xeno-Urtaf until this voice of the Mansa is satisfied with your compensation.
I was acting fully in my rights as per pursuant of a Class 6 criminal. Freedom of movement and collateral damage are authorized under Dalphaean law.
Dalphaean law is not recognized here. This voice of the Mansa demands restitution.
The Ptaf wheezed. Your people are a protectorate under the Dalphaean ascendancy. You signed a treaty when your people surrendered to Dalphaean conquest. Do you want me to take this to the water courts? Amon threatened.
This voice of the Mansa will not permit you to make such charges.
The Skrikstaff tightened their grips on their rifles. There was a pause as Amon stared down the beady-eyed maggot face of the Ptaf. Finally, he sighed and clicked a few buttons on his arm screen. If the Ptaf was pleased by this, it made no recognizable gesture expressing it. Instead, it pointed its skeletal metal hand towards me and bid me forward. I had thrown away the rebreather before it could spot me with it. I weakly got to my feet and walked over to the Ptaf. I made to assume the submit position, lying forward with my face against the ground and my hands behind my back. However, Amon Russ firmly grabbed my shoulder and stopped me. No, you will not do that. That simple command was at least something I could understand. I glanced frightened and meekly towards the Ptaf for help. Its expression was inscrutable as always. I want this Xeno-Urtaf, Amon Russ said. Without a second's pause, the Ptaf answered.
This voice of the Mansa demands 3 hit units as payment.
No! I shouted in a sudden panic. As much as I was curious of the stranger's origins, I did not want to stop being an Urtaf. That would mean I could no longer go to the ration dispensary. I wouldn't be able to eat. I wouldn't be able to work. I wouldn't even be allowed in the underhive. This was absolutely unthinkable to me. This man was handing me a death sentence. I struggled against his grip. I wanted to go over to the liquidizer canisters and begin harvesting the maggots with the rest of the Mansa who survived the crash. But as much as I hit and flailed, Amon Russ wouldn't let me go. Please! Please! I shrieked at the Ptaf. Work! Work! I motioned desperately to the agrofields. The Ptaf didn't even acknowledge my existence. And so it was that Amon Russ threw me over his shoulder and carried me kicking and screaming to freedom. Chapter 2. Reminiscence. I fear history will not be kind to the Mansa. I know it will be upon their necks that the galaxy will hang the guilt of Vastu Kal. And when it's time for the uninformed, the charlatan, and the propagandist to write their great texts, I pray they will remember to take the word of the man himself. It's all too tempting to think that the Mansa were the ones who taught the tyrant his trade, but to say this is to misunderstand the Mansa. The Mansa never treated me cruelly, for they don't have a conception of malice. This is the most difficult thing to understand about the Mansa. Along with intellect, most species in the galaxy also bear the burden of consciousness they inherited from mankind. The Mansa thoroughly lack this. It is difficult to grasp a fully coherent and even emotional conversation with a creature who has no thought of its own. But that is how the Mansa are. They are individuals, but they aren't. They are emptied of themselves for the hive. They bear the resemblance of men without their sin, and the price of that was their freedom. The closest thing on Urtaf, or any Mansa, could come to malice was an intentional failure in their assigned duties. But even that was unthinkable to the insects. I recall one incident when an acid vat intended for euthanasia burst open and spilled onto the factory floor. The Mansa still continued, packaging their willing brethren in nutrient-rich foam even while they themselves were being dissolved away. I had long fled to the upper gangways, and it was only until the alarm had been triggered that the surviving Mansa processed out of the room. It wasn't that they didn't understand the danger or even comprehend the finality of their own deaths. It was just that the hive demanded they work, and so they did until told otherwise. At the time, I felt guilty for not dying down there with them. It was what was expected of me. And I ran, crying as an infant. For many decades, I thought I was a coward for doing so. And it is only with the hindsight of centuries that I realize it was courage. As I reflect, I have come to the conclusion that I was always a terrible Mansa, and for that, I am eternally grateful. Regardless, my life was not of abject misery under sadistic slavers. The Mansa don't have a concept of punishment. Their penalties for Xeno-Urtaf was restricting food rations. And for those Xeno who hoarded rations or harmed the Mansa, their only other penalty was death. It was a simplistic justice system, but one that worked quite well. There was a black market and criminals, of course. And there were always slaves who stepped outside of Mansa law. But that was always difficult when so much of Giza 6 couldn't be bought or coerced or even convinced to look the other way. They didn't have the wherewithal to do so. Crime was kept low, but so were all the other things that made life worth living. As for myself, I never interacted with the criminal world, though I knew on some level it existed. It is illegal for Xeno-Urtafs to converse with one another, and such slaves are a rare enough thing that the occurrence wouldn't usually happen anyway. It is upon that fact which I attribute my life. As a child, I would not have understood the severity of the crime. And as an adolescent, the care had departed from me. My only concern was meeting my work quota, which was never set too high. Since my biology was poorly adapted to their atmosphere, my expected working hours were never that long. Many slaves were in a similar position, little more than half-useless workers. It is a wonder that Mansa bother with alien labor, but I suppose it was just efficient enough to warrant the effort. It is strange to think that my life was spared on so simple a calculation, that the fate of the galaxy was changed on so simple an arithmetic, but that is the way of things. I worked, I ate, I slept. I spent my days wanting for nothing and wanting to do nothing. And when I was bored, I wandered the oily streets of Underhive 204, gawking at the many bulging and porous buildings. They were what you would expect from insects who learned industry. The upper levels were huge hexagonal arcologies crisscrossed with thousands of walkways and bridges. Below were the factories and agri-fields, and below them were the brackish coolant rivers. When I was really bored, I climbed all the way to the surface, which was little more than a barren desert populated with yet more industrial architecture. The sky was nearly always covered in a thick smog, but on some nights, on rare nights, you could catch a glimpse of twinkling light. I once asked my Pataf what those lights were. He said they were gaseous balls of fire. That answer has always been unsatisfying to me. I resolved there must have been more than that, and I did eventually discover that there was much more than that. I tell you this so that you will understand that it was not the Mansa who made Vastu call. I hope that whatever the galaxy comes to view of me, they will remember me as the man who just wanted to see the stars. The Mansa could only teach me obedience. Amon Russ taught me loyalty. The Mansa taught me poverty. Amon Russ taught me humility. The Mansa taught me resignation. Amon Russ taught me courage. And for all the rest, the galaxy was a good enough teacher. If there is any explanation, any blame you could lay at the Mansa's feet, it is only this. The Mansa taught me dispassion. And for that, I had always been prepared to set the galaxy aflame. And even then, it was Amon Russ who convinced me that the galaxy was worth saving. It was often hard to tell the difference between the surface and the underground. The yellow, smoggy sky snuffed out openness and freedom. Everything felt constricted and closed. You could only tell what was a few meters in front of you. The hulking buildings were too hazy and indistinct to serve as landmarks. And the labyrinthine roads and walkways only made the confusion worse. It made you feel lost. It made you want to crawl up in a hole somewhere because you could at least see everything in the hole. Amon Russ guided the skiff slowly, floating towards a destination only he knew. Strapped haphazardly to his seat was the scaly alien. The hooked device Amon had used was embedded deeply into its neck. 2 vents on its metal side wheezed as the alien breathed, still alive despite its lost leg. I later learned the device was a grug neutralizer, a favorite among bounty hunters and others of less reputable professions. It implanted itself into the necks or chests of its victims. The device would then release sedatives to pacify the target, as its monofilament wires hijacked the victim's nervous system. Once done, the standard setting was to render the target comatose for transport. But even if the alien did somehow wake up, there was precious little it could do. It would wake to a completely paralyzed body. Even its breathing and heartbeat was at Amon's mercy. But to be honest, I felt a little better off. Twice I had considered jumping off the skiff and trying to return to my habitation pod. But knowing my hesitance, Amon had waved another neutralizer in my face. Just the thought of it digging into my neck dissuaded all notions of running. I had seen how far he was willing to go for his bounty, and I knew I would not be able to put up a fight like the scaly alien. And even if I had escaped him, I knew I could never return to the Mansa, not unless I was sold back. So I quietly sat on the deck, looking out into those smoggy clouds and wondering what horrible future was awaiting me. And despite what you might think of my upbringing, my imagination was left thoroughly unimpaired. I had seen enough horrors on Giza 6 to have a few nasty ideas of what might happen. A shape did eventually emerge from the choking haze. What I thought was another of the massive jutting buildings resolved into a landing pad for a great ship. Its maw opened up like the jaws of a starving crocodile, the skin-draped beasts that wandered Giza 6 wastelands, and from its mouth poured all manner of antennae, broadcasters, and machines that I didn't know the names for. Atop its white and black hull, I saw its eyes were a slanted pane of orange hex glass. The beast looked uncomfortable sitting, its landing legs scrunched up like it was prepared to pounce. On its sides were 2 wings jutting downwards, actually long shield generators, and on its back was a mighty engine. It was huge, bigger than any flying ship I had ever seen. I cowered in its presence, even though the Aphelion was no larger than a standard cargo vessel. To me, it might have been a new world. I could have spent years crawling over every meter of the ship, and it would still have secrets not known to me. And this was truer than I could have guessed at the time. Amon Russ docked the skiff at the edge of the pad, which seemed all too small for the Aphelion. Along the ragged hull, a panel opened and a ramp lowered to the grimy platform. I saw an alien, one I didn't recognize, rush down from the massive ship and towards the skiff. Amon pointed to it and looked at me. "English. Bake." I stared at him, unblinking, not knowing what he was trying to tell me. The alien resolved into a clear shape. It wore a lustrous black cloth, a gown, that was pierced by many pins along its flat chest. It had fur, and its furrowed ears sat atop its head. It had a small snout, and it wore a scarlet headband around its eyes. And although I could not see its eyes, the creature moved as if it could see perfectly well anyway. It came to the skiff, and it spoke galactic basic that was too fast for me to follow. Amon and it had a quick conversation before he turned to pick up the scaly alien. Meanwhile, the furred one approached me. I sank back deeper into the skiff as the new thing delicately approached.
English.
I heard a new voice inside my head. I clasped my ears, trying to understand how I heard this new thing but didn't.
English.
He repeated, pointing to itself and then to me.
You.
An image of myself flashed in my mind, and I understood it was asking for something belonging to me. I clasped my arms over myself, trying to secret away whatever it might have been attempting to steal from me. And yet the emotion was unmistakable. That was the first time I remembered tenderness, and it made me feel all the more frightened because I did not understand how this creature could have known the way my mother spoke. I thought once more to run again. I glanced towards the open landing pad and to a gangway that led down into the smoggy industry below.
Friend,
the alien said, its fanged mouth smiling. I'd never heard that word before. I would not have even understood its most superficial meaning if not for the emotion that the alien had communicated with it. It was oddly comforting, even though it came from such a strange creature. It offered a webbed hand, but I did not accept it. I understood well enough that I was a prisoner, and seeing as escape was pointless, I got to my feet and waited for direction. Evidently, something I did, or thought, was funny to this English. The creature held its hand to its mouth to conceal a tiny chuckle. It beckoned me toward the ship, and I hesitantly followed. Across the hazy landing pad, we walked up into a new world. The interior of the Ophelion was unnervingly familiar. Not that I had ever seen the ship before, but rather that the vessel was familiar with me. Its plated bulkheads were spacious enough that I could move comfortably. The soft lights were neither too gloomy or too harsh on my eyes. And while there was exposed cabling and rusted sheet metal, it was a kinder neglect than the Mansa's ruthless cynicism. The flying ship I saw outside was still ferocious, but I realized not towards me. For the first time in my life, I walked through a place that had seemed built for me and me alone. I was terrified. I shrunk back, expecting some punishment for this kind of absurd vanity, as if the Mansa were all-seeing and all-knowing. I wondered of their wrath that they should find such a place. Of course, they didn't care about this spaceship, so long as Amon paid the docking fees. Ingrish gestured down long corridors and rooms, and as we explored, images and meanings bombarded my mind. I could tell the alien was trying to take it slow, but it was still too fast for me to keep up. Could it not understand that I couldn't understand? Nothing in my life had prepared me for this onslaught. I silently despaired of what role they expected me to fulfill, seeing as it was giving this overwhelming information. And if the work they wanted of me required me to remember all this. As we walked, I grew more and more sullen, despairing of what was going to come next. As soon as they found out I was insufficient, what then? Hopefully they would sell me back to the Mansa, and I could go back to my old life. But it was too easy to envision other awful fates. And all because the alien with my face made a poor purchase. It was cruel, in a way that the Mansa had never been. With the Mansa, the only expectation is the work. That is the only thing they will ever demand of you. That and your obedience. They didn't ask you to think or to judge or to even feel. That was allowed to you and you alone. They didn't care one bit about what you thought. This alien had extended warmth, and I could tell it desired warmth back, but that wasn't fair. It was cruel to expect that. It was cruel to demand more. I did not understand why this alien wanted me to comprehend so much for so little apparent purpose. It was wrong, and I knew resentment began to fester in me. If this is how my new masters treated me, then maybe I would fail intentionally. Whatever they set me to do, I would refuse. I would treat them in turn as they treated me, and then they would do away with me. They could do whatever awful thing they might do to me, and I imagined so much, but at least then I would have some control again. English suddenly stopped in the corridor, and it looked at me with some mixture of surprise and sympathy on its face. At least, that was all I could guess with the scarlet cloth around its eyes.
Friend.
It spoke again, as if the word had held some special meaning. Until that time, I had been equating that word with what the Mansa taught me, which when you translate to basic would have meant roughly second worker or unit. Both exist only in relation to the combined value they provide for the whole. The Mansa view everything in transaction, and that thought may be horrifying for many species, but that is because they do not understand the liberation that comes with it. To live as a Mansa is to live as if there were no such thing as love or friendship or even kindness. The worker would sacrifice itself for another because it was for the good of the all, not for any other reason. And for the Xeno-Urtaf, this meant we could also reduce everything to transaction. We lived our lives free of heartbreak and as much suffering as could be materially avoided. Ingrish shook its head. It tried to further associate that warm feeling with the term, gesturing between me and it. But as was earlier, I was only more frustrated by the demand. I couldn't call forth that feeling at my will, and surely not in the quantity this alien would expect from me. It was asking for something I could not provide, and it made me all the more angry for such an unreasonable demand. Instead of becoming annoyed at me, English grew thoughtful for a moment.
Friend.
Appeared in my head again with the same warm feeling, but this time it was not referring to me mutually. The alien was expressing its relationship towards me, No matter what I did or said or thought, this friend was going to remain friend. That made me pause for a moment, as it was no longer asking something from me, but rather giving only in turn. It was a blessing that the Mansa had never taught me to lie. At least never taught me to expect it, as I would have shunned such an outrageous proposition. I did not understand the full implication, but the warm feeling was at least pleasant. It was like those rarest of days on Giza 6, when one could walk on the surface and feel its orange sun on your skin. I had experienced this only once or twice in my entire life. Feeling very disconcerted by all this strange talk, I could only think to ask for my role. English thought again for a moment.
To wait.
I again began to grow frustrated, and I used a word I had nearly forgotten.
Why?
English put it very simply, and more in images than in words for the sake of my comprehension. However, I shall translate what I understood.
Because you aren't ready to understand what you are.
Chapter 3. Leaving Giza 6. I have often been asked whether I ever felt tempted to return to Giza 6. The answer was twice. The first time was when I wished to investigate the fate of the Aurora, the colony transport I was on, which later crashed onto the planet. I once asked Amon why he didn't stay to look for it or search for other survivors. He replied that since I was under the care of the insects, there were no other survivors. And after 10 years, there would have been nothing of the colony ship. What Amon said was true, but I have long suspected he had another reason for departing so quickly. He could have spent 1,000 years turning over every stone on Giza 6 and still never have been sure if there was another human out there. Amon has had much experience chasing hope for centuries and still never finding it. I do not think he could have borne that heartbreak again. The second time I wanted to return was at the head of an armada. I wanted to seize the planet and turn it into paradise. But as I have come to believe, it would be unwise to force the insect to live as men just as much as I could never live as a Mansa. We are of a different kind, and so long as they are content to stay to their worlds, I have no quarrel with them. English took me to a port window to watch as we departed the planet. The ship creaked and hummed as it took off. For a long time, all I could see was a smoggy haze. But the yellow clouds began to lighten, and as the minutes passed, I could see a rolling horizon of clouds and the tops of the gargantuan mega-buildings off in the distance. Then the world began to darken and fall further and further away until Giza 6 was a putrid sphere in a vast emptiness. I watched it grow smaller and smaller until I could finally see it no longer. And once it was out of sight, I realized that it didn't ache to breathe anymore, and I was already used to the clean air of the aphelion. English had already shown me my living quarters, but they didn't start to become comfortable until a few weeks had passed, and it was only long after that I came to realize that this was my new home, an epiphany I would have several times as I would come to better understand the word. I was given a cramped cabin with little more than a bunk, a few meters of space, and a small window out into the stars. But compared to my habitation pod, this meager space was almost too big for me to know what to do with it. I never got used to sleeping in a bed. It was too soft, and the linens were always too warm. I would often have dreams of falling down a bottomless abyss, and then I would wake in a pool of my own sweat. And no matter how many times English pushed and prodded, she would always find me sleeping on the floor next morning. Since those days, I have compromised on a Rhodeshi sleeping hammock. English wouldn't budge on eating, though. I was to eat my rations with a fork and knife or not at all. When I complained that the Mansa never used utensils, she replied that we weren't Mansa. I asked why it was required for us and not for them, and she said that Mansa only have 3-fingered claws, and as such they can't experience the privilege of an eating ritual.
Food is a delight that many in the galaxy can't understand. Take the Delphian, for example. They lack the appendages to manipulate their food.
English sank her fork into a cut of dry meat.
They can eat, but they can never savor. It's only nourishment to them. They have invented elaborate dances and gestures to try to come close to what we take for granted, but it's never the same.
She took a bite and continued.
It would be a waste for me to not enjoy the hands that were given to my kind, and it would be a tragedy for you who were born for them.
Of course, that lesson came much later, when I had expanded my grasp of galactic basic. At the start, English was more concerned that I learned the hows and not the whys. She sat me down every day at the ship's mess and instructed me how to speak with her psionic gift, along with plenty of data slates. I do not know how long it would have taken me to learn language had it not been for her abilities. Years, at least. I have often wondered what would have happened if I had possessed no language at all. English had told me there comes a point in the mind's maturation where if language is not grasped, it can never be learned, even for humans. It becomes a problem of the brain structure, and I have always been fascinated with that. The idea that language is as physical as anything else. English also gave me lessons, simple at first. I recall one of my first difficulties was associating age with growing old and natural death. You see, the Mansa do not grow old. They reach their allotted number of years and then are promptly euthanized. As such, I understood that I had a number of years, and that at the end I would be taken like the rest. When English was teaching me about lifespan, I was confused because I didn't know how the Mansa would find me again.
You, 1,000.
English corrected. A series of images flashed in my head of me getting bigger, taller, and then I stopped growing, stopped changing for a while. But as the years passed, slowly wrinkles and gray hair appeared. They were barely noticeable at first, but they multiplied. I lived, and I continued living, but I was getting weaker. However, it wasn't until the end that old age seemed to hit me all at once. What took centuries now took decades. Dark spots appeared in my face. My white hair all but fell out. My back grew stooped. I lost weight and withered away. And finally, I was bedridden, and then I was dead.
Amon, 643.
She explained.
How long you?
I asked, startling her with the unexpected question. English hesitated for a moment.
50.
She spoke in my head, but there were no images this time.
How old now?
I asked immediately after. She laughed at my abruptness. Evidently I broke some decorum, but there was a saddened pensiveness in her voice when she spoke.
27.
I didn't know how to spot it then, but she was bearing the telltale marks of middle age for her species. She had no children of her own, and she had already come to the end of those years. It was difficult for me to learn that she had lived more than half her life, and I had already lived more than half even that. I knew English in less time than I have fought wars and raised whole star systems. Her life was shorter than an hour's watch, hardly a blink of my eye, and yet she will forever be a mother to me. English, wherever you are now, I want you to know this. When I stood on the magma dunes of Kazaret and saw the setting of its 3 suns, when I watched it rain sapphires in the core of Kazar 9, when I looked out and I saw time and space collapse in the event horizon of the Eye of Nihilus, I did not for one moment forget you, and I wished you had been there with me. How shall I describe the ship? The Ophelion was an end of an era. The 5th aberration, the war that brought half the galaxy to its knees, demanded mankind take one last stand for its numerous progeny. And so, in the haste of war, humanity fashioned this small cargo ship into a weapon that flew on glass wings. Its shields were strong enough to dive into the corona of a blue giant, but its hull was as flimsy as sheet paper. It could bring to bear 6 missile batteries and even a rail cannon, but it had nothing in the way of point defense systems or even a laser grid. You could outfly and outfight a Kabara fleet, but just one antimatter strike would send the old ship to her grave. And this ship was tragically old. Just like Amon Russ, it had outlived the war it was meant to die in. It was a zero sword kept sheathed in a time of peace, a weapon no longer needed and left to rust. Even though back then I had no appreciation of its history, I could see the love lavished on it by its crew, but it was sadly nowhere near enough. Its impressive armaments were little more than memories of better times. The rail cannon was a rusted tube of steel, without the chromium shells to fire. The shields were a patchwork that provided less than 50% coverage on a good day. And all the other equipment was either past its expiration date or salvaged from somewhere else. There were whole decks that were dark, whole maintenance and access shafts that hadn't been opened in decades. Several centuries' worth of patch jobs, bypassed circuitry, and spare parts made it seem as if the innards of the ship were spilling out of its walls. There was an ever-present layer of dust that seemed to burden the ship more than any cargo, and with every thrum of its engine, the ship ached in protest. It belonged in a museum, and its historical value was such that Amon Russ could have made a fortune selling it. He could have purchased the nicest pleasure yacht in the galaxy and sailed off to spend his twilight years in comfort. Instead, he worked to the bone to keep his ship flying. He knew the days of the Ophelion were drawing to an end, and once it finally found its resting place, I often imagined a barren desert world somewhere. There would never be another like it to soar the stars. Not long after we departed the planet, Ingrish went to the medical bay to check up on Amon. She had wanted me to return to my quarters, but I asked to come along, not wishing to be locked in my room. I was quite used to the freedom of the manse's neglect, and I was finding the sudden attention of these new aliens quite frustrating. I wondered when, if ever, I would enjoy the same freedom again. Despite my limited vocabulary and strange methods of thought, I was not stupid. I knew better than to accidentally vent myself out of an airlock or to ingest engine lubricant. It was just that I had a peculiar way of thinking, a Mansa way of thinking, and I was struggling to cross that gulf between the insect and other species of the galaxy. I was deprived, yes, but I was never incapable. The medical bay was a rectangular room lined with beds and a hermetically sealed surgery suite at the end. To the left was a conference room which doubled as a computer lab. Amon Russ was standing in front of the glass window overlooking the surgery suite. Inside, the scaly alien laid on a bed that was just large enough to accommodate it. There was another alien inside, the doctor presumably, who was operating a large machine that hung from the ceiling. All manner of clamps, syringes, scalpels, and even a buzzsaw were suspended above by metallic extender arms. Right now, most of it was powered down. The doctor was finishing up stitching the scaly one's stump. But it wasn't the machine that made my skin crawl, it was the surgeon. I had seen more new aliens that day than I usually saw in a year, but this was the one that unsettled me. Its head was distended into a bulbous, ridged orb that looked way too big for its otherwise spindly body. Its sagging gray eyes and bony cheekbones were the only things you could see behind its ovoid respirator mask. It wore white surgical robes that concealed the rest of its thin frame. But the thing I fixated on were its long fingers twice the length of my own. Very few are not repulsed by true aliens, or rather, those rare species that did not originate from Sol. Standing in the same room put me on edge. Whenever I encounter such a species, I was always struck with a feeling that we came from two worlds that should never have met. I have read that since the days of human antiquity, we had looked up into the stars and wondered whether there was life out there. I only wish we spent more time considering why such vast distances had been placed between us to begin with.
Stitches are complete.
Todd wheezed through his respirator.
Our guest should require minimal maintenance until we reach the Aquarius sector.
The Belazar began to speak too quickly with Amon for me to follow. As they were conversing, Ingrish and I approached. I did not want to catch this alien's interest, so I walked behind her. But the alien's dilated eyes fell on me anyway. I could not read its expression, but there was a cold judgment in that gaze. I wondered if that was the creature's personality, or if it was something that was endemic to the race. Tut turned back to Amon.
A new one? Shall I have him undergo implantation?
Don't touch him, the old warrior replied. Don't even go near him. The Belazar nodded indifferently, packing up its equipment inside the chamber. Glancing toward us, Amon asked Ingrish, So, how is our new friend? The word was still unusual to me at this point, and I would have much preferred the colder but more familiar Urtaf. Ingrish nodded, and with her telepathy she shared her conversation with Amon. It's going to take us 3 years to get back to Aquarius, Amon told her. Relays are too expensive out here, and they attract the wrong kind of attention. We're going to keep to dark space as much as possible, but I don't want us to go to stasis bays until we leave Mansa territory. Ingrish nodded, and the two began discussing specifics. It was annoying as they immediately leapt to the least interesting part of the conversation: ration meals, flight plans, and life support efficiency. Meanwhile, I was stunned of the prospect of going to a new world. Ingrish noticed my hesitancy, and a rush of images flooded my mind to help me keep up, but I quickly gave up and focused solely on the destination. The picture that stuck in my head was an ocean world with cities raised on mighty habitation towers above the crashing waves. Its name was Naiad, and for a moment I stood awestruck as I had never seen so much water before. But even more overwhelming was the city. I saw thousands of different aliens of all shapes and sizes. I saw great streets and marketplaces and apartment mega-complexes. I saw sweeping vistas from the hover cars of the floating skyways to the hab lounges of the deepest underwater gardens. I saw a world of commerce and prosperity, and although English assured me that this was just the farthest edge of galactic civilization, I had great difficulty believing anything could be more majestic. But there was something in the image that deeply disturbed me. Before Amon, I thought I was the only one of my kind, but I was proven wrong. And so it stood to reason that there were others out there, and from this great multitude there should have been many others somewhere. However, in this picture English had shown me, this great hub of civilization, I didn't see any of my kind out there. Not a single one. I wondered where they all were. Chapter 4. Dark Space. Dark space earned its name. It's like an expanse of translucent storm clouds with terrible thunder. You could almost mistake it for atmospheric weather. Except those clouds are not water vapor and those flashes of light are not lightning. They are exotic matter from another layer of the universe. Ships can travel through this subdimension and shorten journeys that would take centuries to mere months. However, every use of the Ibis engine shreds space-time, opening breaches for the storm to pour through into real space. And so starships are required to travel the edges of the star system before entering and exiting FTL. On approach, it looks like a great maelstrom of dark energy slowly enclosing in on civilization. While that sounds frightening, the dark space that has leaked into galaxy still constitutes a fraction of a % of the total vacuum. I'm told it will take billions of years before the overuse of Ibis FTL will begin threatening star systems. If we're not out of the galaxy by then, we're probably already extinct. And in the meantime, dark space has a useful role in scrambling sensors. It's the travel you choose if you prefer to keep quiet and out of sight. Space travelers are often warned not to look too long into these storms. They say it drives you mad after a while. You start seeing things that can't be there, strange planets rolling in the dark, ghost ships that appear in and out of reality. And most feared of all, the baleful monoliths of the aberrants. I have never put much stock in the stories. Even when I was young, I had no trouble staring out into that howling void. And now, I have spent so many centuries in spacecraft that it is a second home to me, a rare place of rest and solace in a very indifferent galaxy. Besides, I also know now that the aberrants do not originate from dark space. Their realm is further off. Yet, I would still be lying if I claimed I had not seen things in those clouds I couldn't explain. English had difficulty persuading me to go to the medical bay again. After seeing Tut in the surgery suite, the last thing I wanted was to enter that room again. Even when she said the Belazar wouldn't be there, I had my reservations. In the days following my entrance onto the ship, it was still a new thing, learning to trust. The Mansa were simple to understand, and they never lied, at least not to the lowly Xeno-Urtaf. These new aliens had not lied yet, but my understanding of deceit had radically awakened with their arrival. I did not understand them, and so there opened a whole new range of miscommunication that I had long theorized but never seen in practice. For a long time I was envious of English and her telepathy. It seemed she had access to the simplicity that I had lost when Amon Russ took me from the Mansa. And returning to these early days, I was surprised when she mentioned offhandedly that she loathed her telepathy and only uses her abilities when necessary.
My species isn't well liked in the galaxy. We're barred from stepping on many worlds. Even among our own people, we seldom form friendships or lasting bonds,
she said.
Why? Because we see others completely, and that means we see them often at their worst. If we choose to care for another, we have to do so knowing who they really are, and that's a harder thing than people care to admit.
Just don't do anything wrong, I said. English chuckled.
That's one way. But for the rest of the galaxy, I like to imagine people as what they could be instead of what they are. I think that's how we'd all like to be seen.
I still think of that conversation, and I have always tried to live out that noble idea, even though few will ever give me that same courtesy. And I believe even in those terrible circumstances, when justice does not ask but demands you take a life, that you ought to do so mercifully. So when the zero sword is thrust through the heart, it is done not with wrath, but pity. But returning to the medical bay, English finally persuaded me inside. She ran me through a scanner that told her everything that you might have guessed from my haggard appearance. I had lived my life eating Mansa food, drinking Mansa water, breathing Mansa air. To say I had developmental deficiencies would have been an understatement. I had deep sores that refused to heal. Most of my teeth needed to be repaired or regrown. I learned my lungs had been scarred from a childhood of breathing poison. My body was little more than skin draped over bones. English gave me a dozen shots that day, ranging from vito fluid to immune system boosters to bone marrow stims. I was quickly put on a regimen of heavy maturation cocktails to reverse the decade-long damage to my body. It was painful at times, and often I would go to the medical bay dragging my feet, but it is quite the thing to learn what health feels like after a lifetime of sickness. It is not merely freedom, it is a whole new world, a new way of experience. To just take in a full breath of air is a delight most take for granted. I am convinced existence itself is a joy that people forget through repetition. But every breath is a miracle, and I have vowed never to be ungrateful. As I was sitting on one of the beds, English put a small device over my finger, and I felt the prick of a needle. I was in a sour mood, and it made me all the more irritated. I had already been subjected to the syringes, and while their pain was annoying, at least I knew what to expect. The surprise at the small gadget was nearly enough for me to storm out of the room. English took the little clasp away and typed on one of the computers. I crossed my arms. "Why?"
That's the last one.
English promised, her attention solely on the screen.
Needed a blood sample.
"Why?" I repeated, angrier than before.
To find out where you are from.
English told me. The answer caught me off guard. I was from Giza 6. There was nowhere else. It wasn't so much that it was my home, it was more than that. It was my center. It was what I knew. Growing up, you believe that the whole of reality revolves around you. And slowly that extends to what is around you as well. I thought Giza 6 was the center of the galaxy, and the history of Giza 6 was the history of the galaxy. To learn there was more to the story was unsettling. I felt something had been kept from me, something I ought to have known. For the first time, I felt a sense of violation. It would be far from the last time.
There are markers in your blood. It won't tell us a lot, but it'll give us an idea of the planet that you are from.
English ran the final calibrations, inserting the small box into a computer port. I was suddenly struck with a sense of fear. English was giving me answers, but what if I didn't like them? What if I didn't want to know? That's the terrible thing about knowledge. You can never take it back. You can only learn to live with it, and live with it I did. Before I could say another word, English suddenly clapped with delight and turned the computer screen towards me.
Call,
She announced cheerfully.
You're from Call. Call Prime, that is. Amon told me about it once or twice. It's a lovely little planet, right on the edge of Vivint sector.
The computer showed a verdant green and blue planet with 2 silver moons. It orbited a soft yellow star, and I saw a rich lushness that took my breath away. I did not know the word for garden then, but that is how I would have described Call. Pictures popped up on the side that showed splendorous white buildings rising out of thick jungles. I saw many open lakes with crystal clear water. There were so many colorful plants and animals that I could have spent all day asking English for their names. I wondered immediately what my life would have been like if I had grown up there instead of Giza 6. My heart pounded with excitement of the prospect of going there one day.
Is that where?
I fumbled for the correct language. I still had difficulty pronouncing the word for human.
The rest of me are?
The excited smile flickered darkly for a moment on English's face, and she hesitated with an answer.
Well, maybe, I guess you could say it's...
No, they're not. Amon appeared in the doorframe outside. I nearly jumped up from the bed in surprise. I had no idea if he had been eavesdropping, or if he had happened down the hall. It was always impossible to tell with the man. He had a gift for not announcing his presence unless he wanted it known. English stood up and thumbed her webbed hands nervously. You ran him through the scanner, correct? Been putting this off, but he's not simple, is he? Amon asked boredly. I had no idea why Amon was asking how mechanically complex I was, but I supposed there was a meaning and was not picking up.
There's nothing wrong with his brain, just an insect's upbringing,
English answered. That's good. Amon walked over to the computer screen depicting Call. I would have had to take him to sanctuary otherwise. Still might. I haven't decided. It's just not a good place for kids anymore. I don't know if they would even take him.
You should keep him. He's bright, you'll see,
she told Amon. Well, he's not going anywhere for the time being. Amon put a finger on the computer screen, right where the planet was being shown. That's not Call. You're showing him what it was nearly 1,000 years ago. Ingrid nodded her head, abashed at Amon for calling out her deception.
Do we need to tell him so soon? It's only been a few days.
You don't need to coddle him. You see him as a child, but this kid survived a Mansa childhood. That means he's a fighter. He can take the hard knocks. Amon turned to me, his eyes quickly sizing me up. He crossed his arms. I'm sure you've got a lot of questions about us humans, why we're the only two aboard and why you're not going to sea wherever we go. Well, now's the time to ask while I'm still in a good mood. Ingrid translated his words and intent, but I had only one question.
Where?
Nowhere, he answered. At least nowhere in big enough numbers to matter. There might be about 100,000 of us or so, scattered across the length and breadth of the galaxy. But there's no cities or planets, not really. The galaxy is home to quadrillions, so it's hard to find each other. He tapped a few keys on the computer screen, and I saw a new Call, the real one. The white spires were either overgrown with plants or crumbling. The hollow ruins didn't just look empty, they looked starkly abandoned. The beautiful jungle became something altogether sinister, like it was hiding a grave. No, it was worse. It was erasing the fact that we had been there at all. This was my home. I didn't know the word back then, but for the first time, I felt homesick for a place and people I never knew. If I had been on that planet, in those ruins, I would have run from building to building, shouting for anyone to answer back. I felt my heart ache from the loneliness of those image pics. There was much I didn't know, more still untold, but my throat clenched in somber realization. I looked back at Amon.
Why?
The look on Amon's face told 1,000 regrets and more. It isn't too complicated. Just the slow march of time. Time, and a war we shouldn't have fought. Amon Russ was a man of stories. He never liked to tell them, but you could see that they were there, etched in every wrinkle and scar on his weathered face. His pale blue eyes never seemed to be looking at you, his mind constantly distracted by what must have been countless memories. He was the kind of man who had 1,000 friends and twice as many enemies. Forlorn loves born across the galaxy and one heartbreak that he always carried with him. He was the kind of man whose anger was as wrathful as a star, and whose sorrow was as bitter as the loneliest of tomb worlds. He was a man who knew too much but had lived too late. If you knew him, you probably only knew the indifferent and insensitive warrior. If you knew him like I did, you would know he was a man who cared too much, and every night he was counting all his mistakes. His rough features spoke clearly of the battlefield, and not the glorious sort, but also not the kind a good man ought to walk away from. His silver goatee and hair was just losing the last of its brown color, yet he was remarkably lean, and he looked strong enough to wrestle with a Gruk. He told me that day about the Fifth Aberrant War, about the things that couldn't die, the things still shrieking as EM ghosts in the void. But even before that, mankind was dying. We had been the masters of the galaxy, the first to conquer the stars, and it was that victory which defeated us. As far as humanity was concerned, we had created utopia, and we died in the fires of that utopia. By the billion, we bled over the long centuries, and we thought nothing of it. Our long lifespans were frittered away for the sake of blind pleasures, and it was often so ugly that even now I shudder to think of how low a species can fall. But I will spare you the more awful details. They should be easy to find for the curious anyway. For this account, you only need to know humanity fell into the most awful depravity. Many sterilized themselves, made themselves into willing eunuchs for the sake of the ecstasy plugs. They dedicated their efforts to building great ships and even whole planets for nothing more than base indulgence. Some were as extreme as to opt for euthanasia, trying to ascend into a digital consciousness, which was in fact no true consciousness. Over thousands of years, our numbers dwindled until we held nothing more than a few planets, populated by the few who remembered our past glories. We had the most powerful ships and weapons, but they didn't matter without the numbers to use or maintain them. Whole battle fleets fell into disrepair or were sold off to the highest bidder. And whenever we fought, every loss whittled away the fewer and fewer people we had. The galaxy was more than happy to accommodate our decline. For every species that was for us, twice were against, wanting to be their own masters. Where we once walked with our heads held high, we hid in the shadows, fearful of attracting unwanted attention. Yet still we won every war we fought, except the last one. Then we were blown away like dust in the wind. Amon had been born on the cusp of the end centuries ago now. He was there for all of it, and he was there for everything that came after. The galaxy knew him as the hero of the Battle of Perseus, a young, daring pilot who single-handedly took down an aberrant cruiser with nothing more than a fighter and a singularity bomb. From pictures of his younger days, he looked as though he could take on the whole universe. But I never knew that man. I only knew the man he became to me. He was my father. Chapter 5. The Derelict. Ingrish woke me up in the middle of the night ship time. She knelt over me and gently put a hand on my shoulder. I jumped from my resting place on the floor, recoiling at her touch. I backed into the corner of my quarters as she tried to approach. The Bacche smiled, but from the way she picked at her hands, I could tell she was unsettled. The crimson cloth around her eyes had been fastened hastily, and her silk gown was ruffled.
We need to go to the bridge,
Ingrish told me.
Amon wants all the crew accounted for.
Why? I asked, glaring with timid scorn. Reflecting back, Ingrish's patience has always amazed me. Not a week had passed since we took off from Giza 6, and once I learned why was an acceptable question to ask, I had not wasted the many opportunities. I was always suspicious, always searching for that unexplainable reason why these strange people had taken me from the Mansa. Despite everything Ingrish had tried to do for me, I still resented her, and I would for a time yet. Perhaps that is why she took such a liking to me. I never lived in fear of her abilities, and I never put on that guise of dishonesty which the galaxy calls good manners. The Mansa had not taught me to worry about such things.
We stumbled on a ship,
Ingrish quickly explained.
It could be dangerous. If so, Amon needs us somewhere safe.
Reasonably satisfied with that answer, I finally obeyed. I hesitantly nodded and followed her out of my quarters. We briskly walked down the dim corridors of the Aphelion, and up a set of ladder stairs that opened into a gangway suspended through a ringed access tube. As we passed by, I gawked at the ancient technology that seemed more advanced than the rest of the ship. Inset into the metal paneling were vacuum chambers filled with orange control crystals. Carved into these thin wafers were angular silica patterns that were infinitely varied though unmistakably meticulous in design. The computers here were different also. For the first time, I saw holographic displays on the Aphelion, though they were few and far between. They emitted softly out of ports, reading diagnostic information and sensory data. The floor below us was filled with large black cables that hummed with energy and wound their way from the bridge to the rest of the vessel. I had once got the sense that this access tube and the bridge were of a different, older ship that had been grafted onto the rest of the Aphelion. Our footsteps echoed as we crossed the last threshold onto the bridge. The command center was too big for the ship's current meager crew, much too big. It had room to easily fit 24 or so personnel. The long control consoles which ran along the length of the viewing glass had many unpowered and dark stations, whose purpose I could not guess at. The lonely seats next to them were the only clue that they served any necessary function at all. There was a captain's chair, but it was empty as well. It was covered in a thick layer of dust like so much of the bridge. Amon Russ occupied a forward station on the left, leaning over the ship controls. Seated next to him were Rykar and Kybet. I had seen the two only in passing. The ship's pilot and mechanic were two more aliens that were as nearly as overwhelming to me as Ingrish and Tut had been. But they were quickly the last things on my mind when I saw what was through the viewing glass. Obscured in the dark, rolling clouds of space, lit by flashes of paradoxical and eerie light, I saw a large cargo ship drifting in the distance. Its angular and wedge-shaped design was identical to the Mansa freighters I had often seen docking on the surface of Giza 6. The ship was scarred and much of its insides exposed, likely having gone decades without repair. Along one side was an exposed docking bay for shuttlecraft, open to the vacuum. I was at first afraid that it would come alive and attack us, but the ship remained lifeless. The thrusters were all dark, none of them burning to life. None of the turrets swiveled to take aim, and there wasn't even the quick golden flash of shields being raised. It just floated there, dark, without a single indication that anyone was on board or aware of our presence. "How long have we been in their sensor range now?" Amon asked.
"If they didn't see us the first time,"
Riker asked.
"you know, when we shot past them at full speed? Or when you had the bright idea to turn back for a second readout? Yeah, if anyone's on board that bucket of scrap, they know we're here."
Riker sarcastically clacked. His beak and vocal cords lacked the capacity for human language, but a boxy implant on his neck somehow distorted his shrieking speech into recognizable words. Amon shot him an annoyed look, but it was Kybet who spoke.
"At least we know the auto-nav system still works. It diverted us to a safe trajectory before we would have risked impact."
Ingrish translated the fluster in her voice, and even one such as I noticed that Kybet kept glancing at Amon, as if she was afraid he would turn angry at any second.
"Oh yes, do tell us how close we came to getting atomized. That's going to set my nerves at ease."
Riker snapped at her. Kybet bristled.
I
don't care," Amon interrupted her. "Your first readout said it detected intense zeta particles. That's still true?" Kybet tapped a few buttons and nodded.
Clustered around the bridge and engine compartments.
"Yeah, that's how they like to kill. Pick a target and follow its trajectory into dark space. Cut off their head before they can raise shields, and then their legs so they can't run. They were probably boarding before the Mansa knew anything was wrong." Riker looked at Amon suspiciously.
"Who? What are you talking about?"
Amon's face barely concealed his anger. "Old friends. You wouldn't know them." He tapped a few buttons on the console, and the Mansa freighter began to slowly grow in the window. "I'm going aboard to look for the survivors. Keep the shields up, and if you see another ship out there, you run. Don't come back for me."
What?
Kybet tried to keep up.
It's pretty obvious there's no one alive on that ship anymore. Look, I just ran another scan. Their life support is dead. Every compartment is open. It's just vacuum inside.
Amon walked for the access tube. He turned back briefly, and his expression told me more than I wanted to know. "The Zurak always leave survivors." From a screen, we all silently watched as Amon opened the airlock and jumped from the Ophelion onto the Mansa freighter. A camera on his envirosuit gave us his perspective as the metal floor fell away under his feet and the infinite stormy void opened up. It made my stomach churn as I watched him leap through the dark mist, and I held my breath until Amon's magboots touched down again in the Mansa shuttle bay. The large space was empty of its perched vessels. I did not know whether they were destroyed in the encounter, or worse, taken. What I did see was the savaged remains of the hangar. Much of the metal plating had been ripped off the walls, and all the internal machinery had been ruthlessly examined. The whole area was a mess of broken parts and scrap metal. The Mansa never had an eye for cleanliness, but I knew this was the work of their attackers. Amon flicked on a flashlight at the end of his assault rifle, and he went towards an iris hatch that had been melted open. Slowly, he climbed over collapsed girders and torn paneling as he entered the dark hallway. Each step of his heavy boots were muffled in the vacuum, reverberating through his suit. I heard his labored breathing over the comm as he forced his way through the cluttered interior. The darkness that surrounded him was worse than the howling void. I kept seeing bizarre shapes and shadows that always threatened to resolve into imagined monsters. Each room was filled with the work of some malign intelligence that had been mercilessly curious with the Mansa ship. And yet, for all the destruction, I didn't see any bodies.
I don't understand. What are the Zurok?
Ingrish asked.
They're collectors. Don't know what they look like. I've only ever seen their android servitors.
Amon spoke softly as he pointed his rifle, illuminating another dark room.
Back at the end of the war, they attacked a convoy I was escorting. Killed damn near half our people before we knew it was happening. And counted them half a dozen times since.
How come I've never heard of them?
Ingrish pressed.
I've lived my entire life on spaceships. I think I should have known about this.
Because most people who survive the Zurok don't go on to talk about them.
Could you be more specific?
It's hard to put into words what they do. You'll see soon enough anyway.
Despite the ruined state of the ship, his footsteps moved with careful purpose. Somehow he knew exactly where to go, or rather, where he was most likely to find what he was looking for. He descended 3 decks and came to another iris door that had also been melted open. Behind it was the gaping darkness of a large cargo bay. He stepped into the empty void where 7 cone-shaped pods had been left, churning silently in the center. The angular ribbing of the pod reminded me of the Mansa's chitinous exoskeletons, yet the texture and design was utterly alien. These devices were smooth and pristine, not made by insects, but rather with a geometric precision, or perhaps beauty, that suggested a careful and oppressive mind. Not quite an egg sac and neither a stasis pod, but something in between. Yellowish-green fluid swirled behind some viscous substance that was similar to glass, and I saw the dark silhouette of a Mansa Urtaf covered in dark veins which threaded the interior of the pod.
What is?
I asked in horror. Amon hadn't heard me, but he answered the question he knew we must all be asking.
They're being upgraded. Everything inside them is being turned into something else. They'll awaken and infiltrate their world, looking and talking and acting like Mansa. Don't ask me what for.
Amon pointed his gun.
I've only seen this done on humans, but no one deserves this. Not even the bugs.
And he began firing his weapon. The pods reluctantly burst open as the dark figures inside were torn apart by bullets. Strange pustules ruptured and outspilled a black liquid that mingled with the yellow ooze drifting in the airless compartment. The veins snapped off, and even though the cargo bay was in vacuum, I swore I could hear the shrill cries of the Mansa dying inside.
What was that?
Riker suddenly pointed a talon towards the Mansa vessel. I hardly noticed him, and I didn't look to see what he was talking about. All I was feeling in that moment was a sense of horror and a mixed pity for both myself and the Mansa who died. It is one thing to know your masters can die, but to see them brutalized in such a way destroyed the last thing I thought I knew about the universe. I was a slave, and as a slave I thought the Mansa were invulnerable, when in fact they were no more than a tiny mound of insects. The only thing that spared them from being crushed was the indifference of the galaxy. I was a slave, and yet my masters themselves had been slaves, and I realized then what I should have known when I saw the crumbling ruins of Kal, that no one is ever beyond death and shame. That is not what I thought or could think in that moment on the Aphelian's bridge. I still had a simple mind, but that half-formed lesson instructed with the silent shrieks of my dying masters taught me the true nature of the galaxy. And it was then I noticed the many-legged machine which had now scuttled onto the bridge's viewport. I recall a great many things happening at once. Riker attempted to activate the bridge's blast shields, but the drone was faster. Its thorax opened up, and a laser pierced through the glass and hit Kybit in the head, vaporizing half her porcelain face and neural cables. Ingrish shrieked and grabbed my hand, yanking me away towards the access tube. Riker upholstered his pistol and began firing, dodging the laser as it swept through the bridge. I do not recall the noise of the air being depressurized. It is actually quite soft. But I felt a gentle breeze on my face and the sudden thinness of the clean air that I had so quickly taken for granted. Emergency shields flickered on to stabilize the atmosphere, but the field wasn't strong enough to keep out the attacker. The drone crawled its way inside while Riker and Kybit fled in different directions. Perhaps it was because we were the larger group that the drone chased us. Or perhaps it was merely random chance. Whatever the case, we were the preferred targets. Riker had disabled its main laser with his gunfire, but the drone still had its legs, manipulator claws I saw now, that were quite capable of eviscerating us. The machine was utterly silent, save for a clicking noise that might have been from the damage to its internal components. Its eye, embedded into the ovoid thorax, was focused solely on us. Before then, I had seen plenty of weapons meant to kill. This was the first time I had seen a weapon meant, as I presume now, to kill painfully. The manipulator claws, once scalpels meant for cleaving through glass, grew serrated blades which lashed at us as we ran down the corridors of the Aphelion. We practically threw ourselves around every corner and turn we could, hoping to lose the machine thing. It moved more gracefully and quickly beyond any predator animal could hope to achieve, and if we were to take too long down a corridor, we were dead. I felt the wind from one of the blades across my neck, and I cried out. My lungs were fire, and my poor body, malnourished and sickly, could not keep up for long. I screamed for it all to stop, as if that would do anything. All I knew was fear, and that was what kept me running as long as I did. Every minute felt like an hour, and nothing entered my mind except desperately trying to get away. We jumped down several sets of ladder stairs while the drone crashed after us. Its claws sunk into the walls and even ceiling to propel itself forward. It jumped and dashed and lunged after us, each attempt getting a hair's breadth closer. The ground we seemed to gain was lost as quickly. It seemed hopeless that all we were doing was delaying our excruciating deaths. It was at that point I just wanted the pain to stop. Anything was worth it to avoid the attention of this monster. As we rounded the bend, I made a snap decision. And once another corridor branched off, I tried to tear myself away from Ingrish's iron grip on my wrist. I thought at the time if I could just get away, or more accurately, if the drone still chased after Ingrish, that I could get to safety. It was the sort of selfishness that only a child could have. But unknown to me, Ingrish had been leading us somewhere. She had been communicating with Amon on the comm and didn't have the time to translate. And I, foolishly trying to make it on my own, stopped us for a brief instant in the hallway. That was more than enough time for the drone to catch up. I have 6 regrets. 6 wounds as fresh as the day they were made. Like a branding laser forever engraving my heart, those sins are marked upon me. If the blood of Sid Kenu truly has been sacrificed and the axios of death have been inverted, perhaps one day I'll be able to sleep soundly at night. But until that day, my first regret was that I tried to leave Ingrish to die. Ingrish did not let go of my wrist, and when the drone came upon us, she screamed and threw herself over me to shield me from the blades. We fell upon the floor, and I felt one of the serrated claws plunge right into Ingrish's back. It went deep, and tearing out a great deal of flesh, I saw the white corridor ceiling splatter with blood. With horror, I looked at this woman who had all but thrown her life away in a desperate attempt to save my own. What's more, I could not even begin to understand it, nor did I have time to as the drone raised another claw to pierce her again. But just as it was about to fall for the killing blow, a hail of bullets issued out from the airlock hatch. The drone was blown apart into a million fragments, and I saw Amon Russ step into the hallway. He ran over to Ingrish, and picking her up, he asked if I was okay. I nodded, still in shock. I sat up, and I saw him rush the broken and bloodied body of my mother to the medical bay. Chapter 6. Long Goodbyes. There is nothing quite like the shame of a child who has made a mistake which he can't put right again. I recall the clicking disappointment of my epitaph as I accidentally spilled a canister of agri-fluid out in the maggot farms. Even at such a young age, I did my utmost to appease the Mansa. That next morning, I approached my supervisor as he was assigning tasks for the day. I skipped the long lines of Urtaf and ran directly to the creature who had been my caretaker. It pretended not to notice me as it continued its duties, and trying to get its attention, I had tugged on his mechanical claw, hoping to hand over my rations for the day. More than anything, I wanted to repair a relationship that I realized later never existed. No longer able to ignore me, my patef violently seized my head and slammed me against the ground until I was unable to get back up again. I still do not know whether it had intended to kill me that day. I don't think so. You wouldn't have wanted to waste a worker, even one as inefficient as me. It was more a matter of not understanding how delicate a human child was compared to a fully grown mansa. Regardless, I did not make either mistake again. And yet this sentimental instinct, which I had thoroughly learned was evil, as close as I could understand such a concept, reared its head once more as I dazedly stumbled after Amon Russ into the medical bay. Tut was already there waiting by a medical bed, a strange pattern that the Belazar would often repeat over the years. I could scarcely recall a time when someone alerted him over the comm of an emergency, and yet there he always stood, almost eager to practice his bloody profession. Amon placed Ingrish on a medical bed, and I saw to my horror that she was no longer breathing. She had passed in the few minutes it took for Amon to sprint here. If Tut was concerned by the early death of his patient, he didn't show it. Instead, I saw his drooping eyes quickly pass over her. His bulbous head nodded once over to Amon, and the old man's shoulders fell with an expression I could not read. Tut got to work immediately, taking a syringe and pressing it forcefully into her neck. The Belazar inserted 2 sharp tubes into Ingrish's wrist. A machine hummed as it began pumping viscous vita fluid into her veins. Tut's elongated fingers moved with a perturbed frenzy as he began using all manner of small devices, some pronged, others spun and whirred, still others gleamed like glass and crackled like ice. His fingers were all equally tipped with steel thimbles which ended in sharp points. Their purpose I could not guess at either. However, the way he speedily sliced and jabbed and prodded, I could scarcely believe he was not butchering Ingrish's insides. But the thing I looked for, the rise and fall of her chest, did not come. Each second was an eternity, and each one felt like the grim ticking down of an invisible clock. I did not know when was the threshold of no return, or when Tut would give up his grisly task. I could only watch the methodically and frustratingly inscrutable work. And while working with a focus, no, obsession, only possible by select aliens born under strange skies, Tut conversed cordially with Amon. I can only assume that he was giving updates with Ingrish's condition. But as my translator was dead, I could only catch a few words.
Has multiple possible ruptures. Failures in not.
Tut's casual cadence broke as he pulled out a single vial containing a silver fluid. Amon caught the alien's arm as Tut was about to plunge a syringe into one of the vials. "Only way?" the man asked sharply. Tut nodded again. Amon hesitantly let go. I could understand a boundary was being crossed, but without the context I knew nothing of what it meant. Ingrish had hardly sat me down to teach me language, and yet I frantically tried to recall everything, searching for that one clue which would reveal everything. And when it did not come to me, all I was left with was a despair that threatened to choke the breath from my throat. Ingrish should have meant nothing to me. I had told myself this many times, but now, seeing her mangled body, seeing as she had so quickly thrown her life aside for my own, now those words felt like sin. One strangely more awful than the one which cost her life. I had learned to hold back tears, as the Mansa had no use nor need of them. But I could not bear to keep my grief silent any longer, even though I did not understand why. I sobbed, and gasping for breath, looking through wet and blurry eyes, I saw to my utmost horror that Amon had noticed. It was too much. All of it was too much. The guilt alone should have stopped my heart and killed me where I stood. I did not understand why it didn't, and like any human child who had just lost his mother, I did the only thing a child could do when his world came crashing down around him. I ran back to my room. When I think of that child, huddled in the dark corner of his sleeping quarters, and as I stand now, peering in the dark light over hollow maps and drawing invasion plans, I am struck by how inescapably human humans are. Try as some might, we cannot get away from our own natures. I don't think any species really can. As humans, we grieve, we play, We laugh and frown, we hope and dream, we fall in love, and yes, we make war. Nothing about us has changed since we stepped off Terra all those long-lost millennia ago. A child raised by insects still had tears to shed, and when he became a man, he then went to war. I cannot recall how long I waited there, but I knew until hunger or thirst overtook me I would not leave. The thing I feared most was Amon's face. I still did not fully understand rage. Rather, I most feared the indifference. That had always been the mask of those who had been my masters, and I could not bear the thought of seeing it on him. I could not bear that face directed at me. All sorts of the worst scenarios played out in my head. For some reason, I believed in my delirium that Amon possessed the same power as Ingrish, sensing my selfish intention when I had tried to run away from her. I tormented myself with that phantom for quite a while until I simply laid down and closed my eyes, too exhausted to continue any longer. There were 3 loud clangs on my door, and not knowing what they meant, I did not get up or move. There was silence for a moment before the hatch squeaked open, and Amon took 2 heavy steps into my room. He was no longer wearing his Evo suit, which had been coated with Ingrish's blood. Instead, he had on a brown shirt and cargo trousers. I did not dare look at his face. There was another long pause. I could hear my heart beating in my ears.
You all right?
Amon finally asked.
No,
I answered. Amon sighed. He started to speak once or twice, I think trying to say something intelligibly to me. But after seeing my lack of recognition, he gave up and began talking anyway, though I did not know why. He knew I could not understand, and as broken and exhausted as I was, I could not muster the energy to try to follow what he was saying. I remained in the corner as Amon lingered near the door. Eventually, he went over to the bed. Carefully, his wrinkled hands smoothed the sheets before he sat down. His face was cast in shadow, sometimes glancing over my way, while he spoke a language that was both somehow all too familiar and yet impossible for me to decipher. It seemed to me that he didn't expect me to understand, that his words were somehow more meant for him than I. Catching only the tumult in his voice, I wondered at the cadence and the long, agonizing pauses between sentences. Whatever he said that day, I still do not know for certain what it was. It was the kind of confession you made to a deaf man, or a man on his deathbed. Either way, those words would not be spoken again. Amon's eyes were wet when he finished, and I was none the wiser. He glanced over to me again, and I finally summoned the courage to ask the one question that mattered to me anymore.
Ingrish?
Amon exhaled and lowered his head. He tried several combinations of words, each as inscrutable as the last. Finally, he landed on words I did know.
Sleep. A long sleep.
There was only one thing which I understood to be a long sleep on Geisa 6, and it crushed my soul. The next few days I spent in a long melancholy. As I had come to learn, I was not to be disposed of for my mistake. Strangely, there was nothing in the way of the punishment I expected, and that somehow made it all the worse. I stayed in my quarters. Kybet was sent down to take care of me. Half her porcelain face was still melted off, though she was quickly reconstructing it. Nevertheless, the grisly sight didn't do anything to ease my mind. She offered me food, which I only accepted after carefully inspecting it. I did not know what these strange aliens did with their dead, though I knew very well what the Mansa practice was. Kybet tried to strike up conversation with me, and while her neural matrices could quickly discern and adapt to my limited vocabulary, I largely refused to talk. And to my surprise, I was neither punished nor reprimanded for it. Instead, Kybet quietly withdrew, only coming around to check up on me every once in a while. I had balked under the constant attention of Ingrish, but I found her absence to be all the worse. Eventually, I could not stand to be in my quarters any longer, and creeping up to my door, I found it to be unlocked and unguarded. Slipping out in my bare feet, I discovered the dimmed lights of nighttime, or what passed for nighttime on the Aphelion. I'd thought to sneak down to the medical bay to see what became of Ingrish, but the thought of running into Tut, and running into him alone, terrified me. I decided instead to wander, to finally explore this new world of mine. I knew where the mess hall was, as well as the bridge and several other ship compartments, but so much of the Ophelion remained a mystery to me. Setting down an unfamiliar corridor, I recall even as a child, I was always more cautious than I ought to be. It is this trait which I credit having saved my life on multiple occasions, being paranoid where others would walk heedlessly. I went down the white-framed hallway slowly, constantly doubling back to make sure I never lost the way to my quarters. And with some spare machine parts that had been in a dust-covered box, I made a trail as I went along. The Ophelion was never a maze, though it was easy to get turned around in the similar-looking corridors. But for those of us who had been on the ship long enough, you start to navigate by the little oddities that come across your path. In one corridor, there was a busted wall panel set on its side next to where an energy conduit had blown out. Take a right and go down about 20 or so meters before you arrive at a T-juncture with an access tube. Climb down 2 decks, and you'll come across a loose grate affixed to an air duct. It had been riddled with bullets at some point, and a dried yellow rust coats the steel halfway down. Crawl through and take 2 lefts. You'll find yourself in a perch above a locked storage room where Riker stashes his Zacon darts. Smoke them in the airlock or cargo bay 5 where the atmospheric sensor blew out. I could tell 100 more stories like that, but for this particular night I found myself in a hexagonal chamber. There was a pillar in the center with 6 bulky pods ringed horizontally around. Cold, wispy air hissed out from the capsules. Hydraulics kept the lids fastened close, but there was a pane of glass which let you see inside. Stooping over them, I saw they were all empty save one. I had finally found out what they had done with the orange alien. It laid there with its scaly eyes closed. Its frills made no movement, and I saw no breath pass from its lips. Much like English, it was now terribly pale. Its arms were at its sides, and a thin layer of frost covered its skin. The Gruck neutralizer was still lodged thoroughly in its neck, though I didn't see the point. The creature was clearly dead, kept in a preservation chamber of some kind. Having been in a somber mood already, this finally broke me. I had no connection or care for this creature, but it, in a sense, was not dissimilar to me, a captive held against his will. What's more, this creature was one of the few reminders that Giza 6 was real, that the place where things made sense was still out there and not some half-forgotten dream. However, what finally broke me was the fact that I could not understand why Amon or his crew had gone to such effort to simply kill the creature. There was so much that I couldn't understand, and so much more that I never would without Ingrish's help. I was lost in a world where nothing made sense anymore, and I was tired of piecing it together. I stared numbly at the alien for a while, then dragging my feet, I went back to my room and fell asleep. I was not altogether surprised a few days later when Amon presented me in front of a pod not unlike the one I saw holding the scaly alien. Kybet had uselessly tried to explain, but I had heard enough when she mentioned a long sleep. I was going to die presently, for what reason I could only guess at. Was it for how I had gotten English killed? Or was it for some other purpose, one I couldn't possibly fathom? In either case, I no longer cared. I was simply tired of caring. The only thing I could do, in some bizarre logic that only made sense from a child's mind, was to accept this fate, and hope, in whatever way, that this could make up for what I did to English. I clambered down into the pod, Kybet trying to say something I could not make out over the hiss of cold air and the hydraulics raising the lid. As the metal pod closed shut, I saw Amon's face through the glass. There it was, the thing I most feared, the indifference with which I was so accustomed with my Mansa masters. I closed my eyes and waited for what would come next. There was a breeze of cold air, and I was gone. Chapter 7. 3 years later. Death was not as dreamless as I feared, and it was not as cold. I stood on a sandy beach, waves lapping at my feet, with a great body of water extending past the horizon. It was day, and yet it was also night. A dim sun hung in a tired sky, its red glow fading into black. I looked up, and I saw stars beyond counting. I believed I had had the full measure of the universe when the Aphelion took off from Giza 6, and each time I was proven wrong, I thought that revelation would be the last. But in truth, it doesn't end. There's always a new sky, always a new horizon. It is only those who think they've seen everything, done everything, who truly wither and grow old. There is nothing more wretched and hopeless than a cynic, though we all fall to that vice sooner or later. I think that is why children are necessary. They're too young to forget this truth. In them is a world that is still full of wonder, and they remind us, we who have grown cold to this galaxy, that there is still something worth fighting for. Even after the Fifth Aberrant War, I am convinced humanity could have still come back. As reduced as we were, I must imagine humanity had fared worse some time in our long history. And we were only damned when our arrogant race, who rushed so quickly to prove their primacy in the cosmos, gave up on their own children. Whatever history shall record of the things I have done, I want the galaxy to know I did not make that same mistake. I lingered on that beach for a little while. I was unaware at the time that stasis dreams were made from memories, that what I was experiencing was not the afterlife nor the simulacra of a ship computer. This was in fact Terra, tens of thousands of years ago, after our sun was mortally wounded. There was a name that lingered on the edge of my tongue. I did not know why, but I felt it ought to have been spoken anyway. The water lapping at my legs and even the gristles of sand between my toes seemed to tense, as if the world itself was expecting me to call it out. There was a swell of emotion from someone somewhere. I could not recognize the feeling for many years, only later realizing it was the sadness of a friend you had long forgotten. There was someone else there on that beach. I knew it in my bones, but they were just out of sight. Like someone you could see only from the corner of your eye. I swear I saw a face in the sea mist, the stasis dream struggling to bring forward a faint echo of a thought from the distant past. I knew the name so well, and yet not enough to speak it. I could recall how I felt about every syllable, and yet the sounds eluded me. I shouted out to whoever was there, hoping they could answer the question. But even as I yelled out the plea, it was too late. A cold wind swept up from the ocean. I shivered, and the image faded, this new world blowing away with the invisible breeze. And no sooner had I entered, I awoke again in the stasis bed. I sucked in a deep breath of air as the world became real again, and so with it the freezing cold. It was not a slow niggling of discomfort as one often feels as a dream fades away. I was instantly awake and aware, for I was never really asleep to begin with. I was in the stasis bed, the glass and metal lid being lifted upward. Panicking as one does from such a sudden change in sensation, I threw my shivering hands on the lid, trying to push it up faster. I clambered towards the widening crack, desperately squeezing myself out. I heard someone shout as foreign hands reached inside, attempting to keep me still. I resisted, squirming as I blindly wished for that warm beach again. I winced as the cold became painful, or perhaps it was from the stiffness from the chemical preservation. Either way, my body cried out against me as I did everything to be free of the pod. But the lid finally lifted, and I threw myself onto the floor, scrambling as one does when they did not expect to wake again. My hazy vision was stubborn to clear. My eyes, which had not seen use for 3 years, hurt just to see. Blinking again and again, I saw dark silhouettes above me, and I cried out in fear.
It's all right. It's all right.
I heard a familiar voice in my head, and instantly I grew still. I looked up, and as my vision gradually began to return, I saw an impossible face staring back at me as she was trying to help me up. English. A blanket was thrown over my shoulders, and I was taken to the mess hall. I sat huddled in a chair with my knees drawn close as I watched the woman I had killed preparing us both a meal in the dispensary. I glanced out past the dusty lounge, towards a window and to the passing stars outside. My only explanation was that I did die. And yet why did death now look so much like the Aphelion? Ingrish finally came around and set a plate down in front of me, though I scarcely paid attention to the meal. "How?" I asked. She looked no different than the day she appeared on the Mansa docking port, wearing the same black gown and crimson band around her eyes. Ingrish seemed surprised at my question.
Didn't they tell you? Tot had to put me in stasis so they would have time to fix my organs.
My eyes widened as I finally realized what Amon meant by a long sleep. But, I stammered, flashes of images rushing my mind from the syringe of silver fluid to Amon's crying to the dead alien in the stasis pod. Ingrish looked at me in a growing concern as a whirlwind struck my mind. 1,000 half-formed thoughts and images came at once, but it was all too much as tears came to my eyes. I had no conception of higher powers, nor did I grasp what so many in the galaxy call intervention. However, what I could understand was that everything I thought had been lost was now made untrue. Everything horrible had been made right again. And although I would never forgive myself, I had been set loose from the consequences. I was free. And this time, there were no words for my gratitude.
Tot had plenty of time to save me. Death doesn't set in until the neurofibrous circuit is cut.
Ingrish quickly said, perceiving the storm behind my blank expression. I received an image of a complex cellular network that meant absolutely nothing to me. Ingrish tried to explain everything, to calm me back down. Taking a cloth and wiping my wet eyes, she said that the silver syringe was a stabilizing fluid, able to prolong the time one could remain dead and still be able to be brought back. Though Ingrish was never dead in the proper sense of the word. Cessation of breath, rampant blood loss, even loss of brain activity are all reversible conditions if one has the right tools. In antiquity, these markers were thought to represent death, but we today understand that there is a much finer distinction. Ingrish told me Amon's hesitance was that the syringe was the last of their supply, and if we found ourselves in such circumstances again, it was dubious whether Tot could bring someone back. Although her explanation brought clarity, her nonchalance made me embarrassed I had not realized earlier. And with that embarrassment came a childish anger. I suddenly wished I had someone to blame as I felt like I had been lied to. I found I wanted for someone to have lied to me, for then I would have a right to be angry. "But Amon!" I suddenly yelled, picturing the sight of him crying. It was new to me, this sensation of wanting to vindicate myself. I had no idea why it now so mattered to me that I had been manipulated, that there had been a purposeful deception, even though I knew there had been none. No one was at fault except my own ignorance, but I argued anyway. Ingrish saw the image in my head, and she knew my objection. Why did he grieve when there was nothing wrong? It didn't make any sense to me whatsoever. I crossed my arms, expecting her to be stumped, and I admit I took some vicious pleasure in my victory. Ingrish hesitated, setting the damp cloth on the table. Looking back, I don't think she had ever seen Amon cry before. It was a deep shock to her, and she had to take a moment to compose herself.
Amon wasn't crying for me.
She put together what had happened.
He was crying because he thought he nearly got you killed.
It's hard to understand for most species of how indescribably rare it was for two humans to meet one another. By my time, the only place you could reasonably find humans was Sanctuary, a hidden moon on the edge of known space. Its crumbling cities were not unlike Kal, except on an icy world orbiting a crimson gas giant. But besides that, humans in the galaxy often went centuries without seeing another of our kind. The Ark ships were all lost or destroyed, and even if we still had the numbers to construct the giant cylinder worlds, we did not have anywhere to go back to. When a Rodeshi wants to go home, he goes to Rodon. When a Krustakon wants to go home, he goes to Malakon 12. But we had no such place. There was practically nowhere in the galaxy where a human could go to be among his own people. Even on the most bustling Ecumenopolis, a human always walks alone. And this was a great problem for us, as humans are also some of the most valuable commodities in the galaxy. Solar systems might be sold for less. Among those who cared for the history of the galaxy, we were near priceless. the desolate and lost children of the most powerful race to ever rule the stars. Of the number that remained in my day, most were slaves kept as playthings. Others were put in temporal fields for various menageries and museums. And then there was always the dissection table. But what was orders of magnitude more rare than a human, something now thought practically extinct in my race, was a human child. It was very possible I was the last one in the galaxy because while our lifespans are inordinately long, the window for which we can reproduce is only during the first 2 centuries of our lives. As we approached the water world of Naiad, Amon had a tracker put in me. He gave Ingrish a plasma pistol, something she would now always carry, and gave explicit instructions many times that if we were to disembark, we would stick to the highest terraces of the massive habitation towers that overlooked the endless waves. I would have been forced to stay on the ship entirely, but that itself was a danger. Over the centuries, Amon had to deal with many break-ins because someone noticed the Ophelion was a human vessel. Of course, these occurrences became rarer and rarer over the years as our race dwindled. By my day, it was likely that no one would so much as raise an eye at us. For most aliens, humans were that distant species of the past, the first ones to cross the stars, but now nothing more. It was likely most wouldn't even recognize me as being a human, instead thinking I belonged to some other obscure race. I don't think any other species can comprehend what it's like. Every room on every world is indifferent to us. No matter where we go, there are no familiar faces. There is no place that is warm or comely to us. We are strangers wherever we go, and every language to us is a foreign one. While we can make friends with aliens, and sometimes those bonds could be strong enough to be called family, there is no one who can understand. There is no one who is like us. To be a human is to be utterly and totally alone. The reason Amon cried was because he thought his decision to board the derelict vessel nearly got me killed, and then he would have been alone again. Ingrish took me to the viewport as we made our landing. True as I had seen, it was as beautiful as Ingrish had shown me. That was a concept that took me a long time to fully understand. We often think of beauty as a scale when we say such and such is beautiful or ugly, as if it's an attribute separate and distinct from the object itself, when it is in fact intrinsic. Beauty is not something we assign to such and such. It leaps out at you, perhaps more real than the objects with which we describe. But that category had not existed for me. What was in front of me was simply what was. It required no further contemplation. Most would have called Giza 6 horrifyingly ugly. But I had neither reference nor was taught to think in such terms, and so Giza 6 was neither ugly to me nor beautiful. It simply was. There was nothing in my world that ought to be pondered or appreciated for its aesthetic. I didn't even know the word. It is easy to communicate that I had no knowledge of art. It is a harder thing to understand that I had no sense of it. There was a time when you could have shown me a painting, and not only would I not grasp its meaning, I would not have been able to even fathom its purpose. But seeing Naiad, it wasn't just a new world. It was a new world. The crystal blue oceans which spanned its vast surface was a color I hadn't seen before. The massive habitation towers, like hulking steeples, rose frighteningly high over the waves. They spanned vast networks that were easily seen from orbit. I saw clouds, real clouds, not the smoggy haze of Giza 6. The color was unnatural to my eyes, as if you were to stick your hand in fire. And yet I couldn't look away. This world was a sapphire jewel with white foam. Its sight opened a new longing in me. It was something I realized I had been deprived of. I wondered why Giza 6 was not like this, and what if I had lived here instead of with a Mansa? I suddenly had a strange thought, perhaps naive among those who are old enough to lose common sense. Why did we allow so many things to be ugly? Why was the whole universe not beautiful like this? The cold night of space began to brighten as the Ophelion descended. We joined a long traffic line of ships heading for a spaceport. I gawked at the many different kinds and shapes of ships just as much as the world itself. Some were long trams carrying hundreds of aliens throughout the solar system. Some were large cargo freighters with big boxy holds. Some were mobile agri-houses with domed modules for growing vegetation. Some were patrol ships, scanning and clearing vessels as they went. And some were strange. I saw one that had a spherical bridge that elongated into a thin neck with two large engines attached at the end. My eyes could not keep up with them all. Instead of the desolate pads like in Giza 6, the spaceport on Naiad was like a flower nestled at the top of the habitation tower. Great petals of steel curved around each other, leaving narrow and wider gaps for ships to enter and exit. Crisscrossing the interior of these petals were creases meant as individual landing pads. Each ship was given its own nook to rest in accordance with its size. It seemed the smaller ships stuck to the outside and the periphery. Meanwhile, large ships were given dedicated traffic lines right to the center of the spaceport. The Aphelion took a berth somewhere in the middle. We arrived in a small hangar-like space that perfectly accommodated our vessel. I felt the ship make 3 great clunks as braces extended to lock the vessel in place. We had touched down. I ran for the airlock, forcing English to keep up with me. Although, I confess, I was not running towards the miracle world that was Naiad. I was running away from English, guarding my mind as closely as I could. For the first time in my life, I felt the fear of holding a secret, and hoped against all hope that she had not pierced the reason she had so nearly died. I had hoped she had not seen that part of myself that I now hid like a shameful mark. Of course, English, being as perceptive as she was, would have known the second from my outburst in the mess hall. I caught up with Amon as he was punching in the door controls. He and Riker had unloaded the prisoner from the stasis bay. The scaly alien was still in the pod, now floating on hover jets. The aperture opened, and as the air of a new world cycled into the ship, we saw an alien patiently waiting for us down below on the landing dock. English protectively pulled me close as Amon strode out to deliver his prisoner. Chapter 8. Naiad. I did not realize at the time that the alien who met us at the landing pad, Maya, was the same kind of species as Kybit, despite the two sharing similar plasteel bodies. The Necomata are a strange kind of alien. They were genetically uplifted from sea sponges by the Delphaean. Their actual forms are little more than long bundles of neural tissue, but this allows them to be fully integrated into malleable constructs. They are then sold as indentured servants across the spiral arm, given contracts of usually 50 to 75 years before they gain their provisional freedom. Maya was patterned after an artistic hybrid between a Delphaean and a human. She had no nose to speak of, instead only having 2 artificial slits that drew no breath. Her hair was a bundle of cables tied back into a short braid, accentuated by metallic finned ears. 2 blank silver orbs watched us from a round porcelain face. Though some Necomata are designed to wear dresses and what can pass as clothes for other alien species, most were like Maya, rather skeletal, with wires and tubes expertly woven to look like exposed muscle tissue. I am informed it is Delphaean humor to provoke the eye with both beauty and disgust at once. In that sense, Kybit was unlike her distant sister, as Amon had ordered her with a white jumpsuit. Amon approached the silver Necomata with Riker pushing the stasis pod behind. They walked down the boarding ramp and across the landing pad to meet the new alien. Maya nodded her head at the bounty hunter.
Adjudicator Lairad sends his piece.
Her hollow feminine voice rang with a trill. Amon stiffened.
Layrad? What happened to Faya?
Suffragan Faya was convicted of corruption 2 years ago. He has been recycled and his gene lineage put under supervision. His contracts were taken over by the Excellency Lairad.
Although we were a distance away, English could translate even the slightest movements in Amon's frame. I would have never noticed the curling of his hand into a fist or how his towering figure was suddenly another few centimeters taller. In Amon, I would come to associate those slight changes with the death of a close friend.
That's not true. I worked with Faya for 20 years.
A wry smile tugged at Maya's porcelain mouth.
It is not for me to comment on the pronouncements of the water courts.
It was clear Amon didn't want to leave it at that, but there was no helping it. He raised an arm towards the stasis pod, and Maya stepped over and peered through the frosted glass, inspecting the prize. She ran her delicate fingers along the pod as lights blinked at her fingertips. She stopped at the stump that had been the alien's leg.
The contract was to bring Jorah back unharmed.
Tough. Grow him a new leg. Amon crossed his arms. Maya clicked in disappointment.
That will be docked from your pay.
She circled around the pod, taking further readings before going round to Amon again.
The adjudicator thanks you for the return of the artisan. Here is your payment.
The fingertips of the Nekomata opened, revealing tiny projectors. A blue holographic screen appeared in front of Maya with the specifications of the pay. Amon took a moment to read through it, and then he scowled.
This is less than half of what I was promised.
After Suffragan Vea was convicted, his contracts were re-evaluated by the adjudicator. The one for your bounty was downgraded to a Class 2, lower priority.
The bounty hunter slammed his gauntleted hand on the stasis pod. The force made the capsule wobble in the air as Amon pushed it away from Maya.
I don't get my payment in full. You don't get your torturer back.
I flinched as Ingrid translated that word. She had been translating automatically, and just as Amon spoke that word, her mind snapped shut the connection. However, it was too late, and I understood at once this alien was a trained professional whose sole purpose was to dispense pain. I looked at Ingrid questioningly, but for the first time, Ingrid refused to answer. I glanced back at the pod, at the alien who had unknowingly set everything in motion. I confess, I occasionally wondered of the creature's story, but I had never imagined something like this. The very idea of a being whose purpose was to inflict suffering was unthinkable for the Mansa, equally as it was unthinkable for me. Maya tilted her head, a slim motion.
If you refuse to hand over the prisoner, then you would be harboring a fugitive under Dalphaean law. Shall I call the patrols?
Amon barked a laugh in her face.
Call them. I'll say you're trying to cheat me out of my pay, and then I'll take my case to the water courts.
Maya smirked. She reached back to her webbed ears and clicked the lights off.
Fully off the record. It would be in your best interest not to make an enemy of an adjudicator. Do you think the other gene lineages will be sympathetic to an alien? On this world, you are no one. You will either take your payment from Layrad, or he will fall upon you with the full wrath of the law. You will be dragged through the courts, and we will take everything from you. Accept your payment and leave.
The bounty hunter snorted.
Your adjudicator Layrad is sloppy. That, or he sent an exceedingly stupid Nekomata. Either way, you didn't check who was delivering Fea's prisoner.
Maya looked amused.
On nearly any other world you might have been right, but that's why I do business here. You're connected to the UFO web on this planet. Cross-reference the name Amon Russ.
Maya shook her head, clicking the lights at her ears back on.
I have your transactions with Fea, and...
Now check the species.
Maya gave a haughty smile, but then suddenly froze. Her eyes slowly widened in abject horror, glancing up and down at Amon Russ, and then surprisingly, to me. Before I could understand what happened, Maya had thrown herself to the ground, practically kissing Amon's feet and crying out a single word. Ingrid translated it for me, though I could scarcely keep up with all the images and meanings attached to the word. At once it was both creator, king, and priest, though those words seemed to pale in comparison with the reverence Maya exclaimed. However, as simple as I was, I only understood the most basic and rough translation of the word that Maya had cried out. As I write from a battlecruiser many centuries later, here is the word I perceived as I stood on the airlock, looking down at the humbled Nekomata.
Ancestors!
Looking back, it was humorous that the Nekomata emissary had not recognized the Holy of Holies in Dalphaean culture, though this was not entirely surprising. The Nekomata do not have memories like we do. Their neural tissue, limited by their origin, can only process the moment they exist in. For them, nothing of their past or future or even memory really exists. As a substitute, they rely on highly advanced heuristic programs to supply them all the information they need for the current moment. Their bodies store complex algorithms for their day-to-day needs, and they rely on the planetary UFO webs for the rest. But unlike us individuals, who bring the totality of ourselves into every activity we do, the Nekomata do not. The Nekomata do not dream or pine, or can even truly be said to be lost in thought. They exist in the moment, and if you do not exist with them, you do not exist at all. For Maya, she could not perceive us as human because the heuristics she would have identified us with were so long out of use that we were no longer human. It was only after 1,000 apologies and a personal invitation from Adjudicator Layrad himself that Amon Russ left Maya on the landing pad. Riker and Kybut stayed back with the Aphelion while Ingrish and I followed Amon on a hover tram. Ingrish had hesitated, but Amon was quite clear we were both to come along. For myself, I was far less concerned with the reasons behind Amon's decisions, and more to do with the new ship we were boarding. The curved, wavy vessel had the surface of the smoothest of mirrors. There were no abrasions or crease in the hull save for 4 slits that concealed engine thrusters. The doors crested open, revealing a circular lounge with long seats and windows that were in actuality holoscreens indistinguishable from the real thing. Amon appeared positively out of place in this comfortable world, wearing his rough and worn Evo suit, looking like he had seen 1,000 battles. Ingrish looked equally unhappy, though for different reasons. She kept glancing at the holoscreens, reaching out and feeling them with her fingers. And I was stupefied, practically dragged along by Ingrish. In my later years, I've known some children to crawl over every surface and explore every nook and cranny, but for my own childhood, I had that sense beaten out of me long ago. On those occasions where I got into trouble, I had only myself to rely upon. And of those times when a child endangers himself, as human children often did, I had the scars, for no one had been there to rescue me. Ingrish had done her best to heal the chemical burns on my arms and legs from the time I had tripped and fallen into a coolant river. However, there remains a patch of flesh on my left arm that stubbornly refused to take to the skin grafts. The jagged, misfolded scar along my forearm forever remains a reminder of the consequences of carelessness. And so, I was the kind of child who waited and I watched everything. Even now, I could tell you the number of decorative struts bracing the ceiling at the center of the lounge. There were 8. I counted the number of seams on the cushions. I noted the diamond patterns etched into the polyester rug. On the ceiling were 16 bulbous lights, emitting a soft orange glow. And what positively did not escape my notice was that the hollow screens were just so slightly offset from each other, leaving a fraction of a hair's length of black where one could peer behind them, a flaw in the otherwise perfect vessel. I saw a lens behind one, though I noted nothing of it. The projections showed us taking off from the landing pad and joining a traffic lane. We slowly journeyed over the habitation towers before, to my utter amazement, plunging towards the water. I reached out instinctively to Ingrish's hand as we plunged into waves. But instead of water filling the compartments and drowning us, I saw the deep blue of Naiad's oceans on the holoscreens. The cyan waters turned dark the further down we went. But just before all light from the surface was extinguished, I saw structures emerge in the deep. Many were built off the sides of the habitation towers, extending from the cliffs of steel and faint light. I'm told it is with many societies that the higher classes ascend to the top of their worlds, touching the sky. But it is with the Dalphaean that the higher classes are lower and lower in the waters. So too did these blocky and mass-produced levels give way to delicacy and art. The steel turns to glass, and at the lowest parts of the seafloor, I saw great domes of translucent material, edified with shining bronze and gold.
I want to make something clear,
Amon suddenly said to Ingrish.
In the event you get separated from me, you demand to be taken back to the Aphelion. Don't say another word, just demand you are to be taken back. If they try to offer you gifts, refuse. You will not be safe until you are aboard the vessel again.
I don't understand,
I said. Amon looked at Ingrish with a grim expression.
Translate.
Turning to me, he looked me square in the eye.
I brought you along because I want you to understand what we once were. Who we once were to the galaxy. But the Dalphaean are not our friends. Do not trust anyone who is not me, Ingrish, Riker, or Kybut.
I was actually trying to ask what a gift was, as I was confused by Ingrish's translation. An exchange where value was traded one way made no sense to me,
though I nodded at Amon's explanation and simply resolved not to speak to anyone. Ingrish was less happy.
Did we have to bring him along? He's barely gotten used to the Aphelion. This can't be good for him.
Amon was silent, and something passed between him and Ingrish that he did not share with me until after we left Naiad. This ship might be bugged, Amon told her as she telepathically communicated with his mind. Voss is here because I needed an excuse to bring you along. I want you to read Leyrad's thoughts. If this adjudicator is behind Feya's death, I'm going to kill him. Amon didn't believe he was putting me in any danger. The Dalphaean would have never opened fire or taken revenge on me or Ingrish. The worst that would have probably happened is that we would have been detained for questioning and then promptly escorted back to our vessel. Such was their reverence for my race. What Amon gambled was what the man had always gambled, himself. That was simply the way he was. Always ready to throw his life away for this and that. The man didn't have a chip on his shoulder. He had a score to settle with the universe, and never once did he pass up the opportunity. The doors crested open again, and two Nekomata, of different design than Maya, flanked the opening into the circular glass gangway leading into the main dome. These ones had no faces. Their sloping helmets only had 3 vertical slits to denote a mouth. They were bulky and armored, and they carried mirrored bolt throwers in their gloves. I saw them quickly block the way as they saw Ingrish, but Amon quickly explained that she was only there for me. And he also told them of my unique circumstances. Despite this, however, it took an invisible command from Leyrad himself before she was allowed to pass. If the Nekomata were humbled around Amon, they seemed downright astonished at my presence, bowing even more deeply as I passed them by. To say it disturbed me was an understatement. While I understood hierarchy, I had no notion of how to act in my new elevated position. Once again, I found I was wishing I was a slave, and I tried to make the submit position the Mansa had taught me. Anything I could do for familiarity again. Ingrish stopped me just as I bowed halfway down. We were escorted to a glass and bronze dome. Before entering, Amon observed protocol, unbuckling his pistol holster and setting the weapon aside on a tray held by another Nekomata. We were ushered into a great space that was... I do not know if my species has the proper word for it. I have visited many places that could be called aquariums, but I do not know the word for the inverse, for when aquatic species create habitats for the terrestrial. All around us was a gigantic glass tank that we peered into. Or rather, we were the tank, and it was the Dalphaean who observed us. There were no walls in here, nothing save for the rounded glass, and behind the crystal water. Bulbous lights hung in the murky depth, casting a greenish glow everywhere. The place was a maze of corridors and platforms, raised spaces for eating and resting and conversation. But I felt distinctly uncomfortable here, as though there was no place for privacy, no place that was kept secret from the eyes doubtlessly watching in the water. Amon strode forward to the central platform, a bowl of precious air that was too small to be called spacious. I glanced around, looking for the Dalphaean, although I did not see any of the creatures. We appeared utterly alone, save for the Nekomata guarding the entrance. The room was silent, and I was struck by how utterly insular everything was. From the highest peak of the habitation towers to the lowest depths of the ocean, I suddenly found it strange that I had not seen one of these creatures, not even in passing. It was perplexing, as one could find millions of Mansa on Giza 6. One needed only to land on the surface. And yet, here, one had to descend to the utter depths of the ocean to finally meet with the elusive Dalphaean. True, I knew they were aquatic creatures, but here we were, beings of land and air walking in the sea. It was strange to me that the Dalphaean had not simply chosen to cross from the sea into the land and air. But I did not have to wait for much longer. I saw a shape emerge in the greenish water. A gray, tattered thing drifted to the glass in front of where Amon stood. Before I could make out any more detail, the glass hummed and a frosted screen winked on in front of the singular Dalphaean. I stretched my neck to peer behind, but the screen extended, preventing me from a better view.
Your presence blesses us, ancestors,
A fine, silky voice greeted. Us? I looked up at Ingrish in confusion over translation, but she was not looking at me.
Her eyes quickly darted around in fear, and following her gaze, I could just make out the faintest of shapes in the water. There were dozens of them, all watching silently. I knew then that this strange place was a water court. Amon didn't say a word back to the Dalphaean who had approached him. He calmly glanced back towards English, and unbeknownst to me, he had his hand ready to draw the second pistol concealed within his Evo suit. Chapter 9. The Water Court. A long moment passed. I did not know the reason for the sudden tension I felt in the room. As I have said before, while I lacked the subtleties of speech, I could observe well enough. And not knowing a thing about Dalphaean custom or Amon's usual mannerisms, I knew something was not right. Once again I cursed my ignorance. It was not that I was oblivious. That might have been a blessing. It was that I was never privy to the one or two details that were essential to understand what was going on. I glanced up at English expectantly, hoping for answers. Instead, I saw her slowly shake her head. And then, pointing at the single Dalphaean who had drawn near, the one floating next to Amon, she announced clearly to the room,
That is not Adjudicator Layrad.
Another moment of frustrating silence passed, and had it not been for English's iron grip on my shoulder, I would have interrupted with another of my endless questions. Instead, with her fingers digging into my skin, I was wise enough to remain quiet. The beguiling voice of Adjudicator Layrad spoke again.
Most honored one, you brought a bouquet into my court. Did you not think I might take a few precautions? There are few things more precious than the contents of one's mind.
The bouquet is for the child, as I explained to your Necomata.
Amon's gruff voice sounded like gravel.
I needed a translator for the boy. I apologize if you took offense.
The old man's eyes searched the distant gray figures in the water, trying to figure out which one the disembodied voice came from.
And the pistol hidden in your Evo suits?
I knew not if the Dalphaean could roll their eyes, or even if they had eyes, but English perfectly captured the sarcastic inflection anyway. Amon froze and grew quiet, and finally he gave up the game.
The pistol was for breaking the glass. That was not how I was going to kill you.
English hesitated to translate that final part, but when she finally relented, my eyes widened at Amon's words. At last the elusive detail fell in place, far long after I could have done anything about the situation. And even after it was over, I found myself wishing, as all the powerless do, that I could have said something, done something. Instead, I felt as petrified things kept careening towards disaster, though I knew neither the reason nor a way out. And in the moment, it was that fear that paralyzed me even when I wanted to beg English to understand why. There was a terse laughter in the room.
While I honor the ground upon which you walk, you must forgive me if I do it from a distance.
Amon's eyes kept searching among the gray figures, hunting after an impossible target.
I don't see a scanner anywhere. How did you know?
Unlike our Necomata servants, we are entirely capable of higher-order thinking. But you should know this. We are your firstborn.
The last note rang with a touch of disappointment and anger, the same as a child bitter but not surprised by the betrayal of his father.
Did you really think you could walk into my own court and kill me?
Layrad asked, his voice a playful mockery.
Did you really think it would be that simple?
Begging your pardon,
Amon responded.
But this is not my first time. And if you think you are safe from me, you are wrong. I trust you also looked through my record?
I did.
Then I shall ask this once. Did you murder Faya or not?
Layrad's voice seemed genuinely shocked.
And if I did, what would be your cause to kill me? Over such a little thing? You taught my kind that we were slaves. Why would you be so angry over the death of a Dalphaean?
Finally, at this juncture, I found something I could understand. Though English did not hide her horror at the Dalphaean's words, I saw something entirely appreciable. Despite the worlds between us, there was a commonality between myself and these unknowable aliens. They thought quite like the Mansa did, with the same eye free from those considerations the rest of the galaxy would call sentiment. But even in this, English translated something for me I didn't understand. In Leyrad's artificial speech, I heard the slightest tremor of anger, as if to be a slave was an insult and not simply what you were.
That is not what we taught you,
Aemon growled.
Actions.
Adjudicator Leyrad sighed, and he spoke again before Aemon could argue further.
But enough. Since I would rather you not leave an enemy, and since I had nothing to do with Vaya's death, I shall present myself. And when you see I am innocent, would you listen to what I have to say?
if you present yourself.
Leyrad did not respond, and I looked around, wondering which of the distant gray forms would come closer. However, a minute passed and none did. The Dalphaean of the water court waited and watched from the depths, and even the one who swam to Aemon remained motionless, floating in the water. It was then that the doors crested open, and the Nekomata escorted a tank that hovered over to us. The glass and bronze sphere was blurred, still preventing me from seeing the true form of the creature inside. All I could discern was a gray body and tattered ribbons of flesh. Aemon turned and crossed his arms expectantly, unimpressed by the gesture. English hesitantly let me go. Thumbing her hands and walking over to the tank, the whole room was silent for her unfalsifiable judgment. She peered close, and even though she had a cloth around her eyes, she seemed to study the blurry figure as if there was no impediment to her sight at all. After a few moments, she straightened and looked over to Aemon.
He's innocent.
It was not easy for me to adjust to the change in atmosphere, and I mean not only the uncomfortably thin air of the water court. Adjudicator Leyrad seemed entirely cordial and even pleased to be talking to a human. If he held any serious grudge against Aemon Russ, it seemed to be forgotten, or at least put aside for now. And while Aemon Russ was reserved as always, he seemed completely relaxed entertaining the Dalphaean, and I was even more surprised when he accepted an invitation to a meal. We were set at a long white table. I discovered then that the Dalphaean do not eat as we do, as they are unrestricted by the traditional dimensions of the surface. They take their meals in an upward spiral, each seat raised higher than the last. Although the Dalphaean do not sit, they take stations along winding feeding tubes which glowed with a soft orange light. Along this spiral are a number of spaces for terrestrial beings. As following Dalphaean custom, those lower in the spiral are of higher status, and those higher in the chain are of lower station. As such, the bottom was a lavish dining room decorated with fire coral where the worlds of water and air met. The spaces higher and higher became less and less luxurious, with small air bubbles for terrestrials and less ornate feeding tubes for the Dalphaean. The feast was also separated into 3 segments where those at the lowest station could speak to anyone at the table, whereas the highest could only converse with themselves. English was initially refused a place at all, but upon Aemon's demand she was permitted to stand and listen to the conversation. However, she remained completely quiet. In fact, not once did Aemon or Leyrad beckon her to speak. And although I had been given a seat near Aemon, I felt like another outsider who didn't belong there. While English translated for me, I had no wish to follow the conversation. I just wanted to go home, which I realized, to my utter surprise, now meant my small quarters in the Aphelion. The place I yearned for rest was no longer Giza 6, and it never would be again. But in the meantime, I was distracted by my hunger. For although English had been teaching me to use eating implements, she warned me not to eat as to avoid causing undue attention. I stared at my plate of cooked fish, wondering what was the point then, that I should have to sit here at all. Of the conversation that passed between Aemon and Leyrad, much was uninteresting to me. English translated Leyrad's explanation for me, the names and identities of those who were behind Fea's death. Dalphaean society is used to many power struggles, and I cared for absolutely none of the politics. Aemon announced that he wanted blood, and Leyrad promised it to him. And as I set these words down now, I realized the anticlimax in this turn of events. As someone who records speech to holoscript, I confess I feel a strange obligation that I ought to give you a resolution which did not historically take place here. There is much in our lives that are like the touch of a story, moments that seem to ring with meaning, glimpses where the author allows his characters to read the dry ink on the page and understand some of the import. And then there are other times where there is no discernible purpose,
where the narrative you told yourself sees no conclusion. I do believe that it is because we assume, quite wrongly, that the structure of events are for us and for us alone. We think the galaxy contrives its rules for the individual, whereas in reality it orchestrates a chorus. And we should not be surprised when one part falls silent to allow another to rise. For myself, the story of the torturer Jorah and Faye as killers ended. At least it would not resume for many years. And at once, the story of Leyrad's offer to remake humanity began.
Much has happened in the past 3 years while you were in transit,
Leyrad explained to Amon.
Crestacon scavengers discovered the wreck of an Ark ship in far space. They dated it back to the Fourth Aberrant War. It was orbiting a dying sun. The ship was evidently damaged, and since there was no habitable worlds nearby, the crew attempted to use the star to replenish their dwindling energy reserves. The shields failed just after the exit of the solar dive.
So what took them? The heat or the radiation exposure? Amon asked, toying with his food, looking bored. English knew better, though. She always knew better.
It's undetermined, and we'll likely never see the answer for sure. You know how the Crustkins are, a small-minded species if there ever was one. They stripped the vessel down to its bones and melted down the rest. The markets briefly saw a bidding war for human technology. Much of it was highly advanced but unimportant to the Delphian. One piece of inventory, however, was worthy of our attention.
What? Amon glanced up at the blurry image of Leyrad.
Breeding arrays, coupled with an independent power supply that contained approximately 10,000 still viable embryos.
Amon suddenly became very quiet. And did you purchase them?
No, they were purchased by our Rhodeshi trading fleet before we even knew about it. As it stands, those embryos are now being put up as top prize for their infamous death games. It's being hosted on their homeworld itself. The Rhodeshi are selling this as the spectacle of the century. They expect the galaxy's deadliest inhabitants to be all making an appearance.
And let me guess, you need me to fight. Amon groaned and set his fork down on the table. I fought the aberrants, yes, but that was when we had functioning corpse armor. All I have now is second-rate scraps. Couldn't even stand to a phase blaster.
It just so happens my lineage has acquired an antique Generation 4 carapace suit. On loan, of course. All it needs is a human to operate it.
Ingrish was less confident with what she understood with the Dalphaean's words. Instead of any specific meaning, the image she showed was of her people's stories of the Fifth Aberrant War, when humans wore armor that made them invincible. But even as she emphasized the power of these armors, she relayed to me that she knew barely any more than I did. And let me guess, you also happen to have a zero sword.
Another gene lineage has agreed to offer 2 of the 1,199 still known to the galaxy.
Amon clasped his hands together. Then it's already decided. The only question is what is going to happen to those embryos.
Restore your race, of course,
Leyrad exclaimed, as if any other answer was out of the question. Without any of your adjustments? Without your sponsorship? Leyrad became quiet.
Who else is suited to the task? Do you have the numbers to take care of so many? Would you entrust the fate of your kind to any other species in the galaxy?
Amon hesitated. I wouldn't.
It is at great personal expense to my gene lineage that we acquired the carapace armor and the zero swords. Promises were made. This is a matter of the collective interest of the Delphian people. I cannot simply renege on these agreements.
How long are the contracts? How long will my kind have to work off this great debt? You hold each generation of the Necomata children in perpetuity, and that's because you made them personally. Will we get a better rate? This time it was Leyrad who was uncomfortable.
As I said, great personal expense.
How long?
We calculated out the cost of our sponsorship to be a period of 2,000 years Terran standard for your species.
Amon was silent for another moment. We only held your species under stewardship for 200. Adjudicator Layrad was firm.
For salvation, I would say it is a fair bargain.
Amon Russ's eyes were black with bitterness. I demand no genetic manipulation. Otherwise, I cannot accept these terms.
It would only be for eugenic.
No genetic manipulation.
You're asking me to submit my kind to stewardship for our survival.
You would treat us as no better than children, a species still in genetic infancy. Fine. But I want a guarantee that humanity will still be humanity at the end of our repayment. This is non-negotiable. Adjudicator Layrad hesitated.
The other gene lineages will attempt to find another human to wear the armor.
Good luck. I'm sure a species with your resources can find another human. But that armor is scrap in the hands of an untrained individual. All the protection in the galaxy is not going to stop another Zero Sword. You need a veteran of the war. And I dare you to find another one before the games are over.
I will need to make many calls.
Make them. I will be back on the Aphelion. It was at this moment I interrupted with a question, though English had to translate what I was asking.
He wants to know whether humans are honored ones to you or slaves. And if humans are honored among you, why would you want them as slaves?
That was a rough interpretation of my question. I was asking for clarification in the hierarchy, not making any personal insinuation that the Delphian were mistreating humanity. In fact, it did not matter to me what we were, one or the other. It made no difference, though I would have preferred the more familiar of the two. Amon turned to me, shocked, while I blankly looked at the blurry image of the Delphian without any clue of what English added to my question. Layrad turned his blurred face to me.
I was told you were an invalid. My deepest apologies for not including you in the conversation. Your kind would not be slaves. You would remain honored ones, only under our protection. And we would require you only for so long as it takes to make restitution.
English translated my response.
Forgive me, I was raised under the Mensa. I do not know if the word slave has a different meaning for you, but that is the Mensa definition of the word.
An uncomfortable silence fell over the table, and it was very much later that I learned I had just compared the Delphian ascendancy to the Mansa, the lowest of the low of the galaxy. And for this, Layrad had no response. Sensing I had said something wrong, I desperately changed tact. This time, English did not have to act as an intermediary.
Why can't I see you? Why do you not want to be seen?
Again, no response, and I noticed that all conversation had fallen silent. The entire spiral all had their eyes upon me. Amon muttered something, and English passed it along.
If he decides to show you, do not react.
Layrad eventually did indeed drop the blurred screen, and I screamed in fear. Thankfully, I do not believe I hurt Amon's chances of securing humanity a better deal. When the Delphian contacted the Aphelion again, saying that they refused Amon's counteroffer, he did not seem angry at me. In fact, all he did was shrug his shoulders, heaving a disappointed sigh. English informed me that the chances had been vanishingly slim that they would have taken Amon's proposal anyway, and all I did was throw things into stark clarity. I confess I felt awful anyway. And especially, I did not wish to remain on Naiad any longer. My encounter with the Delphian destroyed any love I might have had for the planet, and although I could still appreciate its beauty, the idea that this could ever be a home, no. I was glad when the Aphelion took off again for its next destination, and as I stood at the viewport watching the blue gem of Naiad fall into the distance, all I saw was the face of the Delphian looking back at me. And as I think now, it was not the awful disfigurement nor the rot which caused me to cry out in fear. I was not frightened by the surgical scars or the implants. In fact, with the exception of Tut, I was never perturbed by such things. What horrified me was that the unwanted face that seemed grafted onto disobedient flesh was so similar to mine own. Chapter 10. Sojourn. My life has been spent traveling from planet to planet, and while I have lived for more than 900 years, not 3 decades were spent in any one place.
Leaving Giza 6 opened a new world for me. Leaving Naiad closed another one. It began a pattern that I did not know had been set centuries before I was born, at the end of the Fifth Aberrant War. Just as quickly as I saw one planet appear in the viewport, I saw it shrink and vanish to nothing in the eternal void. I have never known any other home to rest my head except for the artificial gravity of the aphelion. Looking back, I do not know the right words to describe this. But it is truly a sobering thing to have spent one's entire life in transit, to always be leaving and never truly arriving. I wish I could say the galaxy was familiar to me, but it was not. I have traveled up and down the spiral arm, and yet I know so little about the worlds I have returned to conquer. I wish I could say I had been a man of the galaxy, but in truth, I am a man of nowhere. The word sojourn describes a person who experiences, for whatever reason, the fact that they cannot stay. The person who cannot lay roots, who will never see a second sunrise, who will never feel the same earth under their feet. And the strangest thing, the most curious thing, is that this word has become equally synonymous with humans who have lived on the same alien worlds for centuries. This record does not have a dedication, for there would be too many precious names to list, and to exclude any of them would be a sin. Instead, let the galaxy remember that my first and final testament is for we who can never leave sojourn. I do not think I truly understood what love meant until I spent that restless night in the aphelion, aching over the lie that I wanted to tell Ingrish. I wanted to tell her that I had loved her from the beginning, that the incident with the Zurak drone had been a mere accident. But the more I tried to convince myself, the more I felt guilty. The worst part of it was that I knew she knew. She was a telepath. There was simply no hiding the fact, as much as I wanted to believe I could conceal otherwise. In fairness to myself, I thought much like an insect did. And honestly, that might have fooled many telepaths of the galaxy. But Ingrish? What most telepaths don't realize is that reading thoughts is only skimming the surface of an ocean. Being privy to a person's monologue is no different than reading an auto-holography. The mistake of those who can open the mind is that they believe thoughts are the individual, when in reality, the narratives with which we entertain ourselves are only a reflection into a deeper self. We do not know ourselves the way we think we do. If we did, then we would expect to be the person we think we are. And if we were, then there would have been no reason for the child raised by insects to stand dying of guilt in front of his mother's door. Had I been a Mansa, I would have thought nothing of that day. And since I was nothing other than a human, I would have rather died than try to pretend any longer. So there I stood, in front of a steel retracting door. I did not know that I had to wave my hand over the door sensor to ring the room. Instead, I knocked on the reinforced metal, the steel muffling my banging. It wasn't until my knuckles had split open that Ingrish heard to answer. For once, she did not wear the headband around her eyes. She had rushed so quickly to the door that she had forgotten it. I suppose I did not know what to expect. The Milky Way, the ancestral name of our galaxy for those unaware, is home to so many horrors. Tut was not the first nor the last I had experienced. As a child, I had come to learn every corner was a dark one, and every secret concealed something terrible. It was to my bafflement then that Ingrish's eyes looked entirely normal. They were alien, yes, greenish color with dark pupils, but there was nothing monstrous, nothing that ought to be hidden, like the Dalphaean's terrible appearance. Ingrish yelped when she saw it was me, holding my bloodied hands in the hall. And averting her gaze, she ushered me into the room and went to collect her headband. Her quarters were very traditional to the Bake people. The space was covered in decorated rugs and cloth, much like a tent. Even the viewport was hidden behind thick layers of patterned tapestry. Though I could make out faces and events depicted in medallion motifs, I knew none of the context. All I knew is that one wall held a number of sewn portraits with illegible names beneath them. Another seems to be the journey of a particular spacecraft, unlike in design from the aphelion, as it traveled from world to world. And another was of Amon Russ, saving a young Bake girl from chains. I was so captivated by the illustrations that I hardly noticed that my nose burned from incense. Nor did I pay much attention to the lit vases which provided an orange glow to the room. Ingrish took my hand and sat me in the living room, which was a number of cushions facing each other. For the blood, she quickly ran to a medical kit and wrapped gauze around my injury. And finally, sitting down, she looked at me concerned.
"What do you want to talk about?"
she asked. I pointed at her headband because I wanted to talk about anything else than what I actually had come here for.
"Why?"
Ingrid shifted uncomfortably on the cushion and glanced away.
"You wouldn't understand."
"Why?"
"Do you know your own eye color?"
Ingrid slowly responded.
"No." "It's speckled amber on deep blue. And I know you never once thought twice about it, even those times you've looked at your own reflection. Don't worry. That's normal for the galaxy. Nearly every alien can tell you the color of their eyes, but not how they look."
"I don't understand." Ingrid took a deep breath.
"In Bake culture, everything is open to my kind. Every secret is available to us, except the kind of secrets we don't think to hide. No one pays attention to their own eyes. No one sees their own eyes except if you look for them. And so that is the only privacy available to Bake. We hide our eyes because that is the only thing we can truly keep to ourselves."
The word caught in my mouth. It was so odd to me, because I could not recall precisely when it became familiar to me. Not Xeno Urtaf, not a numerical designation, but simply I. I realized then that I had become something separated, something other than the group. Of course, as a human, I had always acted and thought like that. There was never a point where I truly inhabited the Mansa way of being. But as I have found, it takes a long time to catch up with the truth. And it was not until this conversation that the realization dawned on me. Just as Ingrid was separated from her own eyes, so was I separated from Ingrid. And with that, all the fear and panic I so desperately tried to dismiss welled up within me again. My thoughts raced in my head. I knew that Ingrid knew, and yet she looked at me as she always did, like she knew nothing of who I really was. Or that she didn't care. It is truly a harrowing thing to confess a secret to a telepath, because even when we're confessing secrets, especially when we're confessing secrets, we like to lie. I felt that urge now, even though logically I shouldn't. The Mansa never taught me to lie, but for some reason it seemed I was a natural liar anyway. But I also wasn't a coward, so I gulped that temptation down and readied myself. I didn't have the words to properly express any of it, so I just poured it out for her to see in my mind. My decision to run away with the drone, the guilt that came after, my silly attempts to redeem myself with the stasis pod, and finally now, hoping against all hope that she would not hate me for it. Ingrid took all this in silence, not so much as moving a muscle. Finally she spoke.
"I forgive you."
The way she said those words. She didn't deny for a moment how badly I had hurt her. But neither was there any resentment or anger. It was just a warm, tired smile. I wish I could say I reacted well. For while I had now received what I wanted, I did not know what forgiveness meant. It was unnerving to me just as much as my heart ached for it anyway. The Mansa have no concept of forgiveness, and equally, I had no understanding either. Any other child would have rushed into their mother's arms. Any other child would have hugged and kissed and cried in relief. Instead, I drew back, running my nails into my arms and staring distantly. Even though I got what I wanted, I could not trap the relief in me and hoard it like some treasure. And although I could leave with those words having been spoken in my head, the more I fell away, the more misery returned.
I don't understand why.
Ingrid was quiet for a moment.
"Because you're my son."
I recoiled at the thought.
Why?
"Because I love Amon, and Amon loves you."
I casted my eyes down.
I don't want to be. I want the hurt to go away.
That was one of the moments I was grateful that Ingrid was a telepath, because she knew that I said those words intending no dislike for her or Amon. Quite the opposite. I no longer wanted to return to the Mansa because I knew there was no putting back what had been lost. There was no escape back into ignorance. But neither did I want this ache that seemed to swallow me whole. It was unbearable to me that I had grown to care for someone. No, that was not it. It was unbearable because I knew I could not be this thing called a son, not in the perfect way she must have wanted. I was afraid because I didn't want to hurt her again, and I knew I would. I felt something wet on my fingers, and I raised my hand, seeing my fingers were tipped with red. My nails had dug so deeply into my skin that they had drawn blood. English yelped and rushed over, once again trying to dress the wounds, but I threw up my hands and tried to keep her away, frightened. The more English tried to warmly reassure me, the more sure I knew I wanted to get away. She reached forward with a bandage and I leapt to my feet. Without giving her a chance to communicate another thought, I ran out of the room and into the dim corridors of the Aphelion. Our footsteps echoed in the long, quiet halls. There was the ever-present hum of machinery and the creaking of the old vessel. The lights were dimmed for nighttime. Only low-level floor images guided my way. I tried to take a left down a disused corridor, dodging and weaving between empty cargo canisters. I hoped to outpace English and find some hidden corner to hide in. But she raced after me, and as much as I tried to run, it was not hard for the Bacchae to catch up to the sickly child. Just as I ducked into a dusty access tube, English rushed inside the small space as well. She threw her arms around me, stopping me in my tracks, and although I tried to resist, she hugged me all the tighter. I squirmed, trying to crawl away into the dark tube. "Let me go!" I cried out.
Please, just stop and listen.
English yelled back, this time with her actual voice. The pained cry made me freeze, and I knew I had done it again. I had hurt her. I fell quiet and I stopped resisting. I was just so tired, knowing whatever I did would just cause more of that agony I had come to hate. English held me in her arms. We rested there for a long moment, trying to catch our breaths. She hugged me tighter as she collected her thoughts.
This suffering that you feel, I know it too. But you can't hurt me, not in a way that would change anything.
Why? I asked bitterly.
Because Amon told me you were family, and that's how it is.
I looked blankly into the darkness, and using one of the new words English taught me, I suddenly found I could voice this emotion that was burning inside me. I don't deserve that.
None of us do.
I'm sorry. My voice cracked with grief.
I forgive you.
English didn't try to force more warmth and affection because that would have only made me more miserable. Instead, she honestly shared with me the bitterness and heartbreak that she had felt. It was more than I could imagine, though somehow still less than I feared.
We all do this to each other at some point. I wish I could take your guilt away and carry it for you.
She sat up and sat me up. Glancing down, she still had the bandages in hand, and she started wrapping them around the wounds on my arms.
But don't run from that pain. The hurt you feel because you care. That agony means you're not a Mansa. It means you're not alone.
Amon Russ had decided on a detour before he was to go fight in the Radeshi death games. He said he had to meet someone. The Aphelion plotted its course for the local star in Naiad's system. The white-yellow disk in the sky stubbornly grew larger while I heard the ceaseless strain of the ship's engines as the old bird struggled to fly. The viewports automatically dimmed as the hours passed, allowing me to look directly into the stellar mass in the distance. The roiling sun grew from a small disk until it took up nearly half the sky, and we were still nowhere close to the surface. And much like the star, the orbiting gravitronic relays were also deceptively massive. At first they seemed like miniature space stations, no bigger as to hold a few vessels, when in reality they were so large that whole fleets were dwarfed by their massive interiors. I felt a distinct sense of panic when the gigantic skeletal cylinders didn't stop growing until it was I who was the speck wandering by these gargantuan structures. The relays are constructed with a massive segmented eye at one end, from which 5 to 7 habitation plates are affixed. These plates form the outer shell of the cylinder, extending outward and rotating to provide the artificial gravity. As I looked from the viewport, I saw specks of light much similar to what I saw from the orbit of Naiad, only to realize that the interior surface of these plates housed cities. Entering the cylinder, I saw a circular horizon of skyscrapers and glass domes and tramways engulf the aphelion. Countless traffic lanes of ships crisscrossed the megastructure, with the biggest traveling directly into the eye itself. Much like in Naiad, superfreighters and other titanic vessels took the center lanes, whereas smaller vessels passed through nearer to the periphery. In the eye, I saw something strange. Around the edges, ghastly blue light dipped and fell into the other side, revealing another station that should have not been there from the outside. Ingrish told me that gravitronic relays use a star's energy to bend gravity and connect with a relay in another star system. Ships can then travel along this network, immensely cutting down transit times. But as the aphelion entered a traffic lane to go through the eye, I felt myself strangely upset. This place was so large, so new. It was like a miniature world unto itself. There were so many people, so many ships, and the city below, no, above. How could this place, this great concourse, not be our destination? Of course, this relay was just another one of billions, if not on the smaller side. Before I even had time to collect my thoughts, the ship entered the event horizon of the eye, and then we were somewhere else. Ingrish pulled me away from the viewport by the second or third time we passed through, and over the course of the day, I lost track of how many relays we had gone through. But before I went to sleep that night, I took one last look outside. Below, I saw crystalline spires and glimmering orbs lit by a red sun. I strained my eyes, and I swore I could see beings of glass and light in this spectral city. Like all the others, this relay ended in yet another ringed eye. Like all the others, we passed by as if it were just another stop. I marveled at this strange place built by a stranger people before it was gone too.
Chapter 11. The Stygian Man. After it was all over, Aemon told me he never had any intention of keeping his end of the bargain with the Dalphane. His plan, from the moment Leyrad informed him of the Rodeshi prize, was to seize the embryos for himself. The negotiation was only a matter of hedging, that should things go wrong, should Aemon be unable to seize humanity's last chance for survival, that hopefully we would not be abused too harshly under the Dalphane sponsorship. A wistful fantasy that I had thoroughly disabused him of. But Aemon couldn't hope to take the embryos alone. Once he won the death games, he wouldn't simply be able to load his prize into the Ophelion's hold and take off, not without the Dalphane attempting to stop him. And so, he needed assistance. He needed the help of the one organization in the galaxy both willing to commit a capital offense against the Dalphane ascendancy and to not extort a similarly heavy price for such an act. Our journey took us halfway down the spiral arm to a small territory known as the Malavon sector, otherwise known as the last battlefield of the Fifth Aberrant War. Most of the planets in this area of space were razed into burning hellscapes or otherwise shattered into mineral-rich asteroid clusters. The relays here had been rebuilt into basic ring structures and opened the way back for lucrative mining operations. Never mind that this was supposed to be human territory. Never mind that those were our worlds. The harsh truth was that we no longer had the capacity to defend ourselves, and so the greedy eyes of the galaxy fell upon these systems to take what they could. The treaties were all violated before we could even send ships for our dead. Their corpses were harvested from high orbit of the ruined planets they gave their lives to defend. Aemon took us to a lonely system on the edge of the sector. We approached on a tiny moon orbiting a lava world. The burning planet, now known as Tartarus, had dozens of high-orbit drills burrowing through the crust and extracting raw material. This ore was then taken to the single moon known as Cocytus, where it was refined and processed for shipping contracts across the spiral arm. Watching from a viewport, I saw the growing black moon drenched in crimson light from its blistering partner. The mining facilities were shaped like ghastly ziggurats, with long, thin fingers stretching out across the surface. They were the only buildings I could see, poking above a diffuse cloud of pitch darkness that covered the entire landscape. I learned then that smoke doesn't rise in low gravity. It simply spreads and spreads, staining everything it touches. In a way, not even Baron Cositis was spared from the war. The Aphelion sat down on one of the metal landing strips. Clamps fastened onto the ship as hydraulics lowered the landing platform into an enclosed hangar. The iron groaned and screeched as the doors shut above and the interior space was pressurized. Unlike the pristine world of Naiad, this hangar was covered in ash and grease. Cables hung loosely from the ceiling. Grimy orange spotlights thunked on from the floor. The steel looked rusted and weathered under hundreds of years of neglect. And when the airlock opened, I tasted putrid air that was not dissimilar to that of Giza 6. We had arrived at Adjunct Refinery 57.
Why must he go this time around?
English clung to me as the landing ramp descended on the dingy platform.
It's not for another assassination, I hope.
This place reeks, but it's not dangerous, Amon replied, tapping on his gauntlet screen. In fact, it's one of the few places in the galaxy I would feel safe having him wander around.
Really?
English cocked her head at him unamused. Amon glanced up at her. Where would you have him go? Naiad? That place is 10 times more dangerous for a human. No one on this dump is going to recognize what Vass is. Worst that can happen is that some lowlife will mark him as a target. And then I'll leave said lowlife a bloodstain on a bulkhead.
I know, but what if something...
If Vass is going to stick with us on the Aphelion, and I mean for the long haul, I need him tough. If he can't handle Cositis, that's going to be a problem. You and I both know we'll be heading for far worse.
He's still a child.
A child who survived Giza 6. If I didn't think he would be up for it, I would have taken him to Sanctuary. English crossed her arms, trying one last bid to win the argument.
But he still can't understand words well, and I'm not permitted down, so he's staying.
Amon nodded towards me. What do you think? Do you want to come along with me? Part of me wanted to stay on the Aphelion, true, but this seemed my only opportunity to enjoy a semblance of the freedom I had on Giza 6, and I did not know when such a moment would arise again. And besides, practically on first breath, this place was already much more comfortable to me than Naiad ever was. I nodded my head. Amon shrugged his shoulders. See, he understands well enough. And if you're still concerned, call for Kybet. She's a good enough translator in the meantime. English tilted her head in annoyance at Amon before stomping back into the Aphelion. Amon pulled his pistol out of his holster and checked it. In a strange way, I suddenly felt a new kinship with him. We were both comfortable treading in the dark places of the galaxy, although for entirely different reasons. Turning to me, Amon hesitated before he spoke, trying to choose simple enough words for me to understand. Finally, he looked me in the eye. She wants to protect you, more than anything. I do too, but I can't have you weak, I'm sorry. We humans can't be weak anymore. It was not the content of his words that shook me to my core. Rather, it was that this was the first conversation I grasped the basic meaning of without English's help. I was so astonished that I glanced behind, expecting her to still be there, translating in the background. For myself, I had never known language to be something of clarity, of comprehension, and I was so startled that all I could do was nod in response. Several minutes later, we were joined by Amon's Nekomata. Unlike Maya, Kybet was entirely sculpted as a human. Her porcelain features were just as expressive, and her neural cables were tied back in a long braid that fell to her waist. She wrinkled her nose at the air and straightened her white jumpsuit, evidently disgusted with the state of the refinery. Follow and watch Vass for me, Amon ordered, and he started walking down the landing ramp, boots thudding heavily on the slanted surface. I followed quickly behind with Kybet bringing up the rear. Amon approached a cog-shaped door at the end of the hangar. Practically every hatch was its own airlock here, and they were built sturdy, with only a smeared plate of reinforced glass to peer through the other side. Amon tapped on a flickering keypad and both cogs hissed as they unsealed and rolled into the wall. Behind was a long promenade filled with shops and aliens. The segmented ceiling was low and covered in hollow advertisements and faded banners and graffiti.
Vents hissed loud steam as the throng of the busy concourse deafened my ears. Most of the aliens were of a furred, snarling species with broad snouts and beady eyes. They wore dark spacesuits that seemed caked in layers of sweat and oils and whatever other foul substances there were on this moon. Eyes glanced our way, but surprisingly, no one seemed to pay the strange newcomers any mind. It seemed visitors were not uncommon in this place. Amon pushed his way through the crowds, and we tailed him. Although it was difficult for me to keep an eye on Amon as well as gawk at my surroundings. I saw vendors peddling baubles from makeshift stalls of sheet metal. I saw crusting ration dispensaries with long trailing lines. I saw bars and gambling dens and other establishments filled with raucous activity. You could hear muffled banging music everywhere, and the place burned the nose after a while. Amon walked purposefully with a destination in mind, only occasionally taking a turn at intersections or pausing to let a large rabble pass by. I noticed Kybet had entirely dropped her disgusted demeanor, it itself a personality heuristic to endear her to conventional species. She strolled with an entirely flat expression, scanning for potential threats and making sure I remained behind Amon. At last, Amon stopped in front of some sort of storage repository in a more quiet part of the promenade. Out front, a neon sign read something in words I could not understand. Though looking through the steel grate window, I saw a low-lit lounge at a counter. A single feathered alien, not unlike Riker, manned the desk. Behind him was a wall of many lockers, and off to the side, a thick steel door, presumably to a vault of some kind. The alien perked his head up as Amon entered. He squinted eyes at the man, as if not believing his own vision was telling him the truth. The alien was incapable of smiling, and yet its beak somehow smirked.
Amon Russ,
The alien slowly said.
It's nice to finally meet you.
Amon glanced around, unimpressed. Where's Kokoa?
Kokoa died 3 decades ago. I'm Desra, his son.
The bird cackled, tapping his taloned finger on the desk.
When I took over the business, he made me memorize all the special customers. You were the last one to make an appearance, too. Was wondering when you would finally come calling.
Amon blinked, his fists clenching. Is it safe?
As safe as can be.
The bird staggered around the counter and beckoned towards the vault. Clicking a few buttons on a remote, the steel hydraulics retracted and the door opened to a narrow passage. We silently followed the bird down the unassuming corridor where we were made to stand in front of several scanners embedded in the wall, each checking us for some unknown purpose. Finally, at the end, the bird clicked another remote, and another door opened. We were ushered into a wide, dark space. It looked like it had been repurposed from a ship's cargo hold, with a single walkway suspended along the center of the great void. Down below, the floor was comprised of storage boxes protected by a laser lattice. The low, greenish light was the only illumination in the room, probably to hide more discreet security measures. Desra bowed and departed, leaving us to our own devices. Proceeding down the gangway, Amon stood in front of another terminal that took a retinal scan. A hydraulic arm attached to the wall whined into motion as it dipped down and grabbed one particular box. It yanked it back up and presented the container to Amon. The last security measure seemed to be of Amon's own design. A bulky clamp fastened the box shut, and taking the container into his hands, Amon spoke a single word. Chorus. The clamp snapped open, and Amon put it aside as he opened the storage box. I got on my tiptoes to peek at what was inside the container. Tucked away on some cloth was a dark cube that could fit in the palm of one's hand. Soft blue wiring ran along its surface, and at the top was an opening for some kind of projector. I'll make an account here in your name in case you ever need this, Amon told me as he took the cube and gave me a closer look. It's called a quantum encoder. Human technology. It allows for communication with a paired sister cube. Kybet's translation was much shakier than English's, but I understood it was a powerful communication device. Actually, it was the most powerful communication instrument you could physically create, able to work instantly across the known universe.
But who?
I asked, confused with who Amon would be talking with. Amon glanced down at me.
Someone who owes me a favor. Amon released me and Kaiba to wander while he returned to the Aphelion to privately meet with his contacts. I am sure many would rightfully question Amon's judgment, and I do not blame those who do not understand the ways of humanity. Amon was not lying when he said Naiad was far more dangerous for me than the slums of a decrepit mining facility. Out there, in the midst of civilization, you had aliens prowling with temporal nets and proton disruptors and targeted nanoparalytics. And all of them, with a quick check from a Viviscanner, would be able to identify just how valuable I was. Meanwhile, on Cocytus, there was nothing but slug pistols, knives, and your own steel fiber muscles. Let's say the worst happened, and I was involved in a firefight. Immediately, Amon's evosuit would have injected him with adreno stims purchased and restocked from the reward money he obtained on Naiad. No one would be getting their weapon out of the holster, let alone walking from the room alive. It was, in a very twisted sense, safer for me in the scum dens of the galaxy than it was in the sparkling palaces of civilization. And so brazenly leaving me with Kybert? Yes, the Nekomata was my translator. But a standard maintenance unit produced and sold by the Delphane, also happens to be the most dangerous weapon in 500 light years. There was also one other thing that counted in my favor. From what I've learned of antiquity, it was those who were clueless, the ones who stood out from a crowd, who were preyed upon. In the present, it is precisely the clumsy who are left alone. Because, be it out of sight, they were certainly wearing an ion shield or guarded by invisible servo drones, ready to tear apart limbs at a moment's notice. I could have walked the length and breadth of Cocytus without someone daring to lay a hand on me. And on that promenade, I did. Kybet carefully steered me away from the less reputable parts of the already disreputable Refinery 57, and instead we wandered down the long, winding bazaars. I was most fond of the vendors selling bits of technology, especially anything that was flashy. I liked watching the whirring of power cores or the bubbling of energy bricks. Once or twice I had to be stopped by Kybet, attempting to walk away with some shiny object in hand. While I was aware of the concept of stealing, the Mansa do not have markets like other species. On Giza 6, it was assumed that if wares were out in the open, they could be requisitioned. I never had the opportunity to use this privilege as a Xeno-Urtaf, but I was no longer an Urtaf. I was something else. As we continued walking, I do not know what drew my attention to the Anansi, the hooded alien with whiskered black skin. It was sitting on a ragged carpet with an open lockbox filled with meal chips. The alien had placed itself a distance from the other vendors, taking up a quiet corner as it sat and waited. I paused over the creature, studying the alien as its two leathery hands jittered on its knees. Noticing my curiosity, the alien spoke in a language which Kybet translated, even while she was distracted and scanning the crowds.
It is asking you whether you would like to know your future,
she said.
I do not understand,
I replied.
Future. It means your unresolved past.
I nodded at the alien, unsure of what to expect next. The Anansi held out its whiskered hand, evidently wanting something from me. After a few seconds of awkward silence, Kybet was forced to intervene.
There are a countless multitude of species in the galaxy, and none of them can tell the future. Not even your kind could peer through the time-sealed vortexes. This alien is trying to trick you out of value. I suggest we move on.
Ironically, Kybet had said the exact opposite of what would have dissuaded me from the scam artist. It did not matter to me that the creature was a fake. What was endlessly fascinating, however, was how this alien could persuade me that it could see the future. In other words, I was far more interested in the idea of a scam than I was in its purported abilities. I pointed to the alien again, gesturing for Kybet to do whatever she needed for the fortune-teller. The Nekomata rolled her eyes and she lifted her wrist. Plucking a cred chip from a slot, she dropped it in the lockbox. The Anansi gestured for me to sit down on the rug. He took out 3 scented candles and lit them, placing the waxen lights in a triangle surrounding us. The wicks from the metallic canisters released a powdery incense that choked the throat. Swaying back and forth, the alien began chanting something that was unintelligible. I glanced at Kybet, but she kept scanning the crowds,
evidently not willing to entertain the alien's gibberish. Turning back, I saw the creature had thrown off its hood. Its many-faceted eyes were red and entirely opaque. A mandible jaw clicked in chorus with the sounds the creature made with its throat. It was shaking rhythmically, clicking to some silent song that only it could hear. Suddenly, it stopped, and it lifted its eyes to the ceiling. The Anansi held up its arms and waved in the air, as if pulling a prophecy from nothingness itself. Finally, after a long second, the alien looked back down. It rushed, mumbling as it tried to grab me. I was so startled I couldn't react, but Kybet had her hand on the creature's arm before I could blink. With a single twitch of her wrist, she lurched the alien's arm in its socket and slammed the Anansi to the ground, grinding its head against the reeking rug.
You shall not touch him,
Kybet calmly told the alien. The wild energy of the Anansi was gone. The creature hastily nodded its head in agreement, deep in fear of the cold Nekomata. For myself, I crossed my arms, disappointed that the show was over before it began. Kybet had broken the mystique, and I knew then that the creature would not be able to persuade me that it could see the future. Kybet slowly let go of the Anansi, and the alien reluctantly picked itself up. Obviously now, wanting to get the whole thing over with, it raised its bristly fingers to my forehead, careful this time not to touch me. And here is the only really interesting thing about the Anansi race. As I have learned, what Kybet said was true. No species of my time had the ability to see into the future. However, the Anansi had garnered something of a reputation because while they could not see into the future, they could impart mimetic commands into the subject. The hypnotized person would go on to fulfill the prophecy. This little-known secret was how they worked their trade and received repeat customers. The Anansi opened its mouth, but just as it was about to speak, its voice caught in its throat. The alien suddenly seized, much unlike before. It was like it had lost control over its own body and was fighting to get free. Kybet had yanked me back in a split second, dragging me away from the hooded alien before it could do anything else. The Anansi choked on its own breath and shrieked so loud that all the surrounding aliens turned towards the commotion. Kybet was pulling me as hard as she could, trying to get me as far from the scene as possible. I caught one last look at the Anansi. The alien was staring straight at me. I had never seen such a frightened expression in my life. It was as if it looked upon some horror let loose from dread stars, like it knew some unimaginable, terrible secret that it could not speak. Whatever had seized the alien suddenly let go, and the creature shuddered with one last horrifying jolt. Blood spurted out of the Anansi's eyes, and the false prophesier fell over on the ground, dead. Chapter 12. Oberyn. The Rodeshi have many death games. It is the only kind of sport that is sacred to them. However, their favorite is a board game known as Pazak. Translated into Galactic Basic, it roughly means he who desires the galaxy. The game mimics the rise and fall of civilizations, with the board being a 4-spiral arm galaxy. Individual systems are represented on a 3-dimensional plane, with FTL restricted by IBIS drives until relays can be constructed. The game is separated into 3 distinct phases, being exploration, conquest, and finally, collapse. This is marked by some sort of catastrophe which sweeps across the galaxy. Even though there are winners and losers at the gambling tables, the goal of Pazak is not victory, a calcified end state meaningless to the universe the game is designed to emulate. Instead, the end conditions are used to seed the board of the next game. But what makes Rodeshi games unique, what separates them from most galactic entertainment, is that players are expected to use their own resources as part of the game. Real money is invested into digital economies, real technology is traded for research bonuses, and real weapons of war are used as units. I admit, it took me by surprise that Amon Russ would not be considered a player, but rather yet another piece on the board. So you're the game master, Amon spoke flatly, drinking from a bottle of Rodeshi wine. I've had time to do a little research. What's your GLA rating again?
.83. Oberyn puffed from a long pipe he held with his 3 fingers. If you have any doubt of my qualifications, I was sent to the Otomnu Academies when I was 5 solar cycles old. My first memories were learning the fundamentals. I assure you, your money cannot buy better talent. We sat in a cushioned round booth on the Rodeshi pleasure yacht. Evidently, this Oberyn was considered of very high station in his society. As a matter of fact, the game masters were considered just one rung below the ruling class of Rodon. I just wish what was comfortable for a Rodeshi had been comfortable for a human. The booth was 2 sizes too large. Aemon reclined while my feet couldn't reach the end of the cushion. It never gets easier being a visitor in some alien's ship. Unlike the Aphelion, the pleasure yacht's ceilings and halls were disconcertingly large for humans. Everything felt more difficult than it ought to be. I hated the bright lights inset into the glaring plasteel walls. They gave me a headache as I stepped aboard. I hated how the air had a sweet taste in my mouth, like the scent of a nauseating perfume that wouldn't go away. Even the artificial gravity, it was just low enough to make me trip and stumble. However, despite all of this, I still marveled at the ship. The floors were made of a scarlet polished wood, the first I had ever seen of such a substance in real life. At every corner there was some new piece of furniture or luxury, like couches made of rare bone or dispensaries that could replicate matter. The windows, hollow screens, were set to make the vessel appear as if it was in orbit around some garden world. What drew my eye the most were the ornamented collections. I did not know if this was a penchant of the species or perhaps the tastes of this individual Rodeshi, but there were whole rooms in the yacht dedicated to the display of various games enjoyed across the galaxy. Board games, card games, holo games, each one in a glass case and kept as some trophy. Aemon crossed his arms, drawing my attention back to the conversation. What do you mean, your money? Oberyn puffed again. I'm not sure there is a word in your language for the concept. Perhaps an eremite? There's a spiritual caste in our society who volunteer for brain surgery. They remap their neurons for Berserk, exchanging the ability to speak, see, and hear. They dedicate themselves totally to their craft, but neither you nor the Dalphaean would be able to purchase their services. They demand far more unusual currencies. And are you good enough to beat them? Oberyn laughed, coughing on sweet-smelling smoke. That's why you're here, isn't it? As equally new as the ship, Oberyn too was a new creature. He had mottled silver skin with an oblong head. The alien was tall, extremely so. Wearing golden robes, his vestments were held together with clips at foot-long intervals. Their bodies are so tall and frail that it is easier to strap cloth in horizontal bands than try to struggle like a human putting on trousers. His 2 sets of eyes moved in independent pairs and perturbed me even as he gave a friendly smile with his blocky teeth.
Which brings us to the next topic of conversation,
Naira, the representative of Layrad, said.
When will you be ready for the surgery?
The Nekomata looked at Aemon expectantly. This Nekomata was patterned after a Rodeshi female. That is to say, a slimmer, shorter version of Oberyn with 2 pheromone slits running along her cheeks. Much like Maya, she was left to provoke the senses, although for an entirely different species. I was confused about what she said and leaned over to ask Kaiba to explain.
Carapace suits take weeks of intensive body and brain modification to wear,
She whispered back.
Among other things, they must remove every drop of blood in Aemon's body. His heart will be replaced with a nanofabricator, and his neural tissue will be extended and diffused along his spine. It's also an early generation of the armor, comparatively speaking.
I casually nodded my head, content with her answer. I can do the operation whenever, Aemon replied. But it's Tut who's going to do the surgery. Naira pursed her lips.
The suit is an incredibly advanced.
Which is why Tut is going to do it. Have your surgeons ever actually worked with corpse armor? Naira hesitated.
We've run the best simulations.
Forgive me if I prefer a doctor with actual experience.
Run it up with Layrad if you want. Unless you want to risk something going wrong, that is. The tips of Naira's fingers opened and a holoscreen appeared in front of her. She tabbed a message and unhappily swiped it closed. I want to hear more about your strategy, Amon asked. As a piece on your board, I think I have a right to know what you're planning. Oberyn grinned.
Of course. I'm not sure how familiar you are with Berserk, but there's a cap on the amount you can bring forward on any game. This is calculated on the skill level and particular rule set of the tournament, and as this game is opened up to the length and breadth of the spiral arm, the amount is equally commensurate.
So what else are we working with? The Rodeshi laughed.
You're it.
Amon stared at the alien.
What do you want me to say?
Oberyn held out his hands helplessly.
In any other game, you would be a banned unit. Illegal. I wasn't even allowed to run them in simulations. There wouldn't be a point. Let's say we start on a single world with no resources and population. You still break Berserk's single combat mechanics. It doesn't matter what combination or force multiplier they put against you, you win hands down. Every known permutation in the galaxy has you overwhelmingly coming up on top. The only way to lose is for the other player to deploy another human, or if you are so exceedingly stupid that you get yourself killed wearing one of the most powerful suits of armor in existence. And that was before the Zero Sword.
And what if there are other humans? Do you have knowledge of any of the other players yet? Their units? Am I going to have to kill my own kind for your game? Kybet was not English, and I so desperately wished she were here right now. Above all, English could explain things that Kybet couldn't. She could pick up on things that Kybet wouldn't even notice. But my mother was not permitted on the pleasure yacht. Not without a phonic collar which caused her a great deal of pain. And so I had to guess at the obvious signals in the room. Amon seemed utterly repelled by the death game, though for the life of me I could not place the reason why.
Now you're asking about the pre-round.
Oberyn leaned forward.
That's a bit more complicated. Legally, of course, no one has to publicly disclose anything. However, let's just say the betting tables have their methods of obtaining information. You'll be happy to know that there's no word of other human units, at least not yet. But there is another one of your species entering as a player.
Oberyn tapped a few keys on the table and another human's face appeared in a hologram. I don't know why, but the breath always seemed to steal from my lungs on the rarest occasion that I saw another human face, even one so marred and disfigured as the one that was shown before me now. I suppose it always was a reminder that no matter how terrible the circumstances of my species, that I wasn't alone. That is not to say I have ever held strangers above English. In fact, there have only been 3 humans in my entire life who I have loved as much as her, Amon being one of them. However, I could never learn what it was to be human from English. Though she tried her best, she acted differently than a human would. Even something so simple as her lifespan changed everything between us. And as I stand now, having lived for nearly 1,000 years, I can only think of the mother I lost before I was 30. That is what it means for us humans, something no alien in the entire universe can ever hope to comprehend. We outlive everyone we love. Amon sucked in a deep breath.
I know that man.
Waylon Tyrell. I'm informed he's a connoisseur. Impressive net worth, but he's an unremarkable Berserk player.
He's a traitor who made his fortune on selling humans.
Oberyn shrugged.
Everything bought has its price.
I turned to examine the holo image. The old man looked like he had undergone radical reconstructive surgery, but even so, it looked like they weren't able to piece him back together again. Or rather, he didn't want to be put back together again. Half his face was terribly sunken in with an artificial eye poking out of a collapsed socket. His thinning hair and splotched features did nothing to improve his appearance.
May I remind you that murdering other players will get us disqualified?
Naira spoke. seeing Amon's expression.
Adjudicator Lairad wanted it quite clear he only wants your talents employed within the arena.
Fine. Amon turned to Oberyn. Do you control where you start on the board? I want Tyrell out of the game as soon as possible. It seemed something Amon said was hilariously funny to Oberyn. The Rodeshi burst out laughing. Oberyn did not have tear ducts to cry, but he was howling uncontrollably. We sat in awkward silence for a minute until he finally calmed himself down. I apologize. I meant no offense, Oberyn said between bursts of titters. It is an old joke among game masters that the pieces play the game and not the players. But I will make an appeal to the Wardens. A blood feud between two of the last humans in the galaxy? That is what our entertainment is for. I ran up to English as I saw her standing in the airlock. She had her arms crossed, unhappy with Amon because he had once again decided to include me when it wasn't necessary. Although I could not account for her behavior at the time, she was aware of Amon's deepest reason for why he demanded I attend everything, for why he never once showed caution. She had known him long enough to guess at his secret confession, the one he told me when I thought English had died, the one whose every syllable I recall and yet remembering not one word. I stopped just before I could reach out to her, glancing between her and Amon as they stood opposing one another. A second passed. English slowly, silently, let her arms fall to her sides, and she meekly stepped out of the way to let Amon pass. No. I want to hear what you have to say, Amon gruffly told her.
I just don't want to see you in such horrible pain is all.
She thumbed her fingers.
I would do anything to make it stop.
I looked at Amon, confused. As I write this now, there were probably 100 conversations between him and English that I was not privy to, 100 moments that I had been absent from since we departed Giza 6. Or knowing Amon, maybe there had been none at all. Either way, there was much between them that I did not know. Some of that was normal for a child, but there was also the fact that Amon Russ was Amon Russ. He was not a man to share his burdens lightly. You already know my every thought, my every word, everything I would say. And you know you can't help me. So the only reason you want this conversation is because you want Vass to hear it.
I won't speak a word.
English bowed her head. A moment of indecision crossed Amon's face. He nodded his head down at me, pondering some thought I couldn't possibly guess at. I looked over to English with a pleading expression, hoping she would explain what she was talking about. But true to her word, she kept her silence. Amon put a hand on my shoulder. When you're older, he said. He leapt back into the Aphelion without saying another word. I was left dumbfounded by the inscrutable interaction. Again, staring helplessly at English, she did not hint at the meaning of Amon's words. I don't understand why, I said.
It's for him to say.
Why? English sighed.
We may speak the same language, use the same sentences to express the same ideas, but there are certain words only a single person can say. Otherwise, it won't mean the same thing. If I tell you, it would be nothing more than going behind Amon's back.
I thought about this for a moment. What do you want him to say? English glanced at me, about to say something, and then she simply gave a tired smile.
I don't think Amon quite sees it yet, just how clever you really are.
She patted me on the head. I winced at the gesture, but I didn't try to stop her. Chapter 13. The Looking Glass Palace. I feel as though I have rendered a myopic account of the galaxy thus far, and if I continue as I have, further events will lack their proper context. What follows is what I have pieced together from the historical record of that most memorable of Bazak tournaments held nearly 1,000 years ago. I shall start with the initial purchase. Less than 2 months into the Aphelion's transit from Giza 6, the Crusticons sold the breeding arrays to the Rodeshi. The machines were promptly taken to Rodon, where they were sold again to the Game Wardens, and the Bazak tournament was planned.
The next 2 years were spent preparing the arenas and infrastructure as well as allowing time for the announcement broadcast to travel, hopping along the relay network. By the time Layrad made his offer, 3/4 of the Spiral Arm had heard of the tournament and had time to make travel arrangements. I believe the broadcast still carried for up to 50 years more, filtering into the outer edges of known space, long after the event's conclusion. By all rights, if any other species was organizing this tournament, the logistical hurdles would have taken a century. But the Rodeshi do not live for centuries. Their lifespan is limited for a mere 125 years. And so, pressed on very short time, they had structured most of their economy around the immediacy of these games. Nearly all of it was already there. The 10,000 orbital colosseums, equipped with expensive 3D megaprinters, able to create and deconstruct any environment the games required. Around them were the palaces, small ring worlds gilded with gold and the capacity to fit hundreds of arcologies. They housed the actual game rooms, which in total entertained about 1 million players, all of whom would be competing on the same galactic map. The stands themselves were spaceports, with hundreds of thousands of pleasure cruises booked for viewing. It is not an easy thing to express the sheer scale of these games. In all, I believe 592 billion were in personal attendance, and another 23 trillion watched remotely at various time delays. The means to feed the arriving crowds was itself an interstellar industry, requiring dozens of dedicated agri-worlds. Any aspect of these games would require volumes to fully elaborate on. From the permanent cloud of broadcasting satellites, to the continent-sized server infrastructure on Rodon, to the absurdly intricate system-wide traffic lanes, this was the collective effort of a species who knew no other pastime. And no other species treasured their leisure quite like the Rodeshi. But perhaps the best example, a true wonder of the galaxy, was the massive superfleet. If something so small as a superfleet could be compared to the network of relays around Rodon's star. And even all this was not enough to handle the sheer volume of traffic. Rodon was one of the few worlds that had to maintain permanent fleets repairing the space-time damage from overuse of IBIS drives. As for our personal involvement, Layrad had been looking for candidates to wear the carapace suit for quite some time. It was only by accident, and in those final few months, that he discovered a living, breathing hero of the Fifth Aberrant War. The rest is as I have laid out from my perspective. And finally, for those who have studied this era in history, you can find my full research in the appendices of this account. However, I regret to inform you that I may not be able to answer your most pressing questions regarding the tournament. I cannot say for certain when the Zurok decided to involve themselves, nor precisely by what means they had infiltrated into the Rodeshi high castes. Oberyn had extended many invitations to Aemon to attend the banquets taking place before the Pizak tournament. It was only after a generous bribe that Aemon acquiesced to one, and only one. Later, I'm surprised Aemon accepted at all. I can only surmise that resources on the Aphelion had been so desperate that his hands were all but tied in the matter. But then again, it might have been the singular individual who also happens to be in attendance at that party. As for myself, I was brought along as well. And Ingrish, who could not bear to see me alone, reluctantly put on the phonic color. It limited her abilities by constantly emitting a static noise on her thoughts, preventing her from any telepathy except through touch. She pulled me aside during the party, and we waited in a tall balcony overlooking the hall as Aemon was paraded around by one of Oberyn's attendants. The game master himself was strangely nowhere to be found. The Looking-Glass Palace sat in low orbit around Rodon. It was originally an observation platform, built by humans no less, as they supervised the development of the Rodeshi people in the late days of Third Expansion. As such, it was one of the very few structures in the Rodon system not pointed towards the Colosseums. Instead, the palace observed downward, towards the dark gray expanse that was the Rodeshi homeworld. I noticed the planet was not dissimilar to the appearance of Giza 6, those parts of the Mansa world that were not covered in smog at least. It was a sorry sight, especially after the pristine world of Naiad. Most of the Rodeshi species do not live on their homeworld. Instead, they prefer the relays around Rodon's star. Even among those who stayed near the planet, very few lived on the surface. If you asked a Rodeshi where they considered home, they would answer in orbital altitudes and station names rather than any land or place. For better and worse, they are of a kind that only look upward. Returning to the party, we sat in the gigantic sphere hub of the Looking-Glass Palace, which was once a human command bridge. Down below, on the main floor, was a central raised platform with a circular dais. Once the captain's deck, it was set with various tables and buffets and a decorative projector which displayed a 3D map of Rodon. Deep control trenches progressively ringed outward around the dais. Once filled with tech equipment and administrative staff, these were remodeled into private booths for conversation and the enjoyment of various substances. And finally, where we sat, were the viewing balconies up above. Once reserved for station personnel, there were now seats for the waiting attendants, personal servants, and those guests who could not secure an invitation for the amusements below. Ingrish glowered at the Rodeshi banquet, running her nails along her black gown and looking as though she might murder the aliens down there. For myself, I sat numbly in my chair. Ingrish had given me a spiky piece of fruit to eat, but I had set it aside, the taste being nauseatingly too rich. I rested my elbows on the railing, looking out over all the party guests, most of whom were the Rodeshi elite. But as boring as they were, I did pick out a smattering of colors and shapes of other species, all from the ultra-wealthy castes of their own worlds.
They're asking Amon about you.
Ingrish told me, gently putting her hand on my arm.
He's receiving buy offers.
How?
I asked, wondering how she knew without her abilities.
Earpiece.
Ingrish explained.
But I can tell anyway. They're too polite to stare, but they are all glancing our way.
Ingrish raised an arm and made an incredibly rude gesture with her hand. I heard a murmur of distant chuckles and conversation, much too indistinct to make out, even if I could understand the language. Ingrish sank back into a chair, tiredly throwing herself back with a groan. I glanced at her, wishing that I had the same ability she did, that there was some way I could comfort her with the same emotion she often comforted me. She glanced towards me suddenly and smiled, lowering her head.
We still have a few hours to go before it's over.
I shrugged my shoulders. I am told, unlike most other humans, that I am among the rare few individuals content with nothingness. Or rather, I am one of the few who is content with himself. Whereas most humans need something to engage their attention, I am able to sit for many hours with no such distraction. And I do not believe this trait is due to the insects, at least not directly. The Mansa made no attempts to control how I thought or felt. But to live among the Mansa, to survive among the Mansa, one must be able to divorce themselves from the desire for distraction, for entertainment. We often seek these things to express our intellects outward, because being left alone with nothing but your thoughts becomes torture. I believe this is why most slaves went mad and committed suicide in their first year. But this time, I could not sink into the recesses of my own mind. I noticed movement near the back, and Ingrish yelped as Oberyn suddenly appeared and took a seat next to us.
What are you doing here?
Ingrish asked, gripping my hand. Where else would I be? These are the seats of honor, of course. Oberyn flashed a smile. The game has been in play for a while now. You're about to see the opening gambits.
I don't understand what you mean.
Ingrish said, uncomfortable. Oberyn chuckled. You'll see soon enough, I promise. But while we wait, here before you is an opportunity to witness what separates true talent from the rest. Second-rate players, the kind who would wholly unappreciate a piece such as Amon, they only look at the mechanics. But that is what makes our games unique. What happens off the board is just as important as on. Ingrish sneered at the Rodeshi, causing Oberyn's grin to grow wider. You take offense at my species' way of life? He looked at her as if she was something of new interest.
I think murdering people for entertainment is wrong,
Ingrish objected. I do not deny that most of the galaxy come to spectate our games for the blood, for the sliced flesh and crushed bone. Certainly they come to us to satisfy their most debased appetites, but they are not the reason for our sport. And I think if you set your prejudices aside, you can find what we do here entirely reasonable." English snorted in disbelief. Oberyn leaned over, looking down upon the comparatively short English. "Tell me, don't Baka have games as well? Doesn't your species engage in drama? Don't you pretend to make war?"
Yes, but...
"And more than that, shall we discuss your literature? I am certain if I peek into your culture, I shall find every depiction of every brutality imaginable. So it is with most of the galaxy. In fact, I would say your kind are far more creative. We have Berserk, while you have invented songs, dances, poetry, illustrations, every form of art depicting the exact same thing we do here. And your people consume it no less voraciously than we do. So why it is that you judge us for merely being honest about this instinct, for which you do everything to excuse yourselves of?"
That's different.
English looked out over the crowd, trying not to pay attention to Oberyn, who was staring at her, unblinking.
"Yes, as long as it's not someone real getting hurt, correct? To which point you'll invent lifelike biots and hollow-generated scenes to simulate the real thing as much as possible. You'll enact these fantasies with every texture, every scent, every small detail. But so long as it's not real, right?"
What's your point?
English asked. Oberyn innocently held up his hands.
"In you, in every species in the galaxy, is an instinct for meaning. This you call entertainment, but it is no different. You want purpose in everything. You crave it so much that you invent fictional wars, fictional people, to die in the most horrible ways imaginable just to satisfy you, so you can inhabit that meaning. That is the ultimate point of our lives, to create purpose from randomness. But your morality forces you to restrain yourself, indulging by proxy. And all the while, you crave the meaning that your characters take for granted. You see, that is the purpose of our games. While the rest of the galaxy invents fake people and fake meaning, we do so for real. We take real people and fashion their dull lives into something more. I'm told the translation of my title is Game Master in Galactic Basic, but that is not accurate. A more proper translation would be Honored Storyteller.
I could not help but notice the mania of the Rodeshi's explanation. He barely paused for breath. It wasn't simply that Oberyn was explaining to English's viewpoint. He was proud of it. And he wanted English to argue back so that he could talk circles around her further. And I note, for this entire time, English had been so caught up with Oberyn's rambling that she didn't realize she had been translating all of it as she held my hand. It had become something of an automatic habit for her, and I am certain, if I had allowed a single thought to cross my mind, she would have noticed and pulled away. Oberyn noticed a change in the crowd, and he pointed his finger.
"Knowing this, can you spot the strategy?"
I silently followed Oberyn's pointed finger to a newcomer that had just entered the banquet. I do not know what I expected. I had hoped for a moment that this might have been the human I saw on Oberyn's yacht, but I quickly realized it wasn't. Instead, there was some alien flanked by 2 guards wearing armor made of shaped bone. The alien between the guards wore a thick leather cloak over a hunched back. Even so, it rivaled the impressive height of the Rodeshi. I saw gleams of dark metal under the fabric. I strained to see further, but I only caught glimpses of a skeletal frame. And it was only when the newcomer looked up, directly at us, that I saw the hideous metal mask, shaped like an alien's skull. The thing had orange eyes. He stared at us for a long second before looking away. Oberyn reclined in his chair.
"That is General Chiron, a surviving veteran of the 5th Aberrant War, and a Scythian, too. One of the few species that took up arms with humanity."
English sighed bitterly.
I know who he is.
"Then do you see it? Our competitors know they cannot kill Amon conventionally, so the game has become a test of will. The Dolphin have spent considerable expenses buying out the humans from the tournament. They know Amon would break if he was forced to kill his own kind. But can the hero of Perseus bring himself to kill former comrades in arms? To kill one of the few beings in the galaxy who sacrificed everything for humanity? Or will Amon give in, and will he let himself be killed instead? That is the game. That is the unfolding story. That is our opponent's first move.
Then why did you bring Amon here?
Ingrid snapped at Oberyn, and I saw a dampness on her blindfold, tears escaping down her cheeks.
Because I need to know what he'll do, whether he has the stomach for it. But enough talk. Quiet now. I need to concentrate.
Oberyn raised a pair of spectacles and looked on as General Chiron focused on Amon Russ, and the two saw each other. It was at this moment I broke my silence.
Who is he?
I asked Ingrid. She quickly glanced down at me, nearly jumping in her seat. But then, realizing that nothing could be done to take back what had been said, she bitterly groaned.
The Scythians were part of the opening assaults on the oncoming Aberrant fleet. The Aberrants then diverted their forces to destroy their worlds first as an example to the rest of the galaxy. Amon was there in the initial engagements before humanity had to retreat.
But what did Oberyn mean? Everything?
I waved my hand at the general.
Is that why he looks like...
I lost the word, but Ingrid understood anyway.
No. General Chiron was taken prisoner during the war. The Aberrants... they do awful things. What you see down there is what they had to do to put him back together again.
The hunched, disfigured general did not speak to a single Rodeshi in the banquet, though some attempted to converse with him. With an arm that was part flesh and part metal, he shoved the guests aside. The Rodeshi down below thought this was amusing, but they parted all the same. In just a few moments, General Chiron stood towering over the already tall Amon Russ. Ingrid bowed her head, and I knew she was wondering whether it would do me any good to hear the conversation. She translated anyway.
I had to see if it was really you. So, they got you too, did they?
Amon spoke, and I saw him clench his fists.
This is not personal, Amon.
Ingrid captured the raspy cadence of the general.
I am here for my species, same as you, I imagine. It doesn't have to be this way.
Amon lowered his voice.
If humanity can be brought back. You couldn't save us the first time!
General Chiron suddenly exclaimed. And then, letting the shock of the outburst settle, he spoke again.
I am not here to argue with you, Amon. Only to pay respects. You can't kill me, Chiron. We both know it. You would only be wasting your life,
Amon threatened. Chiron threw his head back and howled with skin-crawling laughter.
You think I have come all this way for my life?
The general looked down upon the smaller man.
The Rodeshi think I am the best chance at beating you. But we both know what's going to happen in that arena. It makes no difference to me. My contract only stipulates that I don't hold back. No, Amon. I have come here for my death. You want me to kill you?
Amon asked in horror. Again, Chiron laughed. He raised his arm to the Rodeshi.
These people, they provide a wonderful service. A death that means something. That is something very rare for men like us, Amon. You know it. You thought about it too, haven't you? Or you shouldn't have survived the war.
With great reluctance, Amon responded.
Every day. But then don't torture yourself over me, my friend. My killer. Let these fools have their circus, and let me have rest. I'm not going to kill you, Chiron. Not in 1,000 years.
Amon's voice cracked with anger.
I'm not going to give you that choice.
the general responded. With one great motion, Chiron slowly bowed to Aemon. His great frame was such that the two now faced each other at eye level. Ingrish tightened her grip on my hand, and a silence fell over the hall. I glanced around, confused, not understanding the import of the gesture. The holy moment, Chiron's attempt at one anyway, was broken too soon by a clapping hand. Oberyn wildly clapped at the bow, giving a standing ovation. The Rodeshi who were Oberyn's allies, or those who had bet on Oberyn at the gambling tables, swiftly began clapping as well. The banquet hall became a chorus of deafening applause, though I picked out other sets of eyes unhappy with Oberyn, who watched on, patient and plotting. The general's mask twitched, and he suddenly rose again. Orange eyes swept over the crowd in utter disgust. Finally, the general looked up at us again. The metal hand pointed towards us, towards me, and he shouted loud enough for the room to hear.
"Da soon vari! Ekemal!"
General Chiron bowed again, and the room became very quiet. I was frozen, unable to comprehend or react. I looked at Ingrish, but she was as shocked as the rest of them. The once amused Rodeshi were all silent at the general. Whatever he said so profoundly angered the room that not a soul breathed as the general knelt to me and me alone. And then, rising with fury, the general left the banquet hall with his 2 guards, and all eyes followed. Oberyn was the only one still himself, grinning from ear to mottled ear.
"What did he say?"
I asked Ingrish. Ingrish glanced at me.
In polite language,
She slowly said.
see that child over there? I recognize him too, and I see no other equal in this room.
Chapter 14. Cargo Bay 13. The greatest sin in the Rodeshi people's eyes is tedium. It is precisely that critique which they level at existence. Better to be bleeding out in a battlefield than to be bored, or rather, better watch someone else bleed out. They wish to infuse every moment of their lives with entertainment, with drama, and in doing so, become something greater than their comically short lifespans. As such, my boring childhood under the Mansa, my existence, was considered a tragic abomination. To hear that Chiron preferred me anyway, well, that was one of many nuances to the insult seethed after the fact. It is a strange idea to me, however, that there are many moments in my life one would consider profoundly tedious. Not every second was spent gallivanting across the galaxy or sieging worlds or even filled with heart-rending tragedy, as surprising as that may seem. In fact, most of my life has been spent in those moments the galaxy would label as monotonous, something I was well adjusted to. Just in this short introduction to my journey, which so far would not constitute a day's attention, I have omitted weeks of uneventful detail. I have not included most of Ingrish's early lessons, many of which were frustratingly slow. I did not recount Aemon disciplining me for not keeping my quarters clean, something he later remarked as impressive since I had no possessions. And I did not mention much of my early interactions with Riker and Kybet. I was introduced to them right away, but there was no point in wasting words over such a short and distant conversation. And yet, despite this life of abject dullness, as Oberyn would have put it, the galaxy shall measure his life in the dates and days of mine. And the Rodeshi people, after all their great games were said and done, their memory begins with me. I stared for many hours out of the viewport in my quarters, watching the ships go by in the orbit of Rodon. I could have watched for hours more. Many times it was only the sharp need for food or water which drove me away from the chance to see something new. But this time, however, I found myself unsatisfied for the opposite reason. Everything out there was the same. That's something you find out about pleasure cruises. They are all identical to the last. Getting up, I opened the door and began yet another expedition out into the Aphelion. Thankfully, instead of just locking me in, Aemon had finally decided on a sensor for the door. It alerted Kybit whenever I left the room, and she could run a background algorithm to track my movements on the ship. Despite this system, which worked well enough for Amon, English would usually appear not 5 minutes later. This was something I was initially very annoyed by, and only later in years astounded. This time, however, I was left to my own devices as I wandered the corridors of the Aphelion. Always marking my trail, always inching my way forward, there was not a single hall left unmapped by my crude directions by the time I was done. I scratched arrows on the walls. I unwound lines of spare cable. I placed boxes on top of one another to count the decks. And when that quickly failed, I turned to a notation system of dashes and dots. English was the first to find out about this, of course, and she gave me a data slate with a map to navigate the ship. I kept to my system anyway, hiding my ever more complex symbols behind cargo crates and hull panels. And it so happened that the map English gave me was inaccurate anyway. It was correct in the general placement of things, yes, but in the corridors, in the niches, in the hidden spots of the Aphelion, there were more secret compartments in this ship than a smuggler could ever ask for. And this included the entirety of the non-existent Cargo Bay 13, which sat inconspicuously where the ship's mainframe was supposed to be. A total of 3 decks tall and enough open space to house a hangar of shuttlecraft, Amon kept the bay in total darkness. You had to bring your own light inside, otherwise you would lose yourself. The walls were made of a dense hydrous polymer material, as is standard for most spaceship mainframes. The cargo bay was meant to be totally invisible to sensors, off all circuit mapping, as is the usual for those highly radioactive areas. No one would think to question that the Aphelion might not have such a computer, nor why it did not need one. But even as observant as I was, I wouldn't have noticed the entrance if Amon had not left the door open. The hull panels suddenly had a gap, and peering inside, I saw the impossibly large chamber for such an indiscreet entry. I saw Amon in the long distance. He had set a glow orb at his feet, and he was sitting on a crate with his back towards me. It was a minor miracle I could see him at all. To call Cargo Bay 13 cluttered would be an understatement. The only thing on this ship more disorganized would have been the 6.5 centuries of memory that oppressed Amon wherever he went. And this room itself was only one small corner of the man. I truly do not know where to begin with Cargo Bay 13. There were at least 100 flash-fossilized heads mounted on the wall, most of them ferocious animals from various planets. Although, there were also a few from the more memorable of Amon's bounties as well. The skulls were accompanied by paintings, bas-reliefs, and data murals, some recovered from the war, some payment for Amon's services, and some simply stolen back. I noticed a tapestry that looked similar to the one in English's room, though it was too dark for me to make out what was on it. I wish I could put together a full list, but there was so much that defied category, so much that could not simply be put on a mere inventory. There were diluvial dream catchers, glass star maps, and curated rows of azaled teeth, still growing decades after being plucked from the flower's maw. And as I picked my way through the dark room, there was so much silhouetted in the pitch black. I saw heaps of books, not data slates. They were written in 6 lost languages. Some were written and encoded by Amon himself, but most were souvenirs taken from extinct species. There were crates of Jakatan jewelry, their light shining like dim stars in the dark space. I saw canisters of green fluid, liquid calculators, churning slowly in their deactivated resting states. There were cephalopodic pipe organs, scaly headdresses from the Utuscan dynasties, and microfibrous sculptures. I saw holoschematics taken from the end of the 5th Aberrant War, casks of whiskey from planets now turned to cinder, gravestones piled from tomb worlds, and more than a few monoliths now rendered inert. I saw automatic translocators, Terran gas rifles, and even chits housing digitized antimatter meant to instantly construct and then totally obliterate the target. And then there were also the things that Amon grieved over, more than the rest. An occupied stasis pod, a scorched scrap of hull plate, and a sheathed zero sword. There were no other words to describe this room except as a heap of spent time, slowly collected over the centuries. Cargo Bay 13 might have been one of the best-kept secrets in the galaxy. And if you wonder why Amon so rarely leveraged the contents of this room, so rarely utilized this great arsenal, then you don't understand the man. Ghosts were as dear to him, if not more so, than the living. I used to be very angry at him for that, but after you live as long as we do, the ghosts become more real than those who are still living. They're the only ones who stay with you. I watched Amon from behind a cargo crate, sure that he had not spotted me. He was hunched over a book, scribbling with a pen. I waited there a long time, far longer than any normal child ought to have been able to. The only noise in the room was scribbling, and then Amon straightened. He snapped the book shut, and without turning to me, he said, "Come here, Vass." Silently, I rounded the cargo crate and approached. Standing in front of Amon, his weathered face was dimly lit by the yellow glow orb. The old man sized me up.
English crying today.
My throat clenched, but Amon waved his hand dismissively, already knowing my worry.
Wasn't you, Oberyn?
I don't understand.
She hurts. For what you overheard.
I stared, unblinking at the word. Amon sighed.
For your future. She hates Oberyn. I hate him. Don't think him. Don't learn him.
Why?
She loves you,
Amon said stoically. His eyes glanced away from me into the darkness, peering at something I could not guess at. He stared for a long time before lowering his head. With a trembling hand, he covered his mouth, concealing some secret that only he knew. And then, with an expression of great agony, the only emotion I then recognized on faces, Amon said,
"I love you."
I didn't know what to think. Amon couldn't say those words, not the way English could. I suppose that is the drawback of growing up with a telepath for a mother. You come to expect an intimacy that no one else in the galaxy can express to you. Amon could never impart to me 1,000th of what English could share without a spoken word. But then again, it was also true that English could not speak one syllable from Amon's mouth. And as I stand here, gazing over a murdered star, I realize that I have forgotten much of what English has said to me over the years. But from Amon, not a single word. However, I can't say I had any sense of that at the time.
Can I leave?
I asked suddenly, driven away more by the fact that I just didn't understand Amon. The old man slowly nodded, but just as I turned, he called out, "Wait." I glanced back. Amon stood up, towering over me.
"What did you take?"
I held out my palm. It wasn't that I meant to steal anything. It was that I needed something to track my way back here, and I simply chose the most apparent object convenient to me. It was one of the few items not covered in a thick layer of dust in the cargo bay. A silver cruciform bound by a chain necklace. It had been resting on the stasis pod just near the entrance. Amon reached out his hand and bid me place the necklace in his palm. I obeyed without hesitation. He inspected the trinket for a long while, running it along in his hands. Finally, he stood up and placed it around my neck.
"We are not alone," he said.
And just as the same, he could never say those words with the same tenderness or feeling that English had. Nor could he make the moment the same as it had been in the access tube. However, as I realized, the whole conversation he had with me could not have been spoken without many tedious hours. He would have had to sit with English for a great deal of time, carefully memorizing every narrow meaning I knew. And it was all just so he could speak with me face to face, without an interpreter. He did as much, knowing that those words meant nothing, not a single thing, except that they were the most important words to me. And they just so happened to be the most important words for him as well. He was to undergo surgery tomorrow, and it was that he would not be able to speak until after the carapace suit was taken off again. Until after it was all over.
"The Dalvain told you this armor was an antique, yes?"
Tot asked, examining one of the ocular nails with the hand scanner. Amon crossed his arms. He was wearing thin, loose clothes in preparation for the surgery.
Let me guess, he said. The armor is not in the best condition.
Tot set the implant down onto a nearby tray.
As far as my inspection goes, the gravity shielding is completely disabled. Ion emitters are at 5% efficiency, so don't expect much protection from some of the higher-end plasma weaponry. Short-range teleporter is 1 to 2 charges left, and then that will go too. You'll be relying entirely on the armor's raw plating and regenerative capabilities. Speaking of which, the nanofabricator is 83% depleted. I do not recommend taking much damage, otherwise we will not be able to take the suit off without killing you.
So, it will be just like old times, Amon sighed. He glanced at me. Corpse armor. You know why we called it that? Keeps you fighting even after you're dead. No heartbeat, no breathing, no brain. You don't get to die until you bleed every last drop and then some. The old man continued talking. I would have listened more, but English politely put her hands over my ears and refused to translate. Amon's mouth moved, and he seemed to be staring at something 1,000 miles away. When he did finally glance back, he let out a wry smile and shook his head. Looking over to Tut, he motioned that he was ready. He jumped off the bed and the two went into the surgery suite where all the scalpels and saws and needles were ready for their grisly work. Amon marched up to the bed and laid down while English and I watched behind the reinforced glass.
One last thing,
I heard English translate Amon's voice as he stared up at the butcher's instruments.
Have you begun teaching vast history yet?
You're asking now?
English looked at him worried.
Might as well,
Amon said as Tut gave him a shot of anesthesia in his arm.
Kid, if you're hearing me, listen closely. You're not going to learn this from a data slate. If you want to know how bad the war was, how desperate we were, how much we sacrificed for this galaxy, don't look away.
Amon closed his eyes, and the very words English translated were this, a final order to the doctor.
Don't let me dream.
Depending on the generation, a carapace suit can take anywhere from a few days to several weeks to put on. For Amon, he wouldn't wake until the start of the games. I suppose English could have ordered me out of the medical bay, spared me what I was about to see. He would have saved me a few nightmares. But I think she knew Amon needed me there, that in whatever part of mind that was still aware during the surgery, he needed a reason to hold himself together. He needed a reason to fight, even as the Rodeshi dragged him right back into the hell of the Fifth Aberrant War, the hell of wearing that armor. And as I look back, I realize Amon was never trying to save humanity. He was not that kind of man to take up lost causes. He didn't care one whit about some embryos that would have had to have been grown in vats. No, the reason he allowed himself to be gutted, without a single complaint, was that he was trying to save my future, spare me from the life I was going to live once he was gone. Whatever flaws Amon Russ had, whatever blame you can assign the man, he never hesitated to sacrifice himself for another. And so he walked to that butcher's table for the sake of a child who had no notion what he was trying to do. The surgery begins with the installation of the ocular nails. Long, thick spikes. The black implants were sharpened to a point and studded with monofilament wires. They were slowly driven through the eyes until the ends poked through the back of the head. This would take up to 6 hours as the monofilaments embedded themselves into Amon's brain and restructured his nervous system, preparing his mind and body for the more severe modifications. Portions of Amon's psyche had to be sectioned off, lest he go insane upon waking. The man's own emotions, the amygdala, among other parts of the brain, were scanned, saved, and cauterized. By the end of the first stage, his eyes were gone, replaced by black orbs prickling with red light. The next part was the attachment of the exterior vertebral column. Each individual piece was drilled into Amon's spine, with thin tubes inserted down the length of his body. Black viscous fluid was pumped in, The nanites quickly getting to work restructuring Amon's cellular functions and isolating his nervous system from his organs. These tubes would be removed later, after the metal vertebrae had fused with Amon's spine. Once the man's brain had been effectively rendered independent of his bodily functions, Tut got to work. Opening up Amon's torso, the doctor hollowed out most of his insides. He took out Amon's heart and stitched the nanofabricator to the artificial veins growing inside the blackened cavity. His stomach and intestines were replaced with a pouch about the size of my fist. The rest of the space was filled with much of the technology Tut had talked about earlier, directly integrated into Amon's body. I believe the lungs were the only thing not carved out. They didn't have the part for it, so they let the nanites break down and convert the organ into its much smaller and efficient replacement. There was a long while where Amon simply looked like a corpse on the medical table, with everything essential to keep a human alive placed in a box. And yet, he was still breathing. By the time Tut closed Amon back up, the man's skin was pale white with dark ports erupted from his flesh. I was glad I couldn't make out much of the next part, as the nanites reinforced his skin and changed his bones into metal. His very muscles and tendons were re-threaded. By the time Tut was affixing the exoskeleton plates, there was not one part of Amon's body that had not been thoroughly violated. Bit by bit, Amon was hidden under black armor plates. Long needles slid into the ports where blackened blood would be pumped in between the layers of the ultra-strong armor, fusing flesh and metal. Finally came the helm, a bulky mask with a long tube to be inserted down Amon's esophagus. And then Amon was gone, replaced entirely by this new thing that was the carapace suit. After weeks of surgery, we were there for that moment when the man utterly disappeared. Tut stepped back and announced to the room.
Perfect.
English broke down and wept. And for myself, I simply obeyed what Amon had told me. I watched as much as I could bear to see. Chapter 15. The Last Human. I believe it is worthy to note just how insulating things were upon the Aphelion. Looking back, the only things that mattered to me, the only things that now matter at all, happened upon an unassuming ship docked on a nameless fuel station. For instance, Oberyn was off attending 100 more parties and scheming against his rivals. And although I am sure he made many moves and gambits worthy of the history books, none of them remain in my memory. Nyra and Layrad remained in close communication, along with the rest of the Dalphane coalition. But it was only in further decades that I learned Layrad had been waging a shadow campaign. He talked to us as if he had been in charge of the effort to reclaim humanity, when in reality he was a small power in the Dalphane calculation. And it was only after he was through with Amon that he gained the leverage to come out as one of the 3 reigning gene lineages. And then there was simply everyone else. All the other players in the tournament, arriving into their gold palaces, the audience, billions enjoying their expensive pleasure cruises, and the countless more attending their needs, all of whom had their own lives no less interesting than any other. I could spend every day of the rest of my life trying to trace these events, these stories. But the truth was, I was privy to none of it. I was a child on a human freighter, and that was the only perspective available to me. All I can relay to you are days wandering the ship, waiting by the viewports, and of course, English's lessons. And I hope, when the time of the final accounting comes, when every piece of this history has fallen into its proper place, you'll discover the 1,000 reasons why these peculiar moments have been preserved and so little else. I beg your patience for one more digression, and then I shall recount the glories of the Rodeshi death games. English had taken Amon's advice and decided upon history. She sat me down in the mess hall with several data slates containing every little bit of information she could scrounge about my homeworld. For most databases in the galaxy, that would have taken some doing. But from the Aphelion, she had everything she could have asked for, except the world itself. And as that stood, she had everything except the one part that mattered to me. I was at once assaulted with the pre-colonization survey maps of Khal. The projections showing the planet's early development followed by dozens of mineral and atmospheric compositions. It was originally a world of carbon dioxide, nitrogen, and just enough toxic acids to melt your skin off. No less a putrid sphere like Giza 6, it was actually far worse. The blistering temperatures made it so that no life form could survive on the surface, not even the Mansa. It was like many planets found during humanity's early days, barren and lifeless. It was only after exploring a third of the galaxy that we discovered actual alien intelligence, cloistered on their small worlds. I will remark, of the things Tut told me about his kind, it was not that humanity had so far surpassed his race, that humanity had been the first to cross the great reaches which had earned their contempt. It was rather that our ambitions had been too low, that by our first contact we had forgotten everything the Belazar desired to know. Our races met bitterly, without the joyous reconciliation that had been expected. And it was with that same contempt I treated the lesson. English thrust in my face the data image of a human I had never seen before. Yet my interest immediately died when she told me this man had passed away thousands of years ago. His very bones had crumbled to dust in some hallowed grave that was nonetheless forgotten. She told me of Ephraim Loken, a man whose name had been nearly forgotten to the distance of time. And I was not even given his picture so much as an artistic representation of the founder. Part of the second generation of terraformers, he had led his fleet to reclaim the scarred worlds devastated by the Raynon autonomy. He was the first name in Call's story, and a name I rejected out of hand. I placed the data slate on the table and crossed my arms.
Why?
English wavered.
It's your history.
Why is it my history?
I asked again, using the word she had spoken even though I did not comprehend its full extent. Yes, I had been interested once when English first told me of Call. And it was an interest that was immediately crushed when Amon told me the truth. The planet that she had shown me in the computer was long gone. It didn't exist. And since it didn't exist, it didn't for me. What was the point? It was an abandoned jungle. And in fact, it was less than that in my eyes. After all, an abandoned jungle might have held some mystique for another human, but not me, not a child instructed by the Mansa. All I saw in English's pictures was plant growth and dirty plasteel.
It's important,
English stressed.
Why?
I demanded again, almost expecting her to single-handedly solve the greatest philosophical questions of the cosmos. Because unless she could present to me every justification, every argument, every undeniable reason, and to put your language itself so low that even I could understand it, I was ready to dismiss this history and everything that came with it. After all, what was the point?
Listen, this mythology.
Mythology?
English bit her lip in frustration and clenched her hands, regretting her poor choice of words.
Stories we tell.
So it's not true.
No, not exactly, but...
So it's a lie!
I exclaimed triumphantly, grinning to myself for winning against this pointless lesson. I was already getting off my chair, ready to head back to my quarters. However, English gently grabbed my arm and sat me back down. She smiled, as if amused by a joke I couldn't hear, but there was something else in her expression, something that seemed to slip through her usual demeanor. She went quiet for a long moment, still holding onto my arm. As if she was turning over a hard decision in her head, she finally straightened and let go, looking at me. English had always been so nervous, so meek. Suddenly, she seemed altogether distant. She undid the headband around her eyes. Placing it on the table with her eyes closed, she carefully folded the scarlet cloth. Leaning forward, she opened her eyes once more. The green orb stared at me.
Take a long look,
she said, speaking with her real voice.
Do you see any difference?
I didn't understand what she meant, but just as she pointed it out, I noticed the smallest of imperfections. It would have been impossible for me to see before at her quarters she had hidden her face too quickly. But upon closer inspection, her left eye was a lighter shade than the right. In fact, the flesh around her eye seemed the tiniest bit off. It sagged just a little more and was of a paler color. It was then I realized it was similar to much of the flesh of my own body. Scar tissue. Painstakingly concealed, but it was scar tissue nonetheless.
This eye is a fake. It's where a slug round was shot through my head.
Ingrid spoke, giving one more second to look before she wrapped the cloth around again.
I can't put it in words for you, not even thought. Do you remember what I told you when we first met? Carl isn't just a place. It runs in your blood. The stories, too. It's not a lie. It's what you are.
Ingrid smiled again, and suddenly the woman I knew was back. Still, to this day, I do not know whether it was my flippant attitude or the agonizing stress of what was happening to Amon which caused her mask to slip. And perhaps it was simply necessary for the lesson that Ingrid knew better than anyone else that you can't just run away from what you are. As I drop one pretense for another, so too I cannot help but think of the woman herself, what she was. I had never considered it from the telepath's point of view. She could see others totally for who they truly were. And so it was tempting for her, as it was tempting for all Bacchae, to become the perfect veneer others wanted her to be. That was the alien side of Ingrid. Which part of her was more real? The Ingrid she desperately wanted to be for me? Or the Ingrid she wanted to leave behind? The one that hit a bullet wound? And this is the strangest thought. Ingrid never once lied to me. She was my mother, in every way that counted. But as I reflect from nearly 1,000 years in the future, I cannot help but recall how her real voice sounded so awfully different than the one in my head. I don't think it had been childish of me to fear Tut. There were many childish fears I experienced when I was young, but the fear of the ship's doctor was a proper one. It was not, as some might imagine, that Tut was particularly evil. There are many species that one could consider malevolent, but the Belazar was not one of them. It was rather that Tut was not something humans nor any other species were meant to encounter. The ship's doctor always left more scars on you than he healed, even if you couldn't see them. Not to say that he was anything less than precise. Every time his surgeries were flawless, and every time you left that medical bed feeling as though you lost something. That was why my eyes darted around in the darkness, searching for the spindly figure. I crouched low, doing my best to not make a sound, as if that would make any difference to the doctor. I winced as the door to the medical bay opened rather loudly, and I crept inside. Amon was undergoing the last transitions of the carapace suit. The final work was done invisibly, nanites changing molecular structures and forming yet more layers of hardened mechanical tissue. He was lying face up in the surgery bay, looking like some alien monster from a bygone battlefield. I do not know why I was so compelled by his final request, watching as much as I could over the long days. But as I realized, this was the first thing Amon had ever truly asked of me. Not as an order, not some instruction for the daily tasks of the ship, but something more. Is there a word for an act that gives you purpose? Your reason for existence? Perhaps not in the human language anymore, for there are none left to speak it. But Amon had finally given me a role, and I was not going to let my fear of the ship's doctor keep me from it. And so I waited and watched in the dark medical bay. As I reflect now, it is strange to me that these holy grounds of healing are always homes to such horror. These are places where the body is sliced, mangled, and splayed open, only to be put back together again. We do this great violence to avert death, which comes for us anyway in due time. The only conclusion I can draw is that it is all a battlefield. And while Amon could put on an armor that could make him immortal, it somehow still wasn't a victory worth celebrating. I heard a shuffle of footsteps behind me, and I did not turn around. My shoulders fell as the object of my greatest fear approached.
"You're not supposed to be here,"
Tut wheezed.
I am,
I quietly responded. I did not know what the Belazar was going to do.
Honestly, over the years, I have had many nightmares that the alien would abduct me from my quarters and do to me like what he did to Amon. But Tut acted like he didn't care. He simply stepped forward and observed alongside me. With his hands behind his back, the only sound in the medical bay were the long wheezes of his respirator.
Why?
I asked, not even sure what I was asking. But there was something that ought to be explained here, something that ought to be justified. It wasn't right that such horror had been done to Amon. And if I were to leave here without understanding the reason, then it was just senseless. And that somehow seemed even worse. It wasn't that I didn't understand the necessary reason for the Radeshi games nor the armor's functional purpose, but that wasn't enough. I needed to know why this had happened, not the excuses we made in the meantime. Tut laughed, and it was an awful sound. "Ask your mother."
Now,
I said. Tut thought for a moment. "You are not you." I glanced up at him, confused.
what?
Tut leaned over me, as if he was inspecting some piece of putrid meat. "This is not you." He pointed to my body. "This is not you." He pointed to my head.
I don't understand.
I replied, more frustrated. "Faulty, broken, imperfect.
How can I be broken?
How can you be made to be perfect?" Tut responded with another question. It was at this I stopped and realized he had been speaking with me fluently, even better than Kybut could. I furrowed my brow, confused. I only had a few interactions with Tut, and he was the last person who should have been able to converse with me.
How can you speak like me?
"I am your doctor. I must know how to fix you." With that, Tut left me. And as the Belazar closed the bay door behind him, I tasted vomit in my mouth. I did not know what Tut meant in the medical bay back then, but with the grace of the time and hindsight, I have no need to obscure his meaning now. The truth was, neither Amon nor myself were properly human in Tut's eyes. After all, we were the products of modification, careful genetic therapy to uplift us to a higher existence than our forebears. We had finally loosed the shackles of biology. But the humans we once were as a species, the kind that had been molded from the dust of Terra, they were all gone. We were simply the ignoble things that took their place, and we were far lesser than our predecessors. In Tut's eyes, the armor was, not a punishment, I suppose, but it was an inevitability. It was the end of the road we set ourselves down, extending and protecting life without one thought to what immortality really means. And at the final conclusion, when our experiments raised a legion of deathless enemies, the only thing we had left to turn to was the armor. It's a tragedy that we can never go back. That original stock, the ones who built crude rockets and lived for no more than a mere century, they had died off thousands of years ago. There's no telling when, and the truth has all but fallen into myth, and so too everything else. For myself, I believe our first extinction happened shortly after our sun had been poisoned. That had been the great fracturing of our race, when the trunk split off into 1,000 different branches. It just happened that my lineage was the next obvious successor, and so we continued the name. However, I must wonder of that moment, all those millennia ago. There's no record, no final account, not one word that was written of the last human, the last one of our true ancestors. And when he finally looked up into the stars and breathed his last, no one had been there to take notice. No one had been there when the last human faded into that long night. What I think now is that Ingrid had been right to reprimand me. For this unknown individual, this nameless ghost, has haunted me all my life. As a child, I thought if only I could thrust everything into plain view, then I could sort out what possessed real value. But it is true that these things have lives of their own. And it is equally true that the absence of these things weigh just as heavily in the final accounting.
I had lost my home world, my people, and everything with them, and the emptiness they left behind shaped the course of events as much as anything written on these pages. Chapter 16. The Eidolons of Salazar. The last I saw of Amon Russ was the black carapace suit rising from the medical bed. It got to its feet slowly, unfamiliar with its own body. Looking into those eyes of flickering red light, it was impossible to tell whether anything of Amon was under the dark mask. I wasn't even sure he had a face anymore, under that helm which seemed more like a second skin. I remember him taking one breath from his new mouth, and I didn't hear him breathe again. Tut handed him the 2 zero swords which Amon sheathed at his side. English and I followed the carapace suit to the airlock where Oberyn awaited, flanked by 2 android servants. The Rodeshi smiled and offered English a large medallion, something that was apparently an ancient tradition. Disgusted, she handed it to Riker, who weighed it curiously in his talons. And then, without saying a word, Amon departed with his honored storyteller. Riker had been hard at work, renovating the mess hall with a holotable to watch the death games. The round, low projector was crudely bolted onto the floor with 3 thick wires running into an open wall panel. He was soldering some internal circuitry while English tried to hold my attention with a lesson. Kybit was taking inventory of the food stores. It was unnecessary, but it was the only task that would have kept her in the dispensary with the rest of us. Many times I've tried to get the Nekomata to explain how she felt emotions, if indeed she felt them at all. We think of heartbreak or loss as generally something pondered much after the fact, and I think this is a much different experience than the actual infliction of pain. While a wound aching after an injury, this is different than the knife parting flesh. For Kybit, she couldn't experience what we might call sadness or melancholy. She could, however, set her algorithms to keep her in the moment. She could stay in that sliver of time when Amon departed with Oberyn, even as she allowed her lower heuristics to take care of inventory. Riker finally set his tools down and turned a dial with his talons. The holotable slowly whirred to life as large display orbs flickered on, hovering in the air above. I jumped down from my seat and walked over, inspecting the many images. English gave up on the lesson and followed as well, as the 3 of us looked on at the galaxy's entertainment. One of the spheres rendered in the spiral game board of Pazak, and with a voice command from Riker, it zoomed in on Oberyn's starting sector. It was a collection of stars bordered by a red nebulae. All sorts of statistics appeared, showing each player's opening moves as they invested into IBIS technology and sent out probes into the outer edges of their systems. These would lay the foundations for terraformers and mining colonies, which would give their own starting bonuses. But not knowing the rules, the numbers meant nothing to me. Another display orb showed the game rooms. The darkened lounges were filled with Rodeshi on great cushioned chairs. They were surrounded by holograms, and their fingers raced across the screens like lightning. There were other aliens, too, silhouetted forms just as, if not stranger, than the Rodeshi. The play would last 18 hours, a standard cycle with a 6-hour rest duration. Contestants were expected to take their meals during game hours. And indeed, I already saw android servants delivering breakfast to some hungry players. My eyes turned to the empty coliseums. The first matches weren't expected to begin until the end of the cycle, as that would be how long it would take for the IBIS drives to be developed and for players to start encountering one another. The great arenas were already predicting the first encounters and changing rapidly. I saw pipes pour forth the lava for fiery death worlds. I saw false jungles being printed by swarms of tiny drones that flew like insects. I saw the floor open as a carbo-alloy sphere extended in preparation to be filled with a toxic atmosphere for fights on gas giants. And of course, there were the fleets of ships waiting patiently in the void to be used for the countless space battles. I could go on and on. Another orb showed the gambling pools. Another with aliens discussing game commentary and gossip. Another showed the parties on the pleasure cruises, with interviews with the passengers. Everything was available to watch for our entertainment. None of it meant anything to me, except that in all the orbs I couldn't catch one glimpse of Amon Russ. Content with his work, Riker sat back on the couch and lit up a Zakon dart. With a wave of his hand, he enlarged the orb with the gambling tables and promptly bet 2,000 heat units on Amon.
What are you doing?
Ingrid snapped angrily. Riker blew a breath of smoke in her direction.
What? You want me to bet against him?
No, but
Ingrid came around, crossing her arms.
it's crass.
Riker couldn't raise an eyebrow, so he just stared incredulously with his yellow eyes. As I reflect back, it was remarkably uncanny. The best way to describe Riker's expression was like the distant gene memory of some hunting animal, a trait not uncommon in the galaxy. And indeed, Riker looked like a hunting animal. With red plumage, a great beak, and a necklace of scrap around his chest, he was every bit the image of a wild bird of prey. I will mention, I have often pondered the origin of so many aliens I have come across, even though such speculation is pointless. Not only is Terra gone, but Riker's kind had not been molded by natural evolution, if such a process even exists. Among all the worlds I have visited, I do not know a single part of the galaxy that has not been tampered with, knowingly or unknowingly. So much life has been created or mutated or combined, or even split apart, and all of it by someone's, or perhaps something's, appendage. There is no natural line of descent to aid me, only the faulty handiwork of someone else. Writing this now, I realize Tut was correct. In the end, we are all artificial things.
Don't you want to know the odds on the betting pools?
Riker clicked the display orb to a different channel.
Or is that too crass for you?
He nodded his head, giving Ingrid a knowing look. The bouquet lasted for about 5 seconds before she quickly swiped at a display orb. The channel turned back to the gambling pools, and peering over the image, she hesitated.
Amon has 80 to 20 odds. Why is it so low? Why isn't it 100% certainty?
She asked, worry entering her voice. Riker wrapped a talon on his leg.
That's a complicated question. How much do you know about betting on bizarre games?
Nothing.
Ingrid replied, exasperated. Riker laughed, a harsh, shrieking sound which was too loud for the room.
Well, there's two main philosophies, if you would call them that. The first one is to look at the stats. The game wardens host a public database that updates how much a place is worth on the playing board. You look at strategies, players, and so on. You treat Bazark like any other gambling game in the galaxy.
And the second?
Ingrid demanded.
You've never done work for the Rodeshi.
Riker took a puff from his Zakon dart.
I did some freight jobs selling slaves. Here's what you need to understand about the Krokta.
I blinked as Ingrid was careful not to translate that word. It was frustrating that ever since our conversation with Oberyn, she had been extra anxious about what I got to hear. Riker dipped the Zakon dart into an ashtray, thinking for a moment.
You ever wonder why they host the most expensive games in the galaxy, but only keep to single combat? Have you ever wondered why they don't want a random Tobekan chem warrior? They want a Tobekan out to avenge his dead clone parent. It's because they're control freaks. It's because they don't take chances. Those games out there? You think those geniuses don't already know the outcome?
Ingrid shook her head, confused.
You're saying it's rigged?
Riker rolled his eyes, which for his species was more of a motion of his head.
You're still thinking like it's a game. Like it's a thing they need to cheat to determine the outcome. You're not thinking like a Rodeshi. Bazark isn't a tournament. It's the story of their race. Everyone goes to those betting tables looking at fighter stats or the player's GLA rating or what have you.
He clacked his beak.
That's not the strategy. The strategy is to predict what story they are going to tell. And some people on the betting pools think the story is Amon losing.
How does that make any sense?
Ingrid stamped her foot. Riker took a breath.
Well, if I had to make a guess, taking down Amon is not about the board or the pieces. It's about the Rodeshi people defeating the greatest weapon ever devised. From their perspective, it would be their victory over humanity. One gigantic spectacle. One of the last humans in the galaxy competing for his race and losing. Now that's a story to tell.
Riker puffed a cloud of smoke.
Do you think Oberyn is in on this? Why would he agree to help us if he knew he was going to lose?
Ingrish looked as though she was about to throttle the bird. Riker raised his taloned hands in surrender.
Whoa! I'm not saying anything here. You wanted to know why the betting pool is 80-20, and I told you. Some people just have a more creative approach with their money, that's all. It could be Grok Paka for all I know.
Okay, but continue this thought experiment. Why would he help us if he was going to make Aemon lose?
Ingrish asked. Riker paused, slowly opening his beak and shutting it, like he was figuring something out.
You're the telepath. Shouldn't you be the one telling me?
Ingrish stomped and thumbed her hands for a moment.
Because I don't want it to be true. Because I want someone else to say I'm wrong. Because I just want everything to be okay.
Riker seemed caught off guard by that quick admission, and he leaned forward and uncharacteristically tried to be as delicate as possible.
Listen, those Rodeshi freaks, they don't care about anything sensible. From Oberyn's point of view, losing the game isn't what matters. It's that he's representing humanity in this tragic tale. If he wins, it's an embarrassment. The tournament gets buried in the Rodeshi history books. But if he loses, he's going to secure himself as a playing actor in the greatest triumph of the Rodeshi way of life.
Ingrish silently lowered her head.
I told him on all of this, by the way.
Riker tried to comfort her.
I warned him, and you know how it goes with him. But Aemon knows what he's walking into. He's going to be fine. No amount of mind games is going to mess with him.
One of the display orbs, the one with a game commentary, suddenly showed a picture of Aemon in the carapace suit. The audio cone widened, dimming the rest of the noise from the holotable, as everyone's attention turned to the small sphere orbiting far from the others. Ingrish glanced back, sighing.
And they're still sending the Eidolons after him.
The Salazari people specialized in creating Eidolons. Accustomed to the order, all the artificial replicas Aemon would have to fight were made of blood and bone, not plasteel, of course. That wouldn't be realistic enough. Instead, they sourced blank flesh, a biologic substance molded to a construct template. Able to be regrown, reshaped, retextured into anything, it was the modern fab matter, just waiting to be sculpted. The next step is the installation of a subdermal response mesh and actuation fibers. These would mimic the automatic functions of the body, sweat, tics, the swift recoil from pain. They served every function of the unconscious without having an actual unconscious. That was for the shape and the basic design. But the memories, however, they were far trickier, especially without the originals to draw upon. The Salazari made do with the neural nets, generating false equivalencies and implanting from there. This is where creating Eidolons transitions from an ordinary trade to true artisanship. It is not enough to make something alive. You must counterfeit the soul as well, and that relies upon careful precision. With incomplete and often flawed records, they had to bring back not only the way a dead man spoke and acted and believed, but also the accumulation of those things into a convincing whole. It is not that the mind and the body are two separate things, meat and consciousness, but the mind feeds into the body and the body into the mind, woven so inextricably that it is a foolish notion to believe you could ever have one without the other. After all, for the Salazari's task, what is a memory of unimaginable horror if it does not send a chill down your spine? Without this detail, the flesh sculpture would be precisely that, a hollow model. But with an artist, you could almost swear that the dead had been brought back to life. Which is precisely why the Salazari were paid so much. As Aemon stepped into that Colosseum later that day, as we all watched from the holotable, we saw another figure on the other side of the arena. The stage was a perfect replica of Karis, a wintry plain, Aemon's homeworld. And his opponent, Ingrish ran a search on the Aphelian's database, quickly using facial recognition to cross-reference the individual. I looked up at her, amazed to see the face of another human.
Who?
She didn't look up from the data slate in her hands.
An old friend from the war,
she finally said. We watched as the two approached one another. The black monster in the carapace suit, and the confused, nervous man with sandy hair and pale features. He wore a frayed blue jacket and a thick set of trousers. I saw many scratches and grease smudges and dirt on his weary features. He looked like he had wandered in from a battlefield, as if the Fifth Aberrant War had been no more than a day ago. I don't know what I expected. I guess I had never seen a human who wasn't marred, like they hadn't been torn up by something. Aemon was old. The Tyrell man, too, though he showed it in a different way. But the stranger on the cold, grassy plain seemed as if he was just entering life. It was later what I would call boyish features, the kind you see on a young man cheerfully going to war. His face brightened as he got closer to Aemon, his blue eyes lighting up with recognition. He waved his arms excitedly and broke into a sprint, calling out Aemon's name at the top of his lungs. He was no more than a few feet away, shouting, "Aemon! You're still alive!" And he opened his arm for an embrace of brothers. The thing in the carapace suit ignited the zero sword and decapitated the friend with the bright blue eyes. The howling black blade shrieked as it effortlessly cut through. Ingrish's hand tightened around mine.
It's not real,
she assured me. As if to prove her words, the headless man did not fall dead. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Aemon, hugging him all the same. I blinked. I suppose to any other child this might cause some trauma, that it might leave an imprint on the psyche. But Ingrish had no need to assure me of anything. From my childhood on Giza 6, I knew what dying looked like. I saw Mansa dissolved in acid, yes, but there were plenty of other examples. Industrial accidents, skiff malfunctions, an arcology collapse. I had seen them all without a mother's watchful eye. It struck me then, and it strikes me now, that these so-called artisans, these skilled craftsmen who create these eidolons, they all miss that most important detail in imitating life. They never create something that dies lifelike. Those things of synthetic flesh and blood, they don't rot. The earth practically spits them out. There was nothing horrific in that display for me. I saw nothing except the materials and the shape of an imitation, and nothing more. Aemon seemed caught off guard by the gesture, and in one final moment he reluctantly placed a hand on the body's back, as if to comfort the fake thing in its fake death. Suddenly the picture of the orb went white. Ingrish gasped as the Colosseum's force shields contained the collective energy of a small star.
What happened?
She stood up, nervously glancing at all the display orbs, desperately hoping that what we saw had been a malfunction. And just as Ingrish leapt to her feet, I suddenly felt a presence behind me.
A player who is unhappy with a matchup,
Dot's wheezing voice uttered behind me.
I discussed this possibility with Aemon. Some of the players may be so angry with being matched against an unwinnable opponent that they might break the rules. Fusion bombs are against game regulation, but, well, some see losing as worse than disqualification.
If they're against regulation, then how did this happen?
Ingrish implored the doctor.
It's difficult, but not impossible to smuggle in such a device. I expect the actual bomb was too small to be detected by normal scans. Must have been extraordinarily expensive.
And Aemon?
Ingrish cried out. Todd glanced at her.
The carapace suit was designed to fight worse than the star spawn. You have no need to worry. Neither the temperatures nor the pressure will heavily tax it.
Todd said that, but it was hard to believe in the broiling fire. The force fields intensified, allowing the spectators to more easily see the inferno in the Colosseum. I stared at the small star, amazed at the sight and wondering what Aemon experienced in its heart. This broke the final straw for Ingrish. Horrified, she stood up and turned to Riker.
Can you find General Chiron? Where is he residing? I need to talk with him.
I'm not sure you're aware of this, but trying to interfere in the Bizarre tournament once it's underway is illegal. They have laws about this, and if we're caught...
I know.
Not to mention I have no idea where the general is. I would have to discreetly search the whole system.
I know.
And you should know we probably have our own set of eyes on us. Both the Rodeshi and the Dauphin, just in case we do anything.
Please, for Amon's sake.
English all but fell on her knees to the former pirate lord. Riker couldn't grin. He didn't have the lips for it. But as he puffed on the last of his Zakon dart, his eyes had that focused stare, like he was sizing up a worthy challenge. Chapter 17. The Survivor. The game wardens showered many apologies onto Oberyn for the lax security regarding the fusion bomb, something that seemed increasingly suspicious to me, learning just how seriously the Rodeshi people took security. After suspending the tournament for several hours, something nearly unthinkable to the Rodeshi, the games commenced once again with far stricter procedures. All fighters now had to go through several intense scans before being permitted to enter the Colosseums. And on top of making an example of the offending player, Oberyn was granted several starting bonuses in compensation for the incident. I watched this all over the course of the days and weeks. And while there were countless fights and strategies and distractions, the only other player I was interested in was the Tyrell man, who, true to Oberyn's word, was placed near their starting position. Tyrell, seeing the oncoming storm that was Amon Russ, promptly picked up all his pieces and fled, abandoning his homeworld system entirely. He cut a bloody swath across the digital galaxy even as Oberyn chased after him. And for Amon, he fought countless Eidolons all the way, just to catch up to the target of his true hatred. Some of the replicoids were identifiable to English, others not. The faces of family, friends, loved ones. Amon tore through them all without hesitation. It was an army of the images of the dead against the thing that could scarcely be called human. And each time, it was Amon who emerged the victor. Having discussed with him after the tournament, I questioned how it was so easy for him to dispatch the unliving. We, as humans, for better or for worse, see the whole of a person in their face, in their eyes. Was it the armor? Was it the nails driven through the brain that allowed Amon to be so merciless? It was true that the carapace suit destroyed everything human of the human brain, but that wasn't the deciding factor. Amon Russ was a veteran of the Fifth Aberrant War. He was one of the few living beings left in the galaxy who possessed intimate knowledge of the things that pretended to be alive, just to torture those who actually were. Severing the head of an Eidolon that wore the face of a childhood friend meant nothing to him. It was less than nothing. Amon knew everyone he had ever cared about had already passed. All he was faced with in the tournament were the impostors of the long dead, and of them he was more than happy to deliver a second death. I watched the display orb as General Chiron hunted his invisible prey in a freezing blizzard. His clawed metal feet dug deep tracks in the ice as a black cloak billowed in the wind. The camera zoomed in on his face, a gaunt funeral mask that had been forged far too prematurely and adopted after the fact. With one hand clasping the long folds of cloak tight around him, I wondered of the point. Why would something of metal and servo parts feel cold? After experiencing cybernetics myself, I fully understand the General. It is not the phantom pain of long-lost limbs that you try to stave back. It is the stillness. It is the numbness which takes the greater toll, as your nerves slowly forget there had been anything missing at all. And so the General hunted his prey, trying to shake feeling back into a body made of metal. I squinted my eyes at the display orb, looking for the General's opponent. But they, were nowhere to be seen in the howling snow. The Krenacht were an answer to the long-pondered question of whether biology or machine were the most efficient killers. After all, since the advent of the first autonomous fleets, it seemed that the artificial could replicate all of biology's most advantageous functions with none of the downsides. A machine does not tire. A machine cannot lose focus. A machine won't stop until its target is dead. But a machine, no matter how intelligently designed, is simple. It does not think on a level of amino acids and proteins and organic molecules. It cannot, for its materials are themselves unthinking, unscheming. And while there are whole portions of the galaxy that are devoured by nanobots and rogue simulacra and even the remnants of the Ranon autonomy, you'll still find mold growing on their metallic exoskeletons and parasites gluttonously feeding on their silica matrices. And so, too, you will find the Krynoct swarms forever existing on whatever world they have been deployed on, even 1,000,000 years after the atmosphere has been stripped and all sanity has been burned away by solar winds. General Chiron unsheathed his zero sword as the swarms erupted out of the ice. The deep blue shimmer pulsed in the false night as they flew towards the general. They struck him as viciously as the blizzard wind, a great many erupting in flecks of fire as the general's ion shield flickered on. However, a handful of the lights burst past the shield and began voraciously burying themselves in the metal and bits of exposed flesh. Like midnight embers, they began chewing away at the metal warrior, slowly eating him alive. Several more swarms of the Krynoct erupted in the long distance, and the great clouds converged on him. They chittered with horrible alien song as they rushed General Chiron standing alone on the ice sheet. Chiron didn't move a muscle, or rather servo tendon, as the tornado of blue light struck him, engulfing the metal warrior entirely. The insects overwhelmed his ion shields, hundreds more wriggling past the burning screen and sinking their mandibles into Chiron. As I believe now, the matchup was gambled on the faulty premise that General Chiron was something that could be worn down. Perhaps the war hero could not be beaten conventionally, but if only the general could be eroded, even bit by bit, then eventually he would fall over dead. This is not an unreasonable claim in most cases. To assume the basics of life and death is an entirely fair perspective for most of the galaxy. But the general was a veteran of the Fifth Aberrant War, and what's more, he had been a prisoner. And the Aberrants did everything possible to make sure their prisoners would never die. Within the maelstrom of blue insects, General Chiron flicked off the safety of his zero sword. There was a great flash of white light, and the Krynoct began to burn. Bombarded with subverse particles, the zero sword took them apart by their very DNA. General Chiron's cloak erupted into fire. His metal exoskeleton turned white hot. His flesh, or what I thought to be his flesh, sizzled. But if you knew anything about the general, you would know those extensions grafted from experimental surgery were not him. The parts that burned were not his real skin, nor his blood, nor his bone, only a fabrication. Those had been the parts cloned and added onto what became of the original. By the end of it, General Chiron was left standing in a pool of melted water in a large crater. Afloat were the tens of thousands of motes of dust that had been the Krynoct. They fell like ash rain, molting off the general like a dusty second skin. There were deep sores where they had eaten into Chiron's armor, and although nothing of his outward organics remained, he shivered all the while, standing victorious in the Rodeshi arena. The hunched-over general did not entertain questions nor interviews as he trod back to his shuttle, guards clad in bone following behind. A metal hand violently shoved aside anyone who dared get too close. The melted silver eyes behind the funeral mask glowered at all of them, and he did not waste one last glance of pure hate as the shuttle's doors closed shut. The small craft flickered invisible, and then he was gone, transported to some private, unknown location of the system, and there he would remain until the next engagement. Now, as Riker broke down the problem of finding General Chiron, it was not that Rodeshi stealth technology was particularly advanced. Rather, the challenge was evading the watchful eyes of the galactic community. There were entire industries testing their prototype tech on the happenings of the games. The security around the shuttle included microthermal detectors, high-end telescopics, and even quantum friction detectors, all of whom, upon finding anything suspicious, were contractually obligated to report their findings to the Rodeshi. As the General's shuttle shimmered invisible, there was no hope of following the vehicle itself to its home destination. It would likely change its trajectory 3 or 4 times before arriving, and any attempt to get close enough to scan for a stealth signature was going to get caught. Nor was there any hope of piercing together a trail. The entire Rodeshi system was strewn with a satellite network of neutrino disruptors, constantly stippling the vacuum with random background noise. Everything, including randomizing the albedo distribution of planets, was taken into account. A billion cheaters had come before Riker, and as I have researched from that period, the race between the rule breakers and the game wardens had progressed into the former planting needles in dark space. Too small to be blocked by real space fortification, they created micro-perforations into the vacuum from which sensor readouts could briefly be taken. This method was rather scattershot, extremely expensive, and completely out of reach for someone like Riker. From the outset, it seemed the old bird had an impossible task. However, the pirate had one advantage that most of the galaxy didn't. He had detailed instruction into the exact specifications of how Zero Swords operated, and he was taught by a human on secrets even the Dalphane knew nothing about. As according to the myths of the galaxy, each Zero Sword is thought to contain a black hole, so as to trap the consciousnesses of the deathless aberrants. And while this is true, speaking from a vague set of terms, the truth is much more complicated. In reality, each Zero Sword contains a fold in the fabric of space-time, called a Mothian-Hether bridge, linking to the event horizon of one of the black holes in the center of the Milky Way. Such was the only death capable of temporarily containing the aberrants. And coincidentally, Riker knew how to trace them. The trick, as Riker taught it to me, is not to look inward, focusing on a myopic and narrow view of space-time. That, in order to find your target, you must sometimes step back and look at the whole picture to finally find what is out of place. And so while every eye in the galaxy was trained on the Rodeshi worlds, the Colosseums, the space stations, the pleasure cruises, all squinting through the fog of neutrino haze, Riker set his eyes hundreds of light years outward. And there he found what he was looking for, the transient, near-invisible ley lines connecting the Zero Swords to their hellish destinations. And from these slightest disturbances in gravity, small bumps from the tunnels under space-time, Riker traced these straight lines right back to their owners. However, it wasn't as simple as simply running lines on the map. With the 18 Zero Swords excluding Amons, Riker had to painstakingly identify which of the ley lines belonged to whom, and determine, over steady weeks of monitoring the Rodeshi system, where exactly these invisible trails began. With materials on the Aphelion, Riker carefully created 17 makeshift probes. He purchased counterfeit Rodeshi transponders and then strapped hollow banners to the satellites, effectively creating gigantic scam advertisements. And underneath, he hid the scanners. He then set them at various orbits around Rodon's sun, not following anyone, but coincidentally passing through much of the system. And using these snapshots, cross-referencing with public appearances, Riker painted a precise trail of every Zero Sword in the system. I once stumbled upon him tinkering with one such probe in his workshop. The bird was hunched over a satellite of spare parts and welding 2 pieces of plate together. I watched for some time, wondering how he expected this broken thing to avoid detection. Of course, it didn't. His drones probably set off every alarm in the Rodeshi system down to solar orbit. But as Riker pounded into my head later in life, it's never about fooling the cameras. It's about fooling who was behind them. Because also at every moment, there were thousands of daredevils strapped to oversized engines trying to make it big on the galactic wavecast. Countless illegal satellites and bootleg scrap were flying out there, attempting to scam and cause as much trouble as they could. You had the contraptions of every smuggler, thief, and lowlife with a wedding tool, all flinging whatever they could into the Rodeshi system. Yes, the authorities had Riker's probes marked down to the molecule, and I'm sure they sent a garbage hauler to pick them up whenever they got around to it. Riker stood in front of the holotable, reconfigured to show the 6th planet in the Rodeshi system, a green gas giant. Its emerald light reflected off the old bird as he examined his target. Buried in a section of space off limits to the public, much like where we were docked, was an unassuming methane refinery. It was a very low-resolution image, a gray station nestled in the upper clouds, and with seemingly no activity.
So that's where he is?
English asked, pacing around the table.
If he keeps his zero sword close, yeah.
Riker shrugged, the bird scratching his talon on the table.
I hope you understand that there's no sane way of getting to the General. We so much as start the Ophelian's engines and the patrols are going to be on us. It was a headache just getting the probes out. Which reminds me, you now owe Amon a few thousand heat units and 3 photon exchangers.
What about the shuttle?
English asked.
You want me to somehow commandeer a Radeshi shuttle, fly it to the other end of the system with no one raising any questions, and then randomly show up unannounced at this space station? Yeah, I could do it, if we weren't stuck in Oberon's personal coop.
English gritted her teeth.
But there is a way, right?
The bird sighed and waved a talon. The map zoomed out to encompass the whole Radeshi system.
As I said, nothing sane.
He clicked a button and an overlay appeared on the map. Thick orange lines interconnected and wove around all the planets. Some were like thick trunks, while others split off like 1,000 tiny hairs. Alongside them were 4 nodes forming a rotating diamond around Rodon's sun.
What is this?
She peered at the new details.
This is the supply network for the death games. Call it a mega highway. You're looking at the infrastructure to feed over 500 billion individuals. That, and ship whatever else to keep them happy.
Riker pulled up an image of a freight container.
It's far too expensive to use conventional engines. So the Radeshi used mass drivers for supply and distribution. They launched their freight and then used these 4 nodes and the gravity of the planets to angle them along their flight.
English looked up at Riker.
What are you suggesting?
General Chiron Station receives supplies like anyone else. We're on the same network. I'm saying maybe you should hitch a ride.
English paused for a moment, taking in the audacity of the plan.
How do you know we'll arrive at Chiron's ship?
It wasn't hard to pinpoint ration schedules once I knew where he was. The trick is making sure your freight container is the one routed to the station. Kyber will have to hack into the Radeshi computers.
Won't we be detected?
We're talking about 1 freight container in an ocean of billions. The Radeshi systems are tight, but not that tight. Kyber only needs to make a minor adjustment.
What about patrol scans? What about everything else you told me about?
The vast majority of that sort of attention is spent on the pleasure cruises, independent ships, satellites, and the like. They should have no reason to think anything is wrong to check. And even if they do, they're looking for contraband and bombs, not people. As I said, no one's going to think to look for people on these things.
What does that mean?
Riker pulled out a leather harness. It was a little more than a plastic mask which extended over the face, a small oxygen tank, and 2 chest straps with long rows of very large vials and very large needles.
You won't have to worry about radiation exposure, but these freight containers travel depressurized. And as it happens, spacesuits are going to set off the security systems. So that means you're going to have to get creative.
We weren't already.
English groaned, looking concerned at the harness, which in no way looked like it was safe.
We used to use these devices back when I was running blockades during the Hasker sieges. It injects a drug cocktail made from stasis fluid and a few other choice ingredients. Puts you under and keeps your blood from boiling from the vacuum. Lasts up to 12 hours, give or take. We used it to lash certain individuals to the outside of our...
Is there no other option?
English suddenly asked, overwhelmed. Riker stared at her.
Yes, but you would like the hard way even less.
He shook the harness in front of her.
You wanted a way in to talk with the General? This is it.
I'm sorry. I know I asked you to do this. I shouldn't have been so forward about it.
The bird squinted at her.
I've never known you to get cold feet about anything in my life. You were thinking of taking the kid, weren't you?
Both of them glanced my way. I had been sitting quietly in a corner, not moving a muscle or saying a word.
General Chiron isn't going to care about me,
Ingrid explained.
but he might care about Vass. I don't know what he thinks. I just know it's my only chance. But I'm also not going to risk Vass's life on stasis fluid and vacuum.
I'm not here to convince you either way. All I'm saying is you have a short window. Rations are delivered to General Chiron's station every 4 weeks. You either go in the next 3 days, or you're waiting till the next shipment. And odds are, at this rate, that'll be after the fight between him and Amon.
I don't know if I can do this on a hunch.
Ingrid shook her head, trying to convince herself that it was just a hunch.
You do what you have to do.
Riker set the harness down on the holotable.
As I promised Amon, I'm only here to get you where you want to go.
He promptly left the mess hall, leaving me and Ingrid alone together. The Bake was silent for a moment before glancing back to me.
I can't tell you what to think,
She told me plainly. As I reflect back, that seemed more like a personal confession than an admission. And what did I think? I realized that I have left much of my own personal thoughts out of these early times. And this is because there was no complexity to the calculus in my head. I felt the horror of the carapace armor, but I did not understand it. I watched the violent struggles of the death games, but I did not comprehend the reasons behind them. I knew Amon Russ meant something deep to me, but I grasped so little of what. I suppose there's a cosmic irony that the Bake, the one who should have known everything, was asking the former Urtaf, the one who knew nothing, what to do. But as I have come to learn, there are certain choices where it is not the inputs, the variables, or the predicted outcomes which are important. And trying to find certainty in those things only leads you to being paralyzed, and the choice being made anyway. In those moments, the only thing you can cling to is the spirit in which the decision is made, or rather, as I perceived at the time, a clarification in command orders. As it stood to me, Amon was the Pataf, or its equivalent on the Aphelion. Therefore, as Urtaf, the only logic I was really familiar with, the judgment fell to a simple question. I finally looked at Ingrid.
Does Amon want help?
I asked. Chapter 18. The Fifth Aberrant War. It is true that we find many excuses to betray our loved ones because we are convinced we know better. It is a trait that transcends humanity, and I think is a consequence of irrational beings existing in a rational world. That so long as you have an intellect, it is entirely too easy to think you have a special perspective that no one else possesses. But saying that, as surprising as it may seem, Ingrid did not betray Amon as we clambered into the freight container and Riker handed us our harnesses. There were 3 arguments that pushed Ingrid to do what she did, the first being that Amon was an entirely practical man, in his own way at least. It is too easy to look upon the old warrior, and especially the contents of his ship, and conclude that he was a superstitious paranoid. I do not deny that Amon was a man of odd ritual and odder thought, but I also have to admit that he was right more times than he was wrong. And superstitious men, older ones at least, often make more sense than we would like to believe. The second argument was that there was a chance we might have swayed General Chiron's mind, and Amon would have gambled much if he could avoid murdering a friend, even upon long odds. Ironically, I believe Chiron was more of a test to Amon than if he should be asked to slaughter other humans. From the Rodeshi way of thinking, if Amon was ever to throw down his sword and reject the games, even if he should condemn his own race, they would have lost the moral argument. Chiron was tempted in a way another human wasn't, because otherwise the answer would have been clear in Amon's mind. But murdering a friend, an ally, a non-human, one who was begging for death, that was the sort of confusion only a species as devious as the Aberrants could have devised. And that was exactly what Ingrid raced to save Amon from, even as the needles punctured her skin and began filling her blood with stasis fluid. I felt the swift pain in my own chest, and I looked around for one last time at my surroundings. The dark, empty space of the freight container, the cramped yet worryingly thin walls of metal around us, the dim lights that flickered overhead. We were in an empty box of death, with the only comfort being some liquid padding Riker installed to make the acceleration forces easier. We were lashed to the back end, and we would wake again at our destination. Or we would not wake up at all. Ingrish felt around for my hand and grabbed it. I looked at her, and she tried smiling to reassure me. I appreciated that, even though there was no need. It is true that I could have died in that freight container, and it was also true that Ingrish was there beside me. And in my mind, therefore, there was no cause for fear. My life on Geisa 6 had been an empty one, and now that I had discovered something more, I could end satisfied. But then again, I was still much too young to really understand what loss truly meant. I fell asleep. Breath stole in my lungs again, and I choked, feeling as though no amount of air could satiate the pain in my chest. I ripped away at the harness and fell forward, crying as my senses were overwhelmed. There was a bright light at the other end of the freight container, too bright. I felt like my eyes were burning, as if I had not blinked in years. Everything hurt, and my insides felt wrong. Worse than feeling sick, it was like I wanted to vomit up my own organs. Through my blurry vision, I saw Ingrish stumble to her feet immediately, and she shouted something that was unintelligible to my ears. Suddenly, rough hands grabbed us both. All I can recall is a tumult of the senses, orange lights, nauseous alien air, and leathery hands as we were dragged through angular metal halls to an unfamiliar room. As my mind came back to me again, I fully awakened while kneeling in a gallery of sorts. We were placed on a long grated walkway that cut across a circular viscous pool of green liquid. Iron steps rose up onto a throne, and surrounding the walls of this ovoid space were 1,000 funeral masks, all looking down upon us. I struggled like an infant, even as I lifted my head to see the clawed feet of General Chiron, tapping at the foot of his great resting place. I have come to learn this room was an immersion chamber. Initiates descend into the waters of life, taken from the home world, and rise as warriors to the 1,000 witnesses of the dead and the living.
Your royalty!
English cried out in her own voice as she was held face to the ground by the guards. A quick wave of the hand, and the guards picked English up and set her on her feet. She took a moment to straighten her gown, but before she could speak, the general interrupted her.
I notice you have come here wearing a phonic collar. Your gesture is appreciated, but take it off. I know it causes your kind pain.
English stared at the general, surprised by his words.
There are 3 kinds in the galaxy who fear a telepath. A fool, a liar, and a coward.
General Chiron looked at her with his silver eyes, yet to be regenerated in the flesh.
Take the collar off. You'll find no such martok here.
I wish there was a human equivalent of the word. And if you continue far into this account, there are many words which I wish I had human synonyms. Just as we separate boys from men, so too were men of honor separated from men of birth. General Chiron had carefully selected his entourage, and what's more, the general was something selected himself, not by the hand of any intellect, but by the galaxy itself. As war raises legions of soldiers, so too it raises thoroughbreds, warriors. Glancing at the guards, I saw alien eyes peering from the molded skulls of animals. I could make out very little else except the bluish skin hidden under the bone armor. Many in the galaxy would scoff at such primitive adornments, but for the likes of the Scythian people, they preferred to wear their armor on the inside, much like the carapace suit.
I would ask how you accomplished this,
General Chiron began.
But I would be a fool to expect anything less than those who keep company with Amon Russ. Out of courtesy, I will hear what you have risked so much to say, and then you will leave.
English took a moment to collect herself, even as I struggled to come to grips with this new world around me. It was still strange to me to be entirely distressed and not for myself.
Please don't throw your life away at Amon Russ's hands. I ask for the sake of Amon's honor,
English begged. There was a rasping laugh from the inside of the metal funeral mask.
Honor! Little Bake. Men like me and Amon have lived for far too long for that. I should have thrown myself to death at the end of the war. I didn't realize that I would be forced to live for centuries undying in this.
General Chiron raised a hand, his metal fingers clicking on each other at disturbing angles.
Body.
English grimaced, and I could tell she was holding something back from me. Something that was in Chiron's head. General Chiron laughed again.
You can look in my mind all you want. All you'll find is more of the same. I sometimes wonder if the aberrants intended for me to be rescued, that I was meant to choose. Several lifetimes worth of being racked with pain, feeling the nerve staples with every movement, or spending the rest of my existence in the med-tank, pumped with anesthesia. You see, suffering is just a tool to the aberrants, as hard as it may be to believe. What they want is to break you, to make you break yourself. They can mutilate every cell in the body, torture you for 1,000 orbital cycles. But disgrace? That's eternal. You see, what the aberrants really desire is to harm that thing which passes into the next life.
General Chiron seemed to shake himself out of his thoughts, and he looked down again on English.
Don't look too hard, little Bake. More than a few telepaths have died trying to peer too close.
English reluctantly met the general's gaze, afraid to make him angry.
It's not as bad as Amon's,
She quickly said, embarrassed and trying to brush past it. General Chiron froze, profoundly insulted, but then he slowly relaxed back into his throne. Raising a finger, he ticked at his mask.
I suppose that makes sense. Amon was the one to sentence Orotek, was he not? My people knew the aberrant as the Fatebinder, Haru Krosh. Though I don't believe he could really change the future. The great predicting machines all went mad trying to see the culmination of events. I just think Orotek knew how to speak the words to kill a man.
English was quiet at that, and there was a short silence in the room.
Enough reminiscing,
General Chiron suddenly declared, his eyes returning from the past.
Do you have anything else to say? I'm very tired, and I wish to rest.
I don't understand why it has to be Amon. I don't understand why it has to be this death.
English cried out in a sudden display of anguish. The general chuckled.
Little Bake, you understand perfectly well. It's seared into every thought in my head. I don't appreciate stalling for time. That is an abuse of my kindness.
I don't understand,
English repeated, her real voice quivering. The general's mask tilted and there was a pained sigh.
It is a kindness that most soldiers don't live to see victory. I envy them for that. Heroes used to die in war. Now we die in circuses. There is no battlefield that can end me. No opponent greater to fall against. Don't ask me to wait for my death any longer. My species lives for only 80 years. I have waited 423!
General Chiron's voice shook with black rage at the end.
And if he brings the Zero Sword?
English's voice was filled with the concern you might feel for a madman. Chiron burst out in new laughter.
You thought I was expecting him to bring anything else? You thought I was hoping for mercy? Little Bake, you are already speaking to the damned. I don't care if I'm sentenced to the darkness with the aberrants. It doesn't matter if I have to fight to the end of time. I will finally be free of this shell, and it would be a more noble war than any I can find over here.
How can it be noble if it's suicide?
English quickly blurted out before she lost the courage. She threw her hands over her mouth apologetically, as if trying to hold the words back as she said them. The small Bake in a black gown cowered on the walkway. Her ears fell flat against her head, and she was shaking as she struggled not to curl up. It took me a moment to figure out, even though she was doing her best translating, that she hid from me the fear she was feeling. It was not just the known brutality of the Scythian people. It was not just that she had effectively brought me into danger. It was also that dread fear of saying the wrong thing, that her hopes of helping had been dashed. The room fell to an oppressive silence as I realized English had crossed a line. With the grace of time, I can add some context that I didn't possess in the moment. As the Scythians are a warrior people, suicide was equated with the greatest cowardice, to steal your own life from the judgment of Jira. She had called him the coward of cowards in front of his men. General Chiron twitched a finger.
Out.
Before the guards' hands could grab us, a single voice rose above the room.
Wait!
A stillness overcame the chamber. I blinked, slowly realizing that the voice was my own. As I have said many times, I was passive when I was young. And while English did her best, I found her conversation with General Chiron quite hard to follow. I had long given up on any hope of trying to sway the general by my own words, instead letting English speak. But since we were about to be taken away, I had two things to say, and I knew I would not get another chance. General Chiron twitched his hand.
What?
I stopped and took a moment to gather my thoughts.
You pointed to me at the palace. Why?
The general shifted in his throne and clasped his fingers, sizing me up.
Has Aemon told you of your future yet? You must have seen it by now.
I don't understand.
The general glanced at the ceiling.
For us, the war is ending. The years are ticking down, and one way or another, we won't have to live with this victory for very much longer. But for you, the Fifth Aberrant War has only just begun. You may ask what you have done to earn my respect, but for those like us, there's no need to prove ourselves on the battlefield. You'll be fighting every day for the rest of your life.
I saw something in the general, and English showed it to me. There was an expression of the deepest pity in Chiron's metal eyes. It was as if I was the singular individual in the whole universe who had more of a right to a grudge than the general himself. And he was correct. He understood perfectly well what was going to transpire in my life, in these pages. He understood that it doesn't ever stop, not in your sleep, not even in your dreams. But at the time, I looked at him blankly, puzzled yet accepting his answer. And finally, I added my own plea to English's. I knew I was not adept at speech, and I couldn't argue with a general like English could have. So instead, I simply stated it as it was.
I don't want Aemon to kill you. It would hurt him.
The general was silent, staring me down, and I didn't look away. I stared right back at the funeral mask, waiting for him to move first. It was not that I was brave. It was that I was too foolish to feel fear, and I was curious what his reaction would be. Chiron breathed deeply and suddenly leaned forward in his throne, his metal shoulders falling. He looked at me and something else glimmered in those metal eyes. I glanced at the guards, bracing for them to resume dragging us away again, but the general gently lifted his hand.
Go and be at peace. I'll consider what you have said to me today.
For the return journey, we took the same way back. It was no less unpleasant as the needles pressed themselves into me. Although this time, instead of waking to rough hands and being dragged out of the freight container, I woke slowly. English was peeling the harness for me, exhausted herself. She helped me up and gave me a long hug.
Thank you,
she said quietly. I suppose I found the moment strange. All my life I had obeyed things by command. Some might confuse this as a sense of duty, but really it was just orders. And perhaps it had been the same here. After all, English told me to follow. But that was the first time I ever wanted to follow. Not in the sense that it had been easy, but rather that I ought to have done, and that it was good that I had done it. And stranger more, I felt that I was expressing something to Amon even though he had no knowledge of it. These nonsense things confused me even as Ingrish let me go. She hesitated for a moment, carefully undoing her blindfold. She looked at me with her real eyes and smiled. She didn't share with me what she felt. She didn't need to.
Come on,
Ingrish finally said.
let's go home.
Putting the cloth back around her eyes, she turned to the closed door of the freight container and pushed it open. Bizarrely, neither Riker nor Kybert had come to get us. We walked out into the supply depot of the fueling station. There was a long wall of airlocks and freight containers. Pipes streamed above as we walked down the greasy and dirty corridor. The dim lighting guided our way as we snuck back to the Aphelion. Several times, Ingrish tried to use her earpiece to contact the other two, but there was no response. She shrugged it off as an equipment malfunction. We passed by the camera Riker had hacked and put on video loop. Right ahead was a rusty bulkhead door to the residential sections of the station. Ingrish pushed it open, and we walked into the authorized sectors like nothing had happened at all. We took a tram back to the hangar which housed the Aphelion. As the hulking ship loomed over me, I felt nothing but relief. I suppose the Aphelion had become a world to me. It was where things made sense, at least more than everywhere else. It was my new center, and inside were my sleeping quarters where I could curl up and finally relax. We trotted with heavy feet up the landing ramp, and Ingrish cycled the airlock. As the interior doors thunked open, Ingrish suddenly let out a scared yelp. I froze. Guns held by two droids pointed our way. In the center stood a familiar man with a face I had only seen through holo images and display orbs. He gave a long sigh and crossed.
It's ironic. I had gone through all this effort to see you, but it seems you were off meeting with someone else. Oh well. I hope you can spare a few more minutes of your time.
Waylon Tyrell, the last human trillionaire in the galaxy, had arrived on the Aphelion. Chapter 19. Tyrell. Waylon Tyrell was not a man concerned with his appearance. The right half of his already thin face had been carved out by a terrible injury, corrected just enough to keep him from being abominably ugly. His artificial eye threatened to slip from his eye socket, held in place by a silver band affixed where his cheekbone should have been. His hair fell back in graying wisps, and his skin was pocked, with the result of cheap skin grafts. For clothing, he chose simple black garments that clung tightly to his figure. He was not emaciated, but neither was he healthy. The only ornamentation was a gold brooch and chain that was secured across his chest. I glanced at his droids. I thought at first that they might have been more Nekomata, which were not dissimilar in appearance, although these ones entirely lacked the Dalphane grace and design. These were meant for war and only war. Hydraulic arms, armored chest cores, and elongated heads with concealed sensory apparatus. The droids were entirely unmoving as they held their angular rifles on us.
This is not how I wanted to meet. It seems Amon and I have a bad habit of running into each other at the worst possible time.
Waylon spoke softly, looking out the window of the mess hall. From this angle, you could see through the fueling station's massive portum, a ring structure with a permanent force field to let ships travel in and out of the atmospheric habitat. Beyond the staggering ship traffic, out into the cold vacuum, somewhere was Amon Russ fighting in the Colosseums. Somewhere was Oberyn in the game rooms, masterfully crafting yet another story.
I haven't come to threaten you, if that's what you're wondering.
Tyrell turned in the dark room.
In fact, it's quite the opposite. I would like for us to work together.
You're pointing weapons at us,
Ingrish growled.
Let's be honest. They're more for my protection than to intimidate you. Do you really think I would risk coming onto this ship without insurance? But even so, agree to hear me out, and I'll stand the droids down.
Ingrish simply glared daggers at the man, impressive since she always wore a blindfold. Waylon sighed and waved a hand. The droids stiffly raised their rifles up and set them down at their feet. The Tyrell man walked over to the table where he had placed the phonic collar he had confiscated from Ingrish. Picking it up by his wrinkled hands, he thumbed the device's decorated striations. If you didn't know what it was, it could easily pass for a piece of jewelry.
Such a terribly expensive slave collar. Oh, so even a telepath can be reduced to a commodity, a trinket to be owned like anything else. Did Oberyn gift it to you? Or is it a holdover from your previous profession as a—
I blinked as Ingrish immediately censored that word from me. I glanced at her, but she was entirely focused on Waylon.
No matter.
Tyrell tossed the phonic collar aside on the floor, clattering away.
I'm not here to discuss your past. In fact, we're for mine.
You think that gesture means anything?
Ingrish nodded her head to the collar.
You're disgusting through and through. You sold children. The collar doesn't change that.
I can guess at all the things Aemon has told you about me.
Waylon walked over to the Bacchae. He knelt so that they were face to face.
Must you look in my head and tell me I am not reasonable?
No.
Ingrish spat in his artificial eye. Instead of flinching, Waylon sighed, and with 2 gloved hands he wiped the spittle off. He stood up and glanced around the mess hall, frustrated. He chuckled at himself, finally looking down at Ingrish again.
It's a strange thing to find yourself in the one room in the galaxy where the telepath won't read your mind. Fine. We'll negotiate the conventional way. I'll start with a carrot. That's a human vegetable, if you weren't aware.
Waylon paced the room, hands held behind his back.
You know, touring through this ship, it's like a museum. Takes me all the way back to the war. All the memories fading. This vessel is falling apart at the seams. It's impressive Aemon's kept it running for this long, but it can't last. Sooner or later, your home is going to fall apart.
What's your point?
Ingrish asked.
You're offering us a ship refit?
No, that would be far too cheap of me. I'm offering you half.
Ingrish hesitated.
What?
Tyrell slowly stepped over to her.
You heard me. Half of everything I've got. In exchange for Aemon standing down, I will give you more money than you can spend in 100 lifetimes. And you can take the ship flying for 100 times that. I know the kind of life Aemon has been living. I've read of the kind of life you lived. What I'm offering is to set you free.
You know Aemon will never take your blood money.
Waylon groaned, throwing up his hands in disbelief.
Blood money? Fine, we can call it that. But I didn't build this fortune to spend on myself. I didn't make these sacrifices. I didn't sell my soul because I cared about the profit. Every day since the war, I built this fortune for one purpose. One alone. To buy what we lost back.
Ingrish remained steadfast. Ingrish remained silent.
I know about your deal with the Delphane. Is that the victory you want? Aemon wins and he hands humanity's future to the very species we reared from animals. Is that the future you want? It's disgraceful.
Waylon raised his voice.
What would Aemon rather have? A certain future as slaves? Or take a chance on me to win the Berserk tournament, and humanity can make its own destiny? I'm begging you to think for a moment. Read my mind. You'll know what I am telling you is the truth.
Ingrish remained steadfast. Ingrish remained silent. Waylon gritted his teeth in frustration.
Very well. If you won't consider my generosity, maybe you'll consider the stick.
I thought you weren't here to threaten us.
Unduly threaten? But Aemon has a debt to pay. And if you don't listen to reason, if you don't convince him to stand down, then I'll be forced to collect it.
Ingrish upturned her nose at Tyrell and crossed her arms. Waylon shook his head. I know you know what I'm talking about. You don't get to run away from this, neither does Amon. What he did, he is a traitor. English immediately censored that word, but it didn't matter. I already knew that phrase. It was the same one Amon had used to describe Tyrell. I suppose that was the double-edged sword of language. The more you know, the harder it is to remain ignorant of the things you would prefer not to know. But still, I felt nothing of shock. Waylon Tyrell was not a man to be trusted. Even one such as I knew that. I simply turned to English, puzzled. She raised her eyebrows in surprise and concern that I had comprehended the word anyway without her help. Cursing under her breath, she reached out to me.
Amon isn't a traitor. That's just this man's confused perspective.
I nodded my head, completely satisfied with the answer and entirely uncurious to any further detail. However, Tyrell noticed this short exchange and for the first time glanced my way. He spoke a confused jumble of words. Some I understood, many I didn't. I realized English had completely stopped translating, unwilling entirely to risk me learning anything else. Later, I wondered why she didn't take this approach more often, instead allowing me to hear and see many things that a normal human child shouldn't be exposed to. Of course, it was under Amon's orders, and I am sure there were arguments over the things I heard, but it was critical to Amon that I saw as much as I could of how the galaxy worked. And I wasn't a normal human child, at least, not one who had the luxury of leading a normal human life. But this time I stared blankly ahead, even as the Tyrell man tried to tell me of something that I had no interest in. Finally, he snapped at English, and there was another back and forth between them. English yelled in her real voice, and Waylon nodded towards the droids. English clenched her fists, and reluctantly she took a deep breath and turned to me.
I'm sorry. He's forcing me to translate. Just remember, it's complicated.
They say there are two sides to every war, but the truth is, there are 1,000. Every soldier, every captain, every general. There are the men who order millions to death for neutronium deposits and platinum-pressed riches. Then there are men who fight because it is their brothers who are dying in the mud. There are leaders who eye whole star systems for the sake of their people, and then there are mercenaries who do their bloody work because they enjoy it. There were the men who were told they had to fight the aberrants to save the galaxy, and then the men who told them, foolishly believing that they were still masters of the universe. The alternative for mankind's leaders was unthinkable, that they did not possess the power of our ancestors. After all, it was our mantle. It was our duty to place as many humans on the front lines as possible. And when it did finally come to catastrophe, those were often the same men who abandoned worlds wholesale to the aberrants, because they could not tolerate the idea of death and worse happening to themselves. I don't think anyone can know ultimately if events would have played out the same, having not lured the whole aberrant fleet to humanity's home systems. They might have come for us anyway, after all. But what was certain was that mankind's leaders had, intentionally or not, done everything possible to maximize the damage. And when Amon, with the punctured eyes of the carapace suit, saw his commanders running away, even while he fought on a world cracking under his feet, that was intolerable to him. And so when victory was finally achieved, when wearied humanity held its somber celebrations, Amon had been one of the 47 who turned their zero swords on their masters. At this moment of great frailty, Amon and his comrades cut the heads off of humanity's last leaders, fleeing soon after. For Tyrell, his side, his story, was that Amon and the 47 betrayed humanity, destroying our last chance to reorganize and throwing our species into chaos at a time when the galaxy was salivating to finally end us once and for all. As Amon told it, humanity was finished long before then, and that he had only executed the criminals responsible for our fall. The terrible thing is, I still do not know which of the two were more correct. I think I shall leave it at this. Anyone who has read of the Fifth Aberrant War knows Waylon Tyrell. His part in history is written, and he has colored his place on the galactic tapestry. However, I feel as though I have to make a special remark of one fact for your consideration. Whatever you might think of the man, he had not been among those cowards who turned their ships and fled into dark space. And when the aberrants were raining fire from the sky, he did not abandon his post like so many others. He had the scars to prove it. I blinked with a blank face as Waylon finished his explanation. I do not know what Waylon expected. Perhaps the point wasn't even to convince me of anything, but only to voice his argument and make it known to one of the last human children in the galaxy that it was all Amon's fault. But before Tyrell had a chance to do anything further, the door to the mess hall flew open, and a bloodied Riker stumbled into the open. He held a gigantic Gauss cannon. He aimed it right at Tyrell, breathing heavily.
You son of a...
3 things happened at once. English lunged and threw us to the ground. The droids raised their weapons, but Riker was faster. He turned the thick barrel of the cannon on one and pulled the trigger. I didn't see a projectile so much as a blue mass accelerated so quickly that it disintegrated the droid and blew a hole clean through the wall behind it, the torn metal trailing in a long arc in the distance. The second droid didn't last much longer, and then the Gauss cannon was aimed squarely at Tyrell. But it was too late. The man had squeezed the gold brooch in his hand and pushed a button. Time and space seemed to fold, and then he was gone. Teleportation, a uniquely human technology. At least, humans were the only ones to devise a method that didn't come with serious consequences. Ingrish leaped up and rushed to Riker, who had collapsed against the wall. Letting the cannon fall from his talons, it thudded heavily on the floor as he tiredly glanced up at Ingrish.
Sorry I took so long. You wouldn't believe what I had to do to break out of the cargo bay.
She looked over him, the crimson blood pooling at his side and wrists.
We need to get you to Tut,
She said, concerned.
Thanks, but no thanks. I'd rather tough it out.
Riker struggled to take a Zakon dart out of his pocket. Snapping the end off and lighting it, he turned to Ingrish.
So, how did your meeting with the General go?
As I laid my head upon the hard floor of my quarters and struggled to go to sleep, I tried to go over everything that had happened in my mind. It was an evening ritual, but one that refused to set me to sleep as it normally would. Riker had run several full scans of the ship, making sure Tyrell hadn't left any extra surprises. And when that failed to turn up anything, he began a manual inspection with the tireless help of Kybot. I was sure they were going over every hall and room even as I closed and opened my eyes, hoping that I would fall asleep. Utterly exhausted as I was, I suppose I was waiting for some other catastrophe to happen. So much had happened so quickly, it was hard to believe that it was now over, that I was safe, that I could now close my eyes and wake up the next morning. That it should be so simple somehow felt wrong. Throughout my life, I have always found it surreal that quiet and peace exists. That it is not only real, but something most of the galaxy takes for granted. There were humans once who simply woke up without fear of what was chasing them. Humans who went to work their professions, most of which did not involve someone dying by the end of the day. And when they went to sleep, happy with their lot and family, they didn't live in fear of the darkness. And the most miraculous thing of all is that this happened day after day, to the extent that whole generations expected to live their lives like this. I have fought for centuries for the quiet of a simple life, but it is still something beyond me. I suppose it has gone on so long that it is now a part of my nature. That even if I should find myself on an empty moon with no one in 1,000 light years, I should still struggle to relax. That if the galaxy should find no one else, it would arm my own shadow as another enemy against me. Deep into that sleepless night after Waylon Tyrell had fled the Aphelion, long after I assumed Riker and Kybot had given up their searches, after everyone was asleep except for me, I restlessly turned and looked upward at the ceiling. There was a dim orange glow as sizzling molten metal dripped onto my empty bunk. Something struggled through the melted ceiling panel, emerging as a 6-legged chitinous machine of some kind. 2 sensor antennae flicked off white-hot embers and 2 beady eyes trained on me. I saw a tiny mouth of needles open, and it rapidly scuttled towards me. Chapter 20. The Death Games. The silverfish, as I later learned such assassin devices were called, rushed towards me at frightening speed. The only noise was the quick scuttle of its legs. I cried out and leapt to my feet. It was the only thing I could do before it jumped at me. I fell backwards, only barely dodging. I scrambled to my feet, and I didn't look back as I ran for the door, but it was already opening. I nearly slammed into Kybet, desperate to get out of my quarters. I hesitated, surprised by her sudden appearance. I tried to turn and point at the danger, but I felt a metal hand on my shoulder. Kybet wordlessly threw me behind her with such force that I hit the wall panel on the other side of the hallway. I watched breathlessly as the silverfish lunged again from the doorway. Kybet plucked it out of the air with her hand and tried to crush it in her palm. She tilted her head, confused as the silverfish resisted pressure which would have cleanly snapped bone. Instead, the machine's chitinous armor began to heat up, and after a few seconds, Kybet's fingers were clenching a white-hot, squirming thing. Her fingers were losing the battle, slowly but surely melting. She did not show an ounce of concern on her face as she turned and slammed her hand against a nearby wall panel. The force was enough to bend the sturdy metal, and the noise made me clasp my hands over my ears. Her fingers snapped off, and the silverfish jumped at her neck. Wasting no time, it clawed through the cables and synthetic tendons, trying to get so deep it could not be extracted. Kybet expressionlessly reached into the molten hole in her neck and violently yanked the silverfish out. Seeing no other option, Kybet drove her fingerless hand through the wall panel, and with one quick movement of her arm, sheared an opening through. Behind was a power conduit, thick tubes carrying millions of volts of electricity. She did not hesitate to plunge the silverfish through the cables, piercing the safety insulation. Lightning arced out as the lights flickered. I saw Kybet's body stiffen and shudder for several terrible seconds, the Nekomata's humanoid body contorting the way no human ought. Finally, the safeties activated. The electricity stopped, and the lights went out. In the darkness, red emergency lights flicked on, and I saw the silhouette of the scorched Nekomata slowly withdraw her arm from the conduit, still clenching the silverfish. The machine was lifeless in her fist, its mangled body fused to Kybet's fingers. Her porcelain face had been terribly burned. Half of it was rendered inert. Even as her personality heuristics kicked in and she attempted a graceful smile, only the left part of her mouth tugged upward. One eye was filled with friendship, and the other stared lifelessly at me, numb as the Nekomata so often are. A moment later, Ingrish was by my side, helping me up.
He tried to murder my son!
Ingrish shrieked, hands slamming down on the table. She had taken me to the mess hall where Riker was busy with welding tools on the silverfish. He had helped Kybet detach and install temporary replacement arms, and she was busy self-operating with the solder iron. Tut was nowhere to be found, as there was no one for him to fix, and I was on a high chair, far from any surfaces with my knees drawn close. I was not so much awake as simply aware, the terror of what had happened keeping me from sleep. But I was also so exhausted that I was struggling to follow along.
Tyrell tried to murder my son!
Ingrish yelled again at Riker as he obsessively worked on the silverfish. The red bird glanced up with his yellow eyes.
I know you're upset, but we have to be very careful right now. Kybet's plugged into the bridge. I'm having her run more scans on the ship, this time keyed into the alloy composition of this silverfish. We need to know if we're infested. For the meanwhile, I pulled the safeties on the electrical grid. Most of the ship's compartments are running tens of thousands of volts. Let's make sure we're safe before we do anything else.
Ingrish took several deep breaths, running her hands on her head.
I'm sorry. You're right. Thank you, Riker.
Always here to help,
Riker mentioned as he turned back to the silverfish. With a pair of tongs, he lifted part of the machine's exoskeleton and examined it closely.
It's none of my business, but I feel I ought to ask. Do you intend on breaking your promise to Amon?
Ingrish's fingers clawed against the table.
Tyrell tried to murder my son.
She spoke as if that answered the question. Riker was silent for a long moment as he poked through the innards of the silverfish. I didn't look, but I imagined the machine's guts were no less horrifying than the outside. Riker picked up some bizarre mechanism I couldn't recognize and examined it closely.
You know, it's weird how Amon has a knack for finding people like us. People who need a different path than the one they're walking down. He gave me a rule. No thieving. Not if I was going to fly this ship. I remember when you begged him for help. He had a rule for you, too.
It's Vass's life this time.
Ingrish spoke through clenched teeth.
Amon Russ is the most dangerous man in the galaxy. If he chooses to go to war against Tyrell, you'll have your blood and then some. But it's his call to make. You would be taking that from him. And that's if all goes well and you don't get caught by the Rodeshi.
You think I would be sloppy enough to get caught?
Riker glanced up.
No, I don't.
He paused and thought for a moment.
You know, I was once the most feared pirate in the Artorias sector and a dozen others. I rubbed shoulders with the most violent men in the galaxy. Do you know who they told horror stories about? I've heard enough about the Golden Court and their assassins. What they trained you to do.
I blinked, as for once Ingrish didn't censor the word like she normally did. It is odd how certain things can only be said by letting the other person overhear them. Ingrish knew Amon wouldn't like it if she informed me of her past. But she was in such a frenzy that she wanted me to know. She wanted me to know I didn't have to worry about being harmed again because she was going to rip Tyrell's beating heart out before he got another chance. Although that was what I imagined, I learned later that Ingrish was proficient in a far more sophisticated way of killing. Riker lifted another bit of the silverfish's innards and looked at it.
I don't doubt you can do it. So, I ask again. Are you going to break your promise?
Ingrish was quiet, but Riker didn't need her to speak to know the answer on her face. He sighed deeply and got up from his seat.
Cabot, turn the safeties back on the electrical grid. I think I know where the rest of the silverfish are.
The Nekomata looked at him puzzled but obeyed. Riker reached down and picked up an electro thrower, a pistol-sized weapon with a disproportionately large barrel at the end.
I'll be back in a few minutes. Be patient. I don't want you to have the wrong target.
Ingrish read his mind instantly, and if she had been angry before, her wrath intensified to a star. Her normally reserved mind burned with such hate that I could feel it as pinpricks on my skin. I awoke at this, but she remained motionless. Riker shortly returned, holding Oberyn's medallion, scorched after he blasted it several times. Picking up one of his tools, he smashed it open and several more silverfish spilled lifelessly from inside. I don't know if Oberyn accounted for Ingrish being a former Golden Court assassin. Those details, unfortunately, have been lost to time. But what the Game Master implicitly understood was that there was no way to break Amon Russ on the battlefield. There was nothing left of the man to break, except his purpose. The play was to let Amon get close enough to Tyrell, enough for the trillionaire to get worried and attempt to secretly reach out to Ingrish. That much, at least, was in Oberyn's calculus. Ingrish would refuse him, as she obviously would, and then the silverfish could do its work. It was a perfect story of revenge and retaliation, a moral lesson characteristic of the human species. It was also a story that would get Tyrell immediately disqualified, robbing Amon both of his purpose and object of his own revenge in the Colosseums just as he was to fight General Chiron. I don't know the ending Oberyn predicted would happen. I believe there was an acceptable range of outcomes, as one often has with such complicated schemes. But Oberyn's masterstroke, the summit he yearned for, the once-in-a-lifetime narrative he had worked so hard to tell, would have been Amon in utter despair, killing himself with the Zero Sword to spite Chiron his suicide.
That was what the Rodeshi Game Master gambled everything on. But of the thing I do know for certain, the variable Oberyn failed to account for, the fatal flaw in his thinking that undid all of his plans, was that he didn't know Aemon Russ had the pirate lord of Artorias as his personal pilot. It was such an improbability that one would have had to have been a madman to consider it. Just as crazy as Riker installing 3 different security systems around my quarters, alerting Kybit the moment the silverfish had breached the first layer. Just as crazy to think through Waylon Tyrell's perspective, believing there was some humanity left in the man. Just as crazy as Riker running a molecular microscope over the alloys to identify trace particles consistent with the medallion. It is, as I think, entirely improbable that all of this occurred in the way that it did. And I am sure some will accuse me of historical revisionism. That there was no way the infamous pirate lord of Artorias had actually faked his death and was secretly living on the Aphelion. Such a story would stretch the suspension of disbelief to its breaking point for anyone. However, as I have found, reality often contrives odder circumstances than can be put to fiction. And so there are many events in history that defy storytellers, that they cannot put in their narratives because they would naturally lose the audience. But since this is a historical account, I do not need to worry about such things. I slept in the mess all that night as I was afraid of going back to my quarters, and English had to coax me over the next few days to convince me it was safe. However, I noticed her attention was entirely distant now. She watched the Pizak tournament with fervor, staring for many hours at the game rooms and especially Oberyn. The rage did not lessen with time. English kept the news of what had happened quiet, acting like nothing was wrong. She reached out to the Rodeshi Game Master. There was to be a party at the match between Aemon and General Chiron. She asked to be allowed to attend as his guest, to which Oberyn reluctantly agreed. I imagine he sensed something was wrong, that English should have been raising hell with the game wardens over my murder, that something of my death should have come out. But this is speculation. It is sadly impossible for me to journey back in time and question the Game Master on his final thoughts. However, what I do know of what happened in the coming days is that Zurak agents were hard at work. The terrible race we encountered on the derelict were nearly finished with their plans, preparing a wholesale invasion of the Rodeshi system. Embedded infiltrators were disabling security systems, rerouting patrols, and slowly peeling away layer by layer everything that stood between them and the Rodeshi homeworld. None of it was detected by the Rodeshi surveillance because in many cases, the Zurak were the Rodeshi surveillance. They had planted fusion bombs on the Void Aegis, the most critical defense infrastructure of any solar system. Preventing dark space translation, once the bombs went off, warships could enter real space all the way to the orbit of Rodon itself. Additionally, on several space stations, they had hidden rail cannons to be fired upon the pleasure cruises and coliseums, meant to rain flak on the satellite networks and overload the Rodeshi laser grids. During the attack, and for 3 days afterward, the wreckage rained fire on Rodon. The infrastructure was so crippled that they couldn't prevent the leftover of the battle from further tearing apart their homeworld. On the day of the invasion, the Rodeshi Supreme Commander of Defense was going to be strangled in his own office chambers by one of his most trusted lieutenants, no less. Similar assassinations would be carried out all over the system. Captains were murdered on the bridges of their own star cruisers, followed shortly thereafter by the rest of the command crew. The formidable weapons of these vessels were then turned on allies and didn't stop firing until they were destroyed. In most cases, it took sustained and prolonged plasma fire to finally put the Zurak infiltrators down. That meant on the day of the attack, across the entire Rodeshi military and defense infrastructure, there were only 3 infiltrators who were killed before they could achieve their secondary objectives. The final accounting in the galactic record is that the attack which took place on the 17th day of Jashesh, 102,972 AV, was one of the most successful system invasions in history, with a total and catastrophic defeat of the Rodeshi military. Had the Zurak been interested in conquest, it would have been the destruction of the Rodeshi homeworld and the scattering of their people. But such an objective was too low for the Zurak interest.
This event marked the day the Zorak announced themselves on the galactic stage, stepping out of the shadows. The coming decades would be racked with waves of panic as other species were terrified of infiltrators in their own ranks. Technologies were developed to detect Zorak subversion. Trillions of heat units spent in fear of such an attack ever happening again. The Scythans call this day the Truth of Jira. The Dalfane call it Sishamu, the Wave of the Dark Sea. The Radeshi used to call it Aratak, the Humbling. Now, by my hand, they call it Unu Aratak, the Lesser Humbling. Chapter 21. The Wave of the Dark Sea. English had swapped her usual black gown for a white one. Similarly, she had changed her scarlet blindfold for a length of pale cloth. I had rarely seen her wear any jewelry, but today she had chosen a pearl necklace alongside her phonic collar. One of her long ears was pierced with many golden studs. On her left hand she wore 3 diamond rings. It was the first time that I had seen her without her usually warm face, and although I could not see her eyes, she seemed altogether distant. Not uncaring, but not the same either. This blank quality is a noted phenomenon among telepathic races. Often derisively known as dropping character, it is when the telepath no longer cares to put on the act as their ideal selves. Or more frequently, when they are forced to wear the phonic collar. I find this is an unfair characterization. We all wear these same masks, even though most of us lack the ability to make those masks compelling. And speaking as a child raised by the Mansa, it is a good thing that I was taught in wearing 1,000 masks. Had I remained the vicious child of the insects, I would have died long ago. I think it is good, this desire to present yourself as better than you are, because if you truly believe in it, then you do become better than you actually are. But at the same time, speaking as the child who stood at that airlock door, you can never know a person if you don't understand them at their less than noble moments. Ingrish was off to murder Oberyn, throwing away everything Aemon had sacrificed to get this far. But as I reflect back, that wasn't what stuck with me. Standing at the entrance of the airlock, Ingrish turned to me for goodbye. And as I looked for that warm, reassuring smile that I had become so accustomed to, I saw it wasn't there. For the first time, I had seen the Ingrish as she had originally been. She quietly turned and pressed the keypad, and the airlock cycled shut. I sat numbly in the mess hall. Riker was boredly flicking through the display orbs, trying to find anything interesting to pass the time. I amused myself with some of the other Pizak engagements. I scrolled past a silver-robed Kefon illusionist, tricking his opponent into sawing off his own arm. In between spurts of green blood, the other alien muttered to itself, confused why the pain wasn't stopping. I saw a Strogodon arachnid. The stats accompanying it said it was 10 meters tall, although it was hard to gain a good perspective on its size from the display orb. The towering spider looked down indifferently on the jungle battlefield. It lifted one of its many steel plate legs and crushed the Tobekan underneath as if he were an insect. Uninterested, I swiped away. There was a holy hospitaller, moving in a sandy desert. His helm was shaped into a crown of jagged ends, and he had a rubber hazard mask with a tube that connected to a Vitapack on his chest. He was preaching of the negentropic principle, declaring in a loud voice to the wavecast. A hooded figure burst out of the sand and took a shot at him with a sniper rifle. However, the round bounced off a force shield. The knight didn't even flinch, continuing to preach his faith as the gunfire uselessly rained down upon him. My eyelids were heavy, and I laid down on the couch, watching the many-colored display orbs as they hovered in the air. The only game that mattered to me was the upcoming fight between General Chiron and Aemon. I was worried, yes. I had a great ball of dread in my stomach, though I couldn't understand why. I sensed so much seemed to hang in the balance, but I didn't understand any of the consequences. It seemed like all I could do was worry about some murky, terrible outcome that was fast approaching, but also that there was nothing I could do to stop it. I decided then there was no point to the anxiety if there was nothing I could do. I closed my eyes, and I made sure to keep them shut. Riker threw a blanket over me, and sometime between waking again, I fell into a dreamless sleep. It was something I later came to be immensely grateful for, as that would be the last time I would ever have a restful sleep again. Some timeless age passed, and then awareness forced itself on me. Drowsily, I tried to fight it, tried to stay in that place where there is no suffering, but the world and its realities came back to me. Riker was shaking my shoulder. I sat up, throwing off the blanket and blinking my weary eyes. My mouth was dry, and I turned again to the display orbs, wishing I could have changed what was on them.
It started.
Riker pointed to one orb off to the side. Rubbing my blurry eyes, I saw the image of the black carapace suit wandering a tomb world. Most of the time, that term is used colloquially, simply referring to a world where all intelligent life happens to be wiped out due to one catastrophe or another. But this place was something else. It was littered with hundreds of monoliths, human gravestones. I am told in antiquity such objects were used to denote reverence, sacred monuments with the names of the dead written on that enduring substance. But seeing such a place here, knowing what monoliths now meant to the galaxy, and particularly humanity, it was the cruelest insult. Even now I can hardly stomach my disgust with such a gesture. The thing that used to be Amon Russ looked on indifferently as he found his opponent. General Chiron stood a distance away on a hill of wet grass and stone. Both carried zero swords. Neither reached for them. My tiredness vanished as my eyes were completely affixed to the display orb, even while Riker scanned the news channels for word of Oberyn. I watched the two veterans of that most hateful of wars as they remained motionless in the sighing wind. Maybe I was hoping for some indication that Chiron had listened? Maybe some sign of humanity from Amon. Honestly, I didn't know how that would even be possible anymore underneath the carapace suit. I held my breath, feeling as though time had stopped, as it does in those holy moments. Amon reached for his zero sword, and he held it out, and then the display orb went black. I blinked, shaking my head in confusion. I saw that all the other display orbs had gone out as well, black bubbles which hung in the air, denying us any information. Riker practically jumped upward, running to the holotable and checking it for faults. And after several minutes of tinkering, he confusedly tapped a comm and called Kybit. I admit, this was one of the few times I have ever allowed myself to be bitter towards Ingrish, for not being there for me. Through Riker's speech, I could make out the basic words, but everything technical was completely lost on me. And growing in panic, I tugged on one of Riker's feathers and pointed to the display orbs, desperately trying to get him to explain what was wrong. He tried a number of complex words before finding something that finally reached me.
Gone. It's all gone.
Before I could ask him any further, I felt the ship shake underneath my feet just before the inertial dampeners kicked on. The pirate lord was confused for a moment before a look of unmistakable dread crossed Riker's face. He quickly yelled something in the comm while I glanced out the viewport to see what was happening. Looking upward at the round metal sky of the fuel station, I saw explosions bloom in the distance. The far horizon was now colored with streaks of orange, the penetrating rounds sending long trails of fire in the pressurized atmosphere. I saw docked ships burst apart from outside weapons fire, and even as the station's emergency shields kicked on, gaping holes tore through the fuel station like it was paper. Riker raced out of the mess hall, already in action. I was stuck hesitating between him and the viewport, but I decided to follow. The old bird sprinted down the corridors of the Aphelion with the sickly child struggling to keep up. Riker flew up a set of ladder stairs and down the access shaft to the bridge with me panting behind. Kybit was already there, her neural cables hooked into a makeshift port. It was a good thing, too, as I saw the golden shields of the Aphelion flicker on just as our landing pad turned to fire beneath us. Riker raked his talons across the control consoles, turning the ship's engines on. The Aphelion ripped the docking clamps out as it slowly rose in the air. The ship shuddered awfully for a moment, and I saw a display screen turn red. A rail round had penetrated 9 decks deep, and with a flick of a talon, Riker sealed off a seventh of the ship. All the other ships of the fuel station had begun to react to what was happening. Those with the quicker pilots had made for the station's portum, clumsily crashing into each other as they tried to escape through the narrow exit. Riker didn't attempt to navigate the desperate traffic jam. He lifted the Aphelion in the air and aimed all its weapons towards the spot where the fuel station began to curve upward in its cylindrical world. Firing the equivalent of a small nuclear load, Riker blasted through the fuel station's surface. And pushing the Ophelion's engines as far as they would go, the Pirate Lord slammed the large vessel through the weakened metal. I didn't have time to shriek as the Ophelion plunged through molten girder braces and hull plate. The bridge's blast shields rapidly unfurled along the view screen, protecting the hex glass from being punctured. Holometrics flickered on, tracing the outside impact in shaky outlines that glitched as we burst free into empty space. The ancient holometrics took a second to react to our new surroundings. From the sensor readouts, I saw half a dozen small vessels firing upon the fuel station. Autonomous attack drones, though extremely sophisticated for such craft. 3 of them turned their attention on us, and I saw rapid projectile fire as the enemy vessel approached. Riker swung the ship and opened the missile batteries. There was a terrible second as I watched many bright lights approach each other on the screen, and then everything collided. Riker had tilted the ship, so the majority of the enemy's fire hit the shields. But the battered protective screen could only catch so many. I saw half a dozen more decks flash amber as holes punched through decks quicker than the blink of an eye. Emergency shields flickered on to contain the atmosphere. Riker closed the hatch to the bridge. The iris door slammed behind us, separating the bridge compartment from the rest of the ship. But even as the Aphelion took a beating, the smart missiles evaded the point defense of the small ships and 2 found their targets. On the holometrics, I saw the vessels rupture and bloom in light before fading away. Riker pushed the engines to full thrust, hoping that the enemy would lose interest. However, the drone that had split away from the main attack force still followed, pinging us with attack fire. Riker flicked a switch and sent more missiles, but they were caught by the drone's point defense. And all the while, more decks on the backside of the Aphelion registered breach. Another explosion caused the Aphelion to shudder. Riker cursed, and I saw that one of the engines was flashing crimson. As we raced in the void, the enemy drone ship gained on us, faster than the larger Aphelion. It continued blazing weapons, slowly tearing through our defenseless hull like rusted sheet metal. I saw compartment after compartment flicker yellow and then red as the drone ship bit further and further into the Aphelion. I glanced at Riker in panic, and he looked back at me with a reassuring expression, checking to make sure I had fastened my safety harness. In a sudden, violent motion, Riker brought the Aphelion on its side and slammed on the braking thrusters. It was a 1,000-to-1 maneuver, requiring a split-second calculation of the 2 ships' velocities. If he had missed, the drone ship could have angled back and hugged close to the Aphelion, making our missiles pointless while the drone could tear us apart. But Riker was Riker, and instead, the enemy vessel couldn't maneuver away from the impact. It slammed against the most heavily shielded section of the Aphelion. Without the safety harness, I would have been thrown from my seat. The Aphelion groaned horribly as inertial dampeners struggled to counteract the impact. An explosion blossomed on the holometrics, and a dozen streaks of molten scrap punctured the Aphelion's side. But the force of the hit carried us further away from the fuel station, and Riker was quick to recover, turning us again and putting us at full burn away from the battle. Well, full burn with the engines we had left. Riker shouted something at Kybet. Again, I couldn't make out the details. She had focused her whole attention to minimizing the damage of the skirmish. Plugged into the port, Kybet had been operating the fire suppression systems, rerouting power conduits around damaged sections, and directing emergency shields to preserve as much of the atmosphere as possible. Her eyes rolled to the back of her head, snapped back, and the 2 quickly debated over something I didn't understand. But in a second, I thankfully didn't need to. The holometric screen changed to a sensor readout of the system. While most traditional scans were being jammed, Riker figured they could work around it with an infrared sweep. A fuzzy map appeared, and I saw that practically the whole solar system was on fire, especially near Rodon and the Colosseums. Riker and Kybet shared a terse conversation while I stared horrified at the display, wondering what had become of Ingrish and Amon. Riker slowly nodded his head and began flicking more switches. I actually recognized what he was doing, having seen him run test activations on the Ibis drive before. Like the veteran of 1,000 ship battles before, Riker had begun charging the FTL at the moment of the attack. It had been fast, and in another 20 minutes, we could enter dark space and escape. Unfortunately, that was also the last thing I wanted. I quickly unbuckled my safety harness and tugged on his shoulder, pointing to the outline of Rodon. "What about Ingrish? What about Amon?" I yelled. Wrecker glanced at me with a sympathetic look.
Amon will be fine. English?
He hesitated.
She's tougher than she looks.
"We have to go for them!" I shouted, tears in my eyes. Wrecker looked at me with his yellow eyes.
No.
I stood dumbfounded at the old bird, and I cursed myself again, knowing it was pointless to try to argue the point. I truly hated myself that I didn't understand language. I wouldn't have called it back then, but words were to me as magic. English commanded 1,000 feelings and emotions. Amon was more complicated, but whatever he said stuck. And I was neither. All I could do was gesture uselessly at a malfunctioning map and beg with half-pronounced sentences for Riker to save my family. And the old bird refused. With the hindsight of time, I will argue in Riker's favor. For what the Pirate Lord knew at the time, Riker was right not to be worried for either of them. But I cannot omit a certain irony, knowing what I know now, just who the Zurak were. It was the barely coherent child, grunting in half-gasped sentences, that actually had the more correct view of the situation. No one, not even Amon Russ, was safe from the Zurak. But as all human children do when they are upset, I was entirely unreasonable. I threw my hands at the switches, trying to shut the IBIS drive off. I don't even know what I expected at the time. I couldn't think that far ahead, so desperate as I was for my parents. Before I could even reach the console, Kybet had her arm around my neck, restraining me.
Don't,
she simply said.
Sorry, kid.
Riker sighed as he sank back in his seat.
We have our orders, and it's to get you far away.
I was inconsolable, flailing and crying in the Nekomata's grip. Riker nodded to her.
Get him somewhere safe and put him under.
I had no idea where safe was anymore, and I did not know why Riker wanted me under it. The iris blast door opened, and Kybet dragged me away, kicking and screaming to safety. As Kybet dragged me down the corridors to the center of the Aphelion, I eventually calmed. It was less that I changed my mind and more that I was too overcome with the destruction my home had suffered in such a short amount of time. The wall panels were peppered with holes greater than the size of my fist. The scorched remains of explosions and fires were everywhere. There were places where circuitry and conduit cabling had blown out, leaving tattered fragments across the blackened floor. The Aphelion always had been disorganized, but now it looked wrecked. Cargo crates had spilled over, scattering maintenance parts and other machine bits across the floor. Snapped cables hung uselessly, some still sparking. There were sections where coolant and water lines had ruptured, leaving great puddles that dripped down into flooded access tubes. Our journey to the life support bay and the backup stasis pods should have been a simple one. Instead, we had to take long detours around blown compartments. Some were sealed off by bulkheads, others with the golden emergency shields, flickering barriers that seemed dangerously thin to keep the atmosphere inside. I was in despairing shock as I stumbled past the eviscerated Aphelion. To see this world, which was the only friendly one I had ever known, so broken and torn apart, it was nearly unbearable. I was astounded that this vessel could still fly. The Aphelion had always groaned under its own weight, but now it felt like it could fail at any time. I glanced around, worried that the beaten and bruised metal would finally snap apart. I slowed in my step as we passed by a viewport. The ship shifted under my feet, and I hesitated to look outside. Kybet gently let go and allowed me to stay a moment as the Aphelion translated into dark space. Wisps of black dust turned into dark clouds which slowly enveloped the vessel as if we were entering a storm. Eventually, there was nothing left of the stars, and I was staring at a howling tempest. Reflecting for a long moment, I tried to reach for Kybet's hand, looking for something to comfort me.
Do you think?
My voice was interrupted by a high-pitched whine. A bolt of energy seemed to pass through me and the ship. Before I could understand what had happened, the Ophelion's hull went dark, and the crimson lights flashed on. I stumbled, and I saw sparks explode from Kybet as the Nekomata shuddered like she did when she destroyed the silverfish. The alien contorted in great pain, as if she was being burned alive from the inside. After a terrible screech of suffered agony, Kybet fell limply to the floor, sizzling. In horror, I glanced outside into dark space, and I saw a great warship silhouetted against bolts of eerie light. Chapter 22. The Zurak. A brutal lesson, learned time and again over the coming decades, was that one should never enter dark space during a Zurak attack. Prior to their invasions, they often layered the subdimension with interstitial mines. During that vulnerable period of FTL entry, when shields were down, the mines would detonate. Anyone who translated in would find their ship and all electronics on it disabled, leaving them easy targets for the Zurak. Everyone in the Rodeshi system who managed to escape and activate their FTL were left helpless as dark warships hidden in the thundering clouds preyed upon them. There is no running from the Zurak. There is no hiding from them, not here, in their realm. Bathed in the red emergency lights, I tried to help Kybet back up, but she was completely limp. Wisps of smoke wafted off her cabling, and her eyes stared lifelessly back at me. Was she dead? I didn't know. I didn't know what death even looked like for the Nekomata. Some plugs were still blinking near her spine, but everything else was dark. I cried for her to get up, but I could hardly move her. And as I glanced around helplessly in the ruined corridor of the Aphelion, I saw a shimmer in the air. Not a second later, the object of my nightmares, the thing that haunted me since we encountered the Mansa derelict, appeared. Manipulator claws restlessly tapped the floor panels. The dark frame was silhouetted in the emergency lights, and from its ovoid thorax, a red, unblinking eye stared at me. At that moment, I realized who had been attacking us. I realized who that ship out there belonged to, and I realized what would happen to me if I got caught. Abandoning Kybet behind, I ran as fast as I could down the smashed corridors of the Aphelion. I didn't stop to check if the drone was chasing after me. I didn't even think about where I was going. All I wanted to do was find the darkest corner on the Aphelion and hide until it was all over. It was all too much, and I was so distraught that I didn't notice the air shimmer ahead of me. At full speed, I slammed into the side of yet another drone. Falling to the floor, I wheezed as the breath was knocked out of me. I rolled on my back, and I looked up in horror at yet another unblinking eye. Manipulator claws were raised above me, ready to tear me apart. I was paralyzed, waiting for them to descend. I knew it was over, but at least this was a better death than what had happened to the Mansa. But the drone didn't do anything. Its manipulator claws didn't strike at me. The red eye scanned me for a second, and then its many legs backed away as the drone indifferently turned towards analyzing the ship. I didn't question this unexpected mercy. I stumbled to my feet again and shot around, only to see the other drone advancing down the corridor, similarly examining the Aphelion. Cornered on both sides, I ran to a sealed access tube against one wall. The keypad sensor was blown, and so I yanked down on the manual lever. The tube's front panel hissed open, and I threw it to its side as I clambered for the ladder. My hands didn't stop shaking as I grabbed the metal rungs and began descending. It took me a minute to get to the bottom of the narrow maintenance shaft. Half the crawl space was flooded with dark coolant. I dangled on the ladder as I tested it with my foot. It stung, but whatever this chemical was, it was nowhere near as bad as the toxic rivers on Giza 6. My hands and knees burned as I lowered myself down into the black icy liquid. Careful not to get any more of the substance on me, I crawled through the coolant as fast as I could muster. It burned my skin, but I couldn't stop now. I saw a ladder junction just ahead, though as I sunk my hand through the black waters, I felt a numb, slicing sensation. I raised my arm quickly, and through the dripping coolant, I saw blood well up from a long cut on my palm. I had sliced it on some scrap metal, likely from a puncture from the battle before. I winced as the shock wore off and it began hurting. Continuing on all threes, I slugged myself through the brackish liquid and over to the junction. Once or twice I slipped, and the coolant went up to my neck. I shrieked, not at anyone in particular, but just in anguish. I was too far gone to think clearly, and all that existed in my head was pain, fear, and anger. And just the overwhelming need to get away, to find somewhere that was safe. That was what compelled me down a half-flooded shaft of coolant, even though logically there was no point. I kept my head above the waterline, and as the burning became nearly unbearable, I finally reached the end. Exhausted, I threw myself against the ladder and climbed back up. With the last of my strength, I kicked the exit seal open, a dumb move considering I didn't know what was on the other side. But I got lucky. I emerged into an empty and isolated part of the Aphelion. Heaving myself out, I collapsed shaking in pain in a round hallway lined with thick pipes. Yellow support girders lined the distance, and the air stank of some noxious fume. But there were no drones here. And while I was exposed out in the open, I didn't have the wherewithal to find somewhere better. Every moment sent agony along the length of my body, and I no longer possessed the strength to get up. In that darkness, I cried out for English. I cried out for Amon, anyone. This horrible nightmare, I wouldn't have believed it was real, not without my burning skin proving otherwise. In between gasps of tortured breath, I wondered if it was just that I was going to die here, alone. I cried out, begging for anyone, to save me. Through my pained tremors, I noticed the air shimmer, and something stepped out of the ether. I stared at the all-too-familiar silhouette, believing it was impossible. At first, I thought it was Amon, who had somehow removed his carapace suit. Or perhaps Waylon Tyrell, however improbable that might have been. But as the figure approached, my eyes widened in abject horror. The Zurak knelt down, and with a strange curved device, he injected something into my neck. Darkness took me soon after. I do not know how long I was out, but when my eyes struggled open, I felt buoyed, floating in some dream. But as my eyes opened to a world of yellow fluid, I realized it was a nightmare. I was in a tank, an egg sac, bubbles chortling around me. I panicked. Images of what we found in the derelict bombarded my head, those alien pods and their horrifying purpose. I remembered the things that had been the Mansa, writhing as Amon riddled them with bullets. I remembered what he told me, that the Zurak were hollowing them into something else. Thrashing in panic, I wished I had died by manipulator claws or the coolant. I flung myself against the sides of the pod. My fingers uselessly scraped at something that wasn't quite metal. I tried to tear away at my ventilator mask, but it was placed on tight, wrapping around the back of my head. My head snapped back as I pulled too far on the oxygen tube, the line going taut. Dazedly, I looked through the viscous fluid, through the opaque glass. Dark movement shifted on the other side. I screamed as I pounded on the membrane glass. My fists thudded uselessly against the strong material. I saw the movement paused, and then began to grow closer until a disturbingly familiar, blurry face stared back at me. It turned, and the air I was breathing suddenly tasted nauseatingly sweet. I became tired, and I screamed in terror as sleep took me again. When I awakened once more, I came groggily back. I didn't know what to expect. I was lying face up on a surgical table, clamps restraining my wrists and feet. I didn't feel any different, but I slowly realized that my skin didn't hurt anymore from the coolant burns. It seemed all the Zurak had done so far had been to heal me of my injuries. I hoped against all hope that that would be the end of it, even though I knew that wasn't the case. A light field was beamed down on the bed, illuminating me in a dim haze. Looking around, I saw the medical bay. The only word I had available to describe such an awful place. Writing now? If I were to describe Zurak architecture, it is part spacecraft, part living thing, and part art gallery. The ceiling split into many ridged arches that resembled a ribcage, and yet its polished and clean design suggested an aesthetic rather than biological necessity. The walls were lined with more of the pods, tucked in by tough cartilage that was inset with bulbous white buttons on their sides. I saw alien silhouettes in many of the egg sacs. There were places on pillars where I saw computer screens running, or at least, I thought they might have been the equivalent. The screens were of no different material than the ship's hull, and yet odd lights written in an indecipherable language flickered across their surfaces. I saw many machines, though most could equally be described as organs. I saw things I couldn't understand. I saw a circulatory system, a transparent core pumping some black fluid, I saw a wall of orbs, maybe eyes, that were hooked with wires in their sockets. I saw an open chamber filled with 1,000 needles, contracting and extending with terrible life. And last of all, I saw the surgical instruments placed on a tray near my table. I tried not to look at those. Hearing footsteps, I strained to see what it was. The figure resolved itself into the same one I had seen earlier in the Aphelion. I still couldn't believe my eyes. The face looking down it was human. Almost. The Zurak had pallid, deathly white skin. One could see many blue and green veins underneath. He didn't have any ears, instead wearing thin ovoid caps on the sides of his bald head. The man's eyes were scarlet, and although they looked just as human as mine, I saw a translucent membrane flick across their wet surface. While I thought the extra eyelid was organic, the glossy layer depicted tiny diagnostic information as the man examined me closely. The Zurak's face seemed wrong, both graceful and unnatural, timeless and yet stretched too thin. Its strange teeth were of the same black substance as the ship, coated in shiny mucus. Satisfied with whatever it had been looking at, the Zurak turned to a nearby table filled with medical instruments. It was at that point I snapped out of my stupor and began crying and begging for it all to stop. The Zurak turned and inserted a needle into my wrist. Something cold pumped into me, and I lost control of my body. It wasn't that I was numb, but rather that I was made utterly limp. The only thing I could do was breathe as the Zurak doctor prepared something. I was given only a minute to steel myself before my short time ran out. The doctor lifted a syringe of some sort. Inside was a clear fluid with many white particles. They were moving. Alive. The Zurak placed the syringe against my eye and asked a single question in my language.
Shall we begin?
I shall withhold the details of what transpired with the Zurak doctor. It is true this account speaks of many horrors, but I am not here to regale savagery after savagery until the mind's eye is scarred with every cruelty known to exist. I don't want your pity for having suffered these things, nor is this account a bitter list of long-held grudges. I only mention these brutalities as a warning, so that you may understand the consequences of defeat. The galaxy has taught me time and again that there are few things worse than being helpless. For those still interested in a clinical description of the Zurak conversion surgeries, you can refer to the appendices. But for these pages, I have found the imagination suffices. Nothing you could conjure would be an overestimate. I was not thrown back in the pod or put unconscious again. I was dragged by 2 androids down a long hall, all the while feeling as though things were moving in my skull. I still remembered the doctor's last words. He didn't speak in my language the next time. Instead, some alien tongue was gnashed at my ears, and the meaning resolved painfully in my mind.
It is important we understand each other.
The translation wasn't at all like English's. With each word, it felt like my head was being violently rearranged. I saw flashes of images I couldn't understand. I tried to speak words, but some guttural noise came out instead. It frightened me. The icy feeling in my body didn't get better over time. It was getting worse. I felt sick to my stomach, and I felt a strange hunger. My stomach didn't growl anymore, but I felt the ache anyway. I glanced dazedly at my arms, where 2 ports had been installed. Several times I had a chance to look at a reflection in the dark metal. I didn't take the opportunity. I kept my eyes fastened to the floor, the only place on the Zurak vessel that couldn't hurt me any further. At the end of the corridor, the androids placed me in a type of brig. One of the droids set me up against the wall, while another stepped away and detached a long tube from a surface panel. It connected to a port on my left arm, inserting the needle into the opening. Some viscous fluid began pumping in, and I felt my weakness recede. And with that, the 2 androids left the cell and activated a force field, leaving me alone with nothing but the soft hum of the energy bubble. I didn't move from where I sat. I think the paralytic drug had worn off, but I didn't try to rip the nutrient tube out of my port. More than anything, I wanted to shake myself free of what had been my body. I wasn't sure I was even myself anymore, whatever that meant. My own thoughts tasted vile to me as I felt them twisted into the horrible language of the Zurak. It is quite a thing to change the very words you speak. The world takes on new hues, new colors. Everything I thought I had learned had been turned upside down and sifted into a language that made me want to claw out my ears. The very concepts of my mind were warped into something nightmarish to me, even as I tried to put them back together again. I tried to remember English, the Bake, my mother. The Zurak had a different word for her kind. Grushes. Aliens that are only good for being processed into nutrient fluid. But even as the things which swam in my brain tried to re-speak the words I held dear, turning English into nothing more than a source of nourishment, I found a strange clarity. I have mentioned many times that I had a simple way of thinking. I understood the world through narrow meanings, and so, unlike any other human left in the galaxy, my mind was full of clear distinctions, strict definitions, and words that could not be so easily reinterpreted. Despite everything of the Zurak's attempts, I still knew where myself began, and their intrusions ended. And as time passed, and as the growths on my thoughts did not strengthen, I realized I had finally found the one battle I could win. I had been taken to a place where death is a mercy, but as the world of the Aphelion fell away from me like a fading dream, I realized I had been here before. I had been here all along. The Mansa had taught me everything I needed to survive a place such as this. Or rather, since I had endured the Mansa, I had been prepared to endure this as well. The Zurak speak a language of emptiness and exile. But I was not bothered by those things. Those words could not hurt me, nor the meanings they carried, and as the world of the Zurak enveloped me, I remained. I wasn't carried away by the torrent, nor was I broken underneath it. I remained, and I found I wasn't afraid anymore. It wasn't determination or courage that filled me. The Mansa have no use for such things, and I had been reduced to the point where they meant nothing to me either. There were only a set of facts, and facts alone. The Zurak had hurt Vass. Whatever I was now, I was still Vass. And therefore, I hated the Zurak. I grabbed hold of the nutrient tube, and although my mind and body ached to let it be, I ripped it out of the port sewn into my arm, spilling the nutrient fluid all over the floor. Chapter 23. The Queen of Distant Void. I do not know how long I waited in that holding cell. At some point I laid down on my side and stared at the force field, not moving nor thinking. I knew there was no point in trying to escape, and neither did I find any solace in my thoughts. The Zurak had stolen even that from me. I don't know whether anyone I knew was still alive, but I didn't worry for their sake. That required thinking about them, and I did not want to stain those memories with whatever the Zurak had done to my mind. I told myself time and again that I was dead, a corpse. There remained nothing in that holding brig, my new world, except for me. And as I had been hollowed out, there was nothing in the Zurak cell except my skin and bones. I was dead, and thank goodness, because corpses can't feel pain. And also, as I reminded myself, corpses can't be tormented by hope. In that prison, I was free, looking down upon the thing formerly known as Vass. Or so I told myself. What I do know now is that one of the rail cannons had struck Amon's Colosseum. He had fallen with the wreckage onto the surface of Rodon, where he and General Chiron found themselves in the thickest of the fighting. With nothing but their swords, they carved a trail of carnage to secure a ship to get off-world. And all the while, the Zurak were systematically bombing anything that had an engine strapped to it. Their primary objective accomplished, they had turned to looting the Rodeshi system for all it was worth. English had sealed herself away in an airtight compartment as the Golden Palaces turned to fiery debris and vacuum. She was just one of the hundreds of thousands trapped in orbit with no rescue coming. These unlucky survivors would soon add to the fatalities over the coming days as they suffocated before any help could arrive. At that moment, English was measuring a dose of the poison she had intended to use on Oberyn, hoping to render herself comatose and buy additional time. Riker had evaded the drones on the Aphelion, largely because they didn't care about him. He was busy crawling through the innards of the ship to the heart of the vessel. There he was going to enter the ossuary core and reactivate the Aphelian's Ibis engine, pulling the vessel out of dark space, right out from the hangar of a Zurak cruiser. Our home would be the only ship that escaped the ambush, with the rest of the vessels that entered FTL being taken by the Zurak. Indeed, however small it might have been, there was reason for a corpse to feel hope. However, I knew none of that at the time. For all I knew, the only people I had ever known were dead, and I was now awaiting whatever new life or death the Zurak had planned for me. I didn't have a clever idea to outwit my captors. I wasn't thinking I could steal a shuttle and escape. I wasn't imagining some great act of revenge, killing the butcher who had done this to me. There was nothing like that in my thoughts, only a quiet patience that an opportunity would present itself. And when it did, I would make sure the Zurak could not take me alive a second time. I did not lift my head as I saw Boots appear on the other side of the force field. The Zurak doctor shut down the energy bubble and stepped inside the holding cell, which now smelled of rotten flesh from the spilled nutrient fluid.
Rise,
he ordered. Movement itself was a torment because it reminded me of what had been done to my body, but I pushed myself up and got to my feet. I stared blankly forward as the Zurak doctor inspected me. Prodding me with his hands, he made me lift my arms to check the newly installed feeding ports, among other things. Satisfied with his work, he turned his back on me.
Follow.
I obeyed wordlessly, and he walked down the dark, gleaming halls of the Zurak vessel. Not quite arteries, not quite corridors, the curved halls possessed the same unnatural grace as the rest of their architecture. Doors opened like beetles spreading their chitinous wings. Passages were decorated with rippling tendons. Computer consoles grew from the floor, and we walked on gangways transmitting the light of sickly neurons. The strangest thing was when I saw the occasional viewport out into dark space. There appeared to be no barrier at all, no glass, no energy shield, nothing. I felt as if I could reach my hand out and nothing would prevent my arm from passing through. I did not put it to the test, however, obediently keeping behind the doctor until we reached a set of great doors. The serrated gates opened, and I was taken aback as we seemingly exited a spaceship and entered into a palace. The ceiling was entirely open to the realm of dark space, though none of the eerie clouds crept in. Sinuous colonnades lined the large space, opening into dark ventricles where it looked like 1,000 Zurak could have watched on. I stiffened, expecting to see more aliens, but my eyes only saw emptiness and darkness. The only movement I could detect was the occasional flash of strange lighting above. Looking on, I saw a circular portum placed in the center of this hall, and beyond in the distance, a set of moistened steps leading to a throne of black glass. The Zurak doctor promptly turned and left the empty court, shutting the doors behind him. I was left utterly alone without any sense of what I was supposed to do, nor the reason they spent so much special care in my surgeries. I wondered where the rest of the Zurak were. This great vessel seemed altogether too huge for the one Zurak I had encountered thus far. I was left perplexed. And although I wanted to find some corner of this massive chamber to hide in, I reminded myself that I was a corpse, and as such, I had no reason for fear. I reluctantly crossed the great hall to the portum. My footsteps echoed all too loudly in the deafening silence as I approached the strange edifice. I saw the design was alien to the Zurak anyway. It wasn't made out of the same materials as the ship or any of the other machines I saw. The gray, rough substance was flaking off. There was no way for me to determine the portum's age, but I got the sickest feeling in my stomach. More than the unnatural Zurak ship, the light didn't reflect off the portum as it ought to. It was as if brightness itself was exhausted striking such an ancient thing. 8 spikes ringed the circumference, pointed contraptions half buried in the floor. Tiny symbols were written along their surface, which counted around the ring, only broken by where panels had been lost or destroyed, leaving the innards exposed. All I could tell from the incredibly complex machinery was that it looked dead, long dead. It looked barely better than scrap metal from a broken derelict, but it somehow seemed the most important thing in the room. The portum had seemingly been taken and placed here as some sort of prize, Or perhaps the ship had been constructed around it. The palace part of it, at least. The walls themselves curved around the ring like a whorl, and I saw trailing mosaics swirl around it like waves of dark water. Hesitantly, I placed my hands on the portum and bent over, peering at what was inside. I didn't quite know what I was looking at. It wasn't quite gaseous, but not quite water either. It looked like a film of smoke. And beneath this layer was nothing. I could see a void beneath, but it wasn't just a hole. It was endless. Logically, I knew that I should have seen the interior of the Zerak ship, or at least a channel out into dark space, but nothing was there. Nothing at all. As I peered down, I swore I could hear something, just barely a sound on my ears. I sat myself on the portum and bent down further. I lowered my arm to touch the smoky film, but just as my fingers were about to pass through, a pallid hand latched onto my wrist.
I wouldn't,
The Zerak Queen told me with a kind voice.
Dip even a finger past the breach, or you would not come back the same.
The Zerak Queen sat me up away from the edge of the portum. She was dressed in an ebony frock that was bound by an onyx neckpiece. Black hair fell to her shoulders. Her skin was just as pale as the doctor's, and she had the same scarlet eyes. When she smiled at me, it was with the same glistening black teeth. Her human-like expression incited the same fear in me, even as the Zerak adjustments of my mind told me to welcome it. She cupped my chin with long fingernails, examining me closely.
Defiance in the eyes. Good, as was promised.
She spoke those words, and they reverberated in my head again and again, disorienting me. However, careful to conceal myself and my intentions, I stared obediently at her, trying to convince her I was entirely docile. The Zerak Queen's smile grew wider.
You don't need to hide your thoughts from me. They are the reason you are here, my kin.
That is the closest translation I can manage. The Zerak do not have words for family. Each is grown from the templates encoded in their queen's DNA. There is no such thing as kindred with the Zerak. There are only castes. But on that ship, what the queen addressed me with was an archaic word barely remembered in their genetic memory. I blinked, confused. The Zerak Queen spoke in guttural words that nevertheless were warped into something graceful in my mind.
You must have noticed our uncanny resemblance. In our great family tree, after our first great shattering, your people went one way and mine another.
Images bombarded my thoughts of the destruction of soul. I saw great ships turning outward, many towards distant suns, others to darkness. The altered part of me saw the deep wisdom of the Zerak, vowing never to allow such a tragedy to happen again. But as for my eyes, I saw the horror, as they exacted 1,000 savageries upon others and then themselves. Making their home in dark space, they hid themselves where the galaxy would never think to follow. They looked with pity on the Fifth Aberrant War. They laughed as our worlds burned. They despised the Rodeshi, wasting prizes of incalculable value on games and entertainment.
I don't understand why,
I asked.
We are survivors, just like you.
The word for survivor brought the savory taste of blood. The word for you opened a sadness in me. Unadapted, unchanging. I was part of a subspecies doomed to extinction because we could not acknowledge reality. At least that was the me as I had been. I was something new now. The Zerak Queen got up from the portum and paced back and forth, never taking her eyes off me.
I don't expect you to appreciate our kindness, but it is important that you understand what is to come next.
That I understand what?
The Zerak Queen smiled at me.
The choice you were born to make. The other queens shall split the embryos among them, create new aesthetes, replenish the recombination sequences, raise legions of warriors. 1,000 spawned them, that is no matter. You were brought here for a more important purpose.
What?
She pointed at the portum.
Can't you hear them? Listen.
I had not moved an inch, and yet the sound coming from the void sharpened like a sudden onrush. It resolved itself into indistinct whispering. If the Zurak language was intolerable to me, the hushed voices felt like claws digging into my head. I could not make out a decipherable word, but I suddenly felt dizzy. Before I knew what was happening, I fell into the portum. Faster than I could blink, the Zurak Queen caught me. With surprising strength, she held me just above the boundary as the whispers grew louder and louder. I felt something wet run down my nose. The smallest drop of blood dripped off my lip, but before it could fall through, the Zurak Queen caught it with her finger.
Not yet.
She licked the drop away before setting me back up. Clasping her hair so that not one thread would fall through, the Zurak Queen bent her own ear to the boundary. With terrible delight, she listened to the voices before raising herself back up. My spinning vision came to a still again. I felt a wave of nausea that I had to choke back down.
You have not eaten,
The Zurak Queen chided me, wiping the rest of the blood from my nose.
and so soon after your reclamation. We shall correct that for when the time comes.
I pushed myself away from the portum, stumbling to my feet and barely keeping myself upright. I took one step away and then another, trying to escape as my legs failed me. With what the Zurak had done to my mind... No, it wasn't that. Even the Zurak part was screaming in fear at whatever was in the portum. I panted heavily as I tried to get away, but the Queen was faster. She placed her hand on my shoulder, and pressing one finger to my forehead, she commanded a single word.
Sleep.
I was dragged into darkness even as every muscle in my body tried to run away from the whispering voices down below. Tut had many explanations for the dreams over the years. The first was that I had been interfaced with the neural network of the Zurak vessel, the unconscious of the ship. Joined with the sub-processes and background algorithms, my mind was entangled in its thought patterns. The ship dreamed, making predictions, running analyses, putting and pulling apart data. And as I was joined with it, so too did I add my own thoughts and memories to the current. I was swept away in a river of unmeaning, a jumble of alien visions mixing with my own. Battle plans, hypothetical futures, religious beliefs, those were the explanations of the Belazar. After all, I saw only what I wanted to see, and those memories were themselves misremembered. I shall not deny Tut's rationale here, but he was sorely mistaken presuming that I had wanted to see any of this. I dreamt that I was drowning, or perhaps suffocating in vacuum. I stretched out my hand, and I saw the Rodeshi system before me. I saw what was left of it, the wreckage of a one-sided war. The stars smiled upon this day. Images flashed, some quicker than others. I walked on a midnight beach, the tide receding. There were 1,000 Rodeshi faces in the sand. Contorted in agony, their grisly remains fell expressionless as they were slowly swept away by the dark waters. I saw in the long distance 2 shades sitting at a board, one of Terra and another of Rodon. They played a strange game in the dying moonlight. In a moment unheard, I saw a great feast prepared on a table of glass. A legion of the mouthless looked hungrily upon plates of rot and bone, soon to be processed into nutrient fluid. A queen sat at the right hand of her master, offering a chalice to an empty throne. I saw the Zizarak, beating their invisible wings and swarming around the dead left in high orbit. With ivory and incisors, they took something from each of the corpses before departing into their nameless realm. I saw the unknown subdimensions beneath dark space. The things within them writhed at the walls angrily, kept away even at the ending of the festivities. The undying general screamed in rage, tearing the beating heart out of a combat drone. With blood-slicked hands, he waved his zero sword in the sky, shouting for his enemy to come back as the great warships disappeared one by one. I saw an alien wearing a golden mask with 7 eyes and wreathed by the sun. He wept at his daughter's betrayal even as he commanded her damnation. I saw talons pry open a core. The thief looked down upon a grave of neural cables, looking to rob a corpse twice over. I saw a bargain now fulfilled. Black boots thudded silently on the bridge of an ancient vessel, its hull still stained with the blood of the last war. taking the captain's chair and staring through a shattered viewport into vacuum, gauntleted fingers wrapped on the armrest. The Zurak retreated into dark space, and the thing in the carapace suit followed. Chapter 24. Silent Confessions. Hindsight belongs to those who have the luxury of second chances. Regret presumes there are forks in the road. The agony of wishing to change one's past comes with the subtle and often begrudging acknowledgement that one can amend their future, however small it may be. Those freedoms were taken from us, the survivors of humanity in the distant future. I didn't fully realize it, but I understood far more of Amon Russ as I was unplugged from the feeding tubes and the cortical filaments sucked from my flesh. As I lay gasping on that floor while the Zurak doctor took readings with some strange instrument, I came to the somber idea that there was nothing in my choices which could have changed this outcome. There was no avoiding this. There was nothing I could have done better or smarter. No chance to have foreseen this nightmare, except that Chiron had warned me. The others, too, in their own ways. They had all known that some catastrophe was coming in my life. They didn't need to petition the Solithan Oracle to deduce that. In the great fatalistic texts of the Pajarns, a common theme runs throughout. That to form connections, to create bonds, to tie oneself to another, is to invite tragedy. That no matter what, everyone departs you the same. As I signed the order for 1,000 ships to deploy to their worlds, I admit that I agree with the second part. However, speaking as the boy who suffered on that Zurak ship, I must contest that it is the opposite. Tragedy is the natural order of things. It invites itself regardless of what you do. But if that child had had a nation, a people, a real home, shields against the likes of the Zurak, then none of what had happened on that ship needed to pass. We create bonds because they shield us from 1,000 worse tragedies. Those who are lucky enough to enjoy such protection rarely think of the lives they would have had without. To rely on other people isn't weakness. It's the only bulwark against the storm we have. I didn't have a homeworld to fight for me. I didn't have a fleet or any army or even a tribe. All I had in that moment was a single man, the man who was now my father. Because of the lives we were destined to lead, he wasn't able to shield me from the horrors of the galaxy. He wasn't able to protect me from the Zurak. He wasn't even able to save that simple boy raised by the insects. That child was gone the moment the Zurak doctor finished his bloody work. However, that one man was able to save my life, my future. Of the days Amon Russ suffered, the man who sacrificed so much for a child who was doomed to experience every misery anyway, I only wish he had known the difference it made. The Zurak doctor had led me to the surgical table again, and although I am sure he had methods to compel me, he needed none of them. I walked blithely to the physician's altar and laid down for whatever he had planned for me. But instead of going to his tools, the doctor paced around the surgical bed, deep in contemplation. I did not care, for I was nothing more than a corpse on the table, inert and uncaring.
I have reclaimed many others of your kind,
the doctor began, speaking in a low voice,
most of whom came before the war. You are blessed. Most we made warriors. Reclaimants are good for little else. The unusual we processed for the recombination sequences. But even the graced who found themselves here were only fit to be aesthetes. They had no deepness in them. The Queen wants you a work of art, and that is a difficult thing for a sculptor.
Why?
I asked, in spite of myself. The dead body was curious of its captor's intentions, even as it told itself that none of it mattered. The Zurak doctor stopped in front of one of the tanks and inspected the silhouette inside.
It is not that we are blank tapestries, unmarked. Flesh is only the first art and the easiest to work upon. The Queen desires more than that, and I must join together materials deeper than your bones. It is one thing for an artist to create his own work. It is far harder for him to finish the work of another's.
Who is the other?
I stared up into the light field. The Zurak doctor turned to me.
A name that has been forgotten. Our ancestors knew the truth of all things, and it was so horrible to them that they threw it into darkness, preferring their own vision for the cosmos. They chose their own wants, as do we all.
What does the Queen want me to be?
I asked.
She wants you to be the Mashiach, the one who listens to the voices below. You will peer into their dreams and hear the hidden words.
Why?
The Zerak doctor stepped up to the surgical table.
As this galaxy was spoken into existence, so too shall it end with a command. You shall reach to the below and bring it forth, or you shall become like the others who came before you. My name is Sifter of the Newborn, but if you prove to be the one, it will be Deliverer of the Way.
The Zerak doctor bowed to me.
I am most honored to be your counselor.
I permitted myself a quick glance to my new doctor.
I do not care,
I said. If the Zerak physician took any offense to that, he did not show it. He rose and simply contemplated over his tools for a long while, considering things I had no earthly idea of. Finally, he selected a long scalpel and held it up.
I think I shall start with your eyes,
he told me kindly. I wiped away tears mixed with blood as I was presented in the palace once again. The Zerak queen was sitting on the steps to the throne, sickly holometrics surrounding her. Fleet arrangements, communication with the other queens, and battle reports were all rendered at her fingertips, and she appeared busy with the final conclusion of the invasion. As I crossed the wide distance, I considered throwing myself through the portum. It did not matter to me where I would end up or whether I died. Anywhere would have been better than this awful place, and as I got closer to the edifice and heard the skin-crawling whispers, I realized that there might have been worse places than with the Zerak. I approached the queen and numbly fell on my knees. She closed the holometrics and looked at me with the deepest sadness.
It is not your place to kneel. I beg you, rise.
I did not want to, as my legs were no longer my own, but the queen's voice was too powerful to resist, and I stood up.
I don't understand why,
I said, exhausted. The Zerak queen seemed genuinely concerned as she rose from the steps and approached me.
It is not that we desire to inflict pain upon you. It is that we desire to make you something beautiful, and this cannot be achieved by taking the shorter path.
She kissed me on the forehead. That was enough to incite a violent reaction. I surprised myself as I tried to hit the queen with my fist. My body moved faster than my thoughts, but the queen caught my arm, nails drawing blood even though she did not press down on my pale flesh. I stared at her blankly while she had nothing but kindness on her face. She spoke to me with nothing but a mother's love.
I know that you hate us. Do not worry yourself. We do not need your cooperation for what is to come, and once the work is complete, you will thank us. I do not hate you,
I lied. The Zerak queen twisted my arm, examining my newly grafted skin.
You do in your bones. So do all the humans we've saved. Your body knows to hate these intrusions even if your mind does not. I can hear the weeping of your mother written in your veins. Would you like to know her name? Her name is English,
I flatly replied.
Your second one, yes. She has left different marks, far more subtle. Don't be anxious of our methods. Your physician has already noted the changes, and he will not overlook them in his work. For what I speak of are far deeper substances.
She tightened her grip, and more blood welled up. The Zerak queen examined the red trails closely.
Your mother's name was Sarai. How?
I asked, confused.
All things are made with words, just in different ways. Every cell in your body is a chorus that resolves into a single song, and this has been painstakingly brought forth in infinitesimal detail. The galaxy overlooks this because they do not see the way of things, but we have given you new eyes. Shall I show you?
I blinked, and I was somewhere else. I was on a storage ship. A mother cradled her baby, looking worried out of a viewport. She had a heart-shaped face and blue eyes, blonde hair falling to her shoulder in a braid. That was as much as I could bear to see before I tore my arm away from the Zerak Queen, but the image didn't vanish. The Queen calmly placed her hand on my shoulder as I panicked. The emotion buried in myself swelled to more bloody tears. I'd hold myself back from sobbing as my heart lurched in my chest with agony I did not realize existed.
It is not that I am showing this to you,
The Zerak Queen explained.
It is not a fabrication. These are the thoughts and memories that flow through your blood. This is your history, and this is what we must nurture for your candidacy.
I leapt back. I don't want to be your Mashiach! The Zerak Queen laughed.
You think that is some detail we have forced upon you? Mashiachs are not chosen by us. You are always destined for the Molokai, for the sacrifice. That is written too, and not one word can be changed. You have already poured your blood for the gods below. Events would not have transpired otherwise. Your history aches for what is to come.
She pointed, and I saw the image change. My mother disappeared, and I saw great cannon fire hit the small colony vessel as greedy eyes upon it. I saw the ship flee all the way to the Druscarus sector. I saw its flaming wreckage fall on Geisa 6. I saw... Make it stop! I screamed at the top of my lungs. The images dissipated, and I found myself once again in the Zerak Palace. I realized I had stepped awfully close to the portum, but before I could move away from its whispers, the Zerak Queen gently held me and wiped away my tears.
All will be yours to command, even your history. It already is. It need not be a reason for suffering for you.
My body reacted again. My hand reached down into the folds of my clothes, and I found a scalpel, the same one the doctor had used and mistakenly left for me to take on the surgical tray. Without thinking, I drove it into the Zerak Queen's neck, and I gasped with terror at my action a second later. The Zerak Queen's kind expression didn't flicker as blood spurted out of the wound. Quietly, she tugged on the scalpel and dropped the bloodied instrument to the floor. The opening in her neck clotted a moment later.
Do not worry. We have many centuries to prepare for the hour.
Another vision crossed my eyes. I was sitting on that glass throne with pallid skin and scarlet eyes. I looked up, and I saw a murdered star, hundreds, no thousands of Zerak ships silhouetted in its pale light. It felt as real and certain as if it had already happened. I looked down from the throne, and I saw myself standing near that portum with the Zerak Queen. And I smiled. I thrusted my arms out, trying to push this image away. The Zerak ship violently shook under our feet, shaking me from this vision of the future. Up above, I saw the dark clouds turn to stars as a great wound opened in space-time. Dark space spilled out into empty vacuum and us along with it. We had been caught en route between star systems, and staring above, I saw a ship of strange design. Its hull was blown apart, deep gouges revealing entire decks exposed to outer space. It looked like it was barely held together, but I saw genuine fear in the Zerak Queen's eyes as she cowered beneath the battered human warship. Chapter 25. The Wrath of Amon Russ. The great cruiser which hung in the black sky opened fire on us. Blinding lasers were directed downward at the engine compartments and shield emitters, disabling them before the Zerak could raise defenses. I saw large bursts of light in the distance as other Zerak ships tried to translate in, being caught by the Void Aegis. Normally such devices needed the power of a star to activate, but outside was a human vessel. Indeed, both the newcomer and the Zerak ship were technically human vessels, and I found myself in the rarest position to witness a conflict between the former masters of the universe. Both ships, which wielded technology so powerful that it was considered magic, turned on each other. Strange turrets swiveled on the Zerak ship, and black holes opened up on the side of the gaunt human vessel. Caught by the gravimetric screens, the dark singularities were rent apart and bloomed into eerie explosions of abstracted matter. A huge cannon pointed towards us. I didn't have time to blink as 3 chromium shells were accelerated to near light speed. 2 disappeared into clouds of black smoke, protecting the Zurak ship. The third stopped just above our heads, held in place by some invisible force. The metal round, bigger than a shuttlecraft, struck something in slow motion. I saw a sea of fire well up above the palace, spreading wide and engulfing the barrier in orange flame. Whatever held the deadly inferno back seemed to shudder, and then the fire vanished. The two vessels pounded each other with the weapons of ancient wars, depleting their limited reserves for the last time. The Zurak fired waves of missile drones, equipped with antimatter charges, but these were no ordinary explosives, being guided by hyper-intelligent AI which could avoid the tightest of defense grids. I saw their yellow lights race toward the broken ship above, only to be caught by interstitial shields. The subspace ripples vaporized all the drones down to the molecule, their digital pilots silently screaming in rage even as they were snuffed out. I saw a great pulse of white light coalesce around the new ship. Gaining energy, it burst forward, enveloping and breaking against the Zurak ship. I don't think there were any names for this weapon in Galactic Basic. It was experimental and deployed only at the end of the Fifth Aberrant War. The only phrases to properly describe what this weapon did were human, and those were forgotten. I saw cracks appear in the invisible barrier above, the hull frayed and disintegrated at the edges. Reality around me unwound, and for a brief second I saw a new void open up. It was a great expanse of white space, a new prison to last beyond the end of time. So that, even in that exotic future where the black holes finally flickered out, humanity's sin would be erased. The Zurak ship trembled, and suddenly we were back. But even as these weapons thundered uselessly on each other, the old ships were too tired to fight like they once did. A few of the Zurak drones slipped by the human vessel's defenses, engulfing the skeletal decks in explosions and rupturing the blown-apart ship further. Meanwhile, lasers carved into the Zurak ship, burrowing further and further each time. Slowly but surely, the weary juggernauts beat each other to a pulp, and I became convinced that the invisible barrier overhead would finally give, and I would welcome the empty vacuum. The Queen was busy on the throne, commanding the battle, but even through the holometric screens, I could see visible fear in her face. She was losing, and it was only a matter of time before this ship was blown apart. I didn't know who or what was attacking us, but I was grateful that this nightmare was coming to an end. Hugging a nearby wall, I sat down as the heavenly lights flowered overhead. I was glad someone would get their revenge on the Zurak, and I was glad that I would no longer suffer. And as reality crumbled overhead, I was all the gladder that the Queen's future would not come to pass. But as systems failed across the Zurak vessel, as defense and weapons systems slowly shut down, so too did the great plumes of destruction. They stopped suddenly. It was as if the object of the enemy wasn't our destruction, at least not without a face-to-face. Time and space contracted in that dark palace, and the thing in the carapace suit took its first steps on the Zurak vessel, brandishing an ignited zero sword. I didn't feel relief seeing Amon Russ again. I didn't know how much of the man was even left. There was no humanity in his prickling red eyes, but I suppose there was little humanity in my crimson irises either. I huddled away, withdrawing into the darkness, not wanting him to see me again, not like this. He later told me he felt the same. The thing in the carapace suit glanced at my direction, surprised. Amon didn't expect to find me again. In fact, he had counted on my death, simply targeting the ship that had taken me, had taken the tracker put in my arm. I am sure the Zurak doctor had noticed it, but he had not bothered removing it yet. After all, there was no one with a ship advanced enough to find such a small signal in the howling noise of dark space, let alone contest the Zurak supremacy. But there was no time to contemplate these arrogant mistakes as the Queen stood from her throne, staring down her enemy, staring at the zero sword, which could sentence her to the outer darkness until the end of time. The thing in the carapace suit took a step forward, and the Zurak Queen shouted,
"Wait!"
Amon didn't listen, but before he could cross the distance, the Zurak Queen pointed to me and uttered a command. I cannot say what it was because I did not hear it, but the part of me they changed, the part they made like them, did. I was suddenly holding the scalpel again, pressed against my own neck. The carapace suit stopped.
Where did you get that ship? Who gave it to you?
The Zerak Queen asked, both seething with rage and terrified to the bone. The thing in the carapace suit remained silent, slowly raising the zero sword and pointing the blade at the Queen's neck. Her vexed expression was obvious even for me to see, but she suddenly calmed, nodding her head.
I see now. The armor you are wearing is old, so you have sacrificed even your ability to speak.
The Queen uttered another command, presumably telling me to kill myself if Aemon made another move. She took a step down from the throne on the moistened steps.
If you kill me, he dies. But seeing as you will not leave without a price, we can come to an agreement. In exchange, I want peace.
The carapace suit tilted its head. The Zerak Queen could not help but shudder, even as she tried to remain confident in the face of death.
We have stolen your prize, and I regret that I am not in possession of most of the human embryos, but my allotment is 200. Take them all, and if you want more, you can settle with the other queens.
I watched Aemon Russ from the shadows, my heart falling in my chest. Something broke in me because I knew it was the reasonable decision. That was what Aemon Russ must have wanted after all, to save humanity. That was why he had fought so hard, sacrificed so much. And I was happy that he might leave having won for himself what he set out to do. And truth be told, as for the child in the corner, the one holding a scalpel to his throat, I was no longer worth a thing. It was the Mansa calculation after all. 200 were worth far more than one, and even as I told myself this, it crushed me. It is a very human thing, the most human in fact, to desire to be priceless. I would have called it vain, if only I knew the word. But as I think now, there is something priceless in a life, and although we can weigh the days and years with numbers, this too is only a human calculation. But as for the moment, as for the child, I felt no hope. After all, what was I to Aemon Russ? Nothing, I expected, because I felt so little for him. And if I had been worth something, surely not now. I had learned the galaxy was cruel, and since it was cruel, what could only follow was another tragedy, another betrayal. That was the way of things. Everything good that comes into your life is used to punish you later. Holding my head low, I waited for Aemon's answer. The thing in the carapace suit was still for a long time. I did not know why, for the decision was obvious. And yet, as each second passed, the torment in my chest grew, and the Zerak Queen became more anxious.
Are you just going to stand there?
The Zerak Queen flashed a nervous grin.
What are you waiting for? You think we have tampered with the embryos? That we offer you a poisoned gift? I swear that we value those lives just as, no more than you do.
I stared at Carapace's suit, still silent, still unmoving. I had no idea what was going through what was left of Aemon's head. And indeed, not one thought of the embryos had run across his mind. His hesitation was whether I should live. In a way, these things come full circle. And as the truths of the galaxy were just settling into my mind, the old man had 600 years to learn the same lessons. I have hidden from you time and again the true nature of Aemon Russ. I did this so you can appreciate the perspective of the boy who had been raised by insects, staring at the thing in the carapace suit. And now as I write on the other end of history, I can no longer delay the perspective of the other set of eyes, of the warrior who lost everything. It is true we lead cursed lives, and everything good that comes in them is used to break our hearts later. The aberrant Oratech didn't need to see the future to bind Aemon to his fate. The words were written plain as day. Betrayal, death, and shame. Aemon wasn't fighting the Dalfane or the Rodeshi or the Zerak. He was fighting the universe, the laws of reality itself.
His war, as was mine, was against the prophecies that needed no oracles, all leading us to the same terrible end. When Amon discovered the child on the Mansa world, it wasn't an occasion of joy. Amon valued me, loved me, more than anything, and he was also counting the days the galaxy would tear me from him. Every moment on the Aphelion, he was measuring the time before this smallest hope became another ghost he would add to Cargo Bay 13. It is the most difficult question. How is a man supposed to fight against the galaxy, the universe? How is a man supposed to take up arms against the natural course of his life? Bringing me along on Leyrad's attempted assassination, leaving me to wander the refinery on Cositis. Everything he did was to dangle me against his own fate, taunting the galaxy to take me away, just the same it had stolen everything else from Amon. It is too easy to think this was cruelty on his part. But he was right, as were all the others, knowing some catastrophe was coming. Indeed, the galaxy snuck me away the one time he wasn't looking, when the wound would hurt him the most. And as the father he was, he had to prepare me for when I was to be alone again. As the two of us stood in that palace, every word of Orotech coming true, the thing in the carapace suit had a decision to make, whether he should save me now and suffer more later, or cut the threads of fate and end the tragedy there. As I write now, I shall let this first secret, that I have taken great pains to hide from you, to find its proper place. What was the thing in the carapace suit, hidden behind those prickling red eyes? It was an all-consuming hate, a malice which knew no bounds. It was not for a second directed towards me, but to the chains that had dragged us to this hell, that were destined to pull us apart in the end. Amon brandished the Zero Sword, and he rushed the Zurak Queen. The Queen's head parted from her shoulders, and I felt the cold slice of steel on my own neck. I felt no warmth. The blood was ice even as it parted from my veins. I stumbled weak before the ground rushed up to meet me. I felt a soft impact as I stared above at the black sky and the broken ship which floated above. Shimmers in the air flickered around me as dozens of masked Zurak appeared. Wearing laughing masks carved with the vengeance of Terra, the warrior caste had finally appeared. Perhaps they had arrived a second too late to save their queen. Perhaps the queen had ordered them back, not wishing to antagonize Amon Russ. And perhaps they had been waiting for Amon to kill the queen, such the lights the Zurak are. Weapons pointed at the thing in the carapace suit and fired crimson beams of awful light. Amon was struck, and the armor finally gave way, melting and exposing the skin of a dead thing. I saw the familiar face of the Zurak doctor appear over me. Working quickly, he caught my blood with a chalice as it spilled out, and applying a clotting foam to my neck, the wound closed. A second later, my flesh was as it was, but before I could feel the relief of my life, the doctor rushed over to the portum carrying the chalice in his hands. Warriors fired around him, but the doctor paid them no attention, carrying the chalice as if it was the most sacred of relics. He began speaking words, chanting some strange song that even the Zurak part of me had trouble translating. I suddenly felt a horrible pit well up in my stomach, that should he finish whatever he was attempting to do, it could not be taken back. And although I was weak, I rose to my feet and stumbled to the Zurak doctor. My vision was swimming, and I threw my hands in front of myself, trying to steady my shaking legs. I saw one of the Zurak warriors go down, the carapace suit rising from the broken body and drawing the Zero Sword from the warrior's heart. Amon's exposed skull reformed instantly, and a moment later was concealed by a black helm. Most of the warriors fired upon Amon, strikes which should have killed any mortal being. Amon cut them all down. Stumbling after the Zurak doctor, I only saw flashes of the fierce battle. I saw one of the warriors bisected, the Zero Sword effortlessly cleaving through as it did all things. I saw one of the Zurak hitting a headshot, blowing a large hole through Amon's skull. That did not deter the old man in the slightest, cutting through the warrior's torso with a single strike. My gaze was mostly fixated on the doctor as I weakly tried to catch up with him.
My fingers uselessly tugged at the folds of his synth leather clothing, even as he approached the edge of the portum, holding a goblet of my blood out for what was below. I tried several times to halt him, to slow the Zerak down, but my grasp was weak, and the doctor ignored me. Finally, I ran up and jumped for the chalice, hoping to pry the cup away from the doctor's hands. He simply raised it higher, just out of my reach. I was so weak that I could not try a second time. I called out to Amon in panic, hoping that he would stop what was about to take place. And indeed, the battlefield had fallen silent. The last of the Zerak warriors had fallen. The doctor only had a moment to process this as a black blur suddenly appeared next to him. The doctor gasped in terrible pain as a zero sword cleaved his arm off, and the chalice spilled at the portum's edge, not a drop falling to below. But before I could relax in relief, the doctor had grabbed my arm as he fell into the portum. With his single remaining hand, he took me with him, and I was pulled over the edge. The Zerak doctor fell into the smoky film and disappeared through it, his remaining arm dragging me into that abyss. And with a strike of the zero sword, the pale flesh disappeared through the layer, never to be seen again. I flailed as I tipped over the edge, and Amon could only grab me by my chain necklace as I swung above the boundary, terrified of even one finger falling through. I thrashed for a long moment, but before Amon could pull me up, I felt a dark hand reach from the layer, and it took hold of my own. I screamed in terror at the thing drawing me in. Its grip was impossible to shake off, and its icy temperature burned my skin. I was yelling incoherently, crying and yet holding back tears so that not one drop would fall through. The black hand was pulling me, slowly but surely. Amon swiped at it with a zero sword, but this most powerful of weapons passed through harmlessly. Amon tried to activate his teleporter, using the last of his charges to get us away. It did nothing. My hand was centimeters away from the smoky lair, and soon I would be consumed just like the doctor. I cried for my father to save me. Amon made a split-second decision. I heard another swipe of the zero sword. There was no pain initially, my body too much in shock. I felt myself rise from the portum's edge, my right arm now ending in a bloody stump. Amon pulled me away, my right hand falling through the portum, falling through into that most distant of places. Before I had a moment to think, the teleporter finally activated, and we were gone. Chapter 26. Home again. I spent the next 2 days in the sealed compartment. Amon used the nanites of his carapace suit to close my injury, and then we waited for the Zerak response. Yes, he could have finished off every last of their awful kind on that cursed ship, but the damage to Amon's suit was already so severe that he ran the risk of never taking the armor off again. But from the Zerak standpoint, neither could they hope to steal me away. A thing that needed no sleep guarded me, and it had a sword that condemned its victims to a fate worse than death. The Zerak limped away, their powerful engines taking them beyond the reach of the Void Aegis. There they disappeared, never to be seen again. I didn't see Amon breathe a sigh of relief when the Zerak departed. Such a movement was beyond him. Instead, he swiftly left me in that sealed part of the ship, taking care to other matters. In the end, I believe it was for the best. There was no way he could comfort me while in the carapace suit, and as it was, what had been done to me was inconsolable. I preferred the loneliness of this strange new world, subsisting off the rations Amon had given me. And slowly, I came to the realization that I had a future again. When I gained the strength to explore the pressurized section, I limped down the wide corridors, at a loss for words at where Amon had found such a wonder. It defied my limited description, both the human and the Zerak parts of me. I suppose I could have used the word for beautiful in Galactic Basic. However, that simple definition loses so much of its meaning. I could easily speak the same for the pleasure cruises and the Zerak vessels, and it would have not been entirely wrong. They both had their vulgar arguments. But the pleasure cruises were designed for the ecstasy and comfort of their guests. These barges were entirely garish. Their sides were lined with lysergic bulbs, thick pink pods from which a dozen occupants experienced mystical rapture, or rather, the chemical components of such an experience. The gilded ornaments attempted to dignify the wriggling shapes, and the effect was most similar to that kind of life only seen in the far corners, the sort of blind creature you find squelching on the deepest of seabeds. The Zurak, on the other hand, trained their eyes upon the galaxy and sculpted their vessels for this task. It is not that they built their worlds of horror because they delighted in such things. They sought the most monstrous of designs to strike fear into the alien heart. Nothing less could be permitted, lest the tragedy of Terra strike again. And it was only after several generations that the Zurak fell in love with what they wanted to inflict on their enemies. Neither such calculation entered the mind of whoever designed this ship. These builders had their eyes trained elsewhere, not for the slovenly taste of its occupants, and not with a mind bent for horror. It is a common refrain in the galaxy that art is a matter of self-expression, but I have always found the opposite to be the case. Art only rises to its mastery when it is chained by constraint. After all, the reason you did not make vessels this large was because it is impossible to get anywhere. The wide, sweeping halls were too large for the occupants' convenience. I found myself bewildered, having to take long breaks in my journey. At first, I believed I had access to the length and breadth of the ship, only to discover at a viewport that this was just one tiny section. It occurred to me that whoever built this mighty vessel expected that the passengers would exist in spite of its architecture. Or rather, that they found something in the bones of this place that was worth such pains. And counterintuitive to its scale, not a single handcrafted detail was lost. At first, I thought the statues which lined its hull were all manufactured copies. It was only upon closer inspection that I saw each face was, in fact, unique. I thought the dim blue starlights, patterned emergency lights of the floor must have repeated somewhere. But by the end of my stay, I believe the constellations gracefully unwound in a unique strand from the bow to the stern. I thought this ship's glass rotundas and great planar ceilings were altogether delicate. As a child, I trembled anxiously looking for cracks. I held my breath, waiting for these great works to shatter. As an old man, I realized they were the thoughts of a people who didn't fear the void and the emptiness within. The secret of this noble craft was that it had not been originally built for war. It had been a shrine once. And so too, its name had once been Echmiadzin, the place of the Holy Spear. The old stories say this ship took pilgrims upon the million to travel the emptiness between galaxies, to find a crossing to Kynocephaly, or in its ancient name, Canis of the Greater Dwarf. It was only luck that it had returned to dry dock when the conflict broke out, another sad tragedy of the Fifth Aberrant War. Instead of departing on a final voyage, this holy place had been defiled with battle. Looking back, I wish I had known the history of this vessel to have paid it more reverence. But even as a child, I walked the rooms of the most holy of holies in respectful silence. As young as I was, having lived no more than a speck of my long life, I knew the last labor of this mighty place was to bring me home. Aemon kept the void aegis running until it finally failed. Ships translated in, but they were not the dark shadows of the Zurak. Instead, the elegant vessels of the Dalphane appeared. The Zurak had fled, or rather, lost interest in our broken craft. And with the militaries of the galaxy converging on the Rodeshi system, the Zurak chose to simply disappear, back to whatever corner of the galaxy they called home. They had already taken everything they came for, and picking a fight with the carapace suit was more trouble than it was worth. Lairad trained his weapons on the exhausted Echmiadzin, the broken world having lost most of its teeth to defend itself. Officially, Aemon bargained the sacred shrine for passage back to the Rodeshi system. Realistically, he had no choice but to turn it over and fall on Lairad's mercy. The Dalphane adjudicator seized the jewel of the final crossings as his compensation. And for the disappointment of the Death Games, the miracle of Tiridates was forfeit. We humans were quickly shuffled off, abandoned to a small frigate to take us home. Had history occurred in any other way, this small ship should have been forgotten. It was a minor attachment of an insignificant armada. But for this record, the Riso will be the only name of this fleet remembered. And in the appendices of this account, you will find every soldier and officer who served upon its short journey. Such is my gratitude, and the only repayment I can give at this end of history. Of the trip home, I most remembered being ushered into a white medical bay shaped like a bowl. The carapace suit stood with its arms crossed as the Nekomata doctors looked over me. The aliens were careful with their personality heuristics, but even they could not conceal their shock and horror as they conversed with each other, running scans on me. I stared numbly above at the blue waters, watching the occasional Dalphane pass by. It was only with the insistence of Amon that I was not swarmed by petitioners, wishing to lay eyes upon me on one of the last human children in the galaxy. That said, deep into the night, some of the lower Dalphane officers secretly approached me to ask for blessings. They let down their image blinders. I did not scream a second time. The small Dalphane vessel took us to a refugee depot. Just as the Rodeshi had been quick supplying the galaxy with the entertainment of the death games, so too had the galaxy been quick to fleece them for all they were worth. In their time of the great need, the Rodeshi people found assistance was expensive, and those who could not afford to pay up front were forced to take loans at enormous interest. And as with all those who find themselves suddenly poor, neither could the Rodeshi keep their dignity. Rescue operations in high orbit found proud game masters trembling in airtight compartments, the first time they experienced terror in their lives. Those lucky enough to afford passage out of the system were shoved into cramped freighters and given just enough provisions to survive. Captains pushed their ship's life support to the limit, making as much profit as they could from the situation. Those left on the failing space stations were often forced down to their homeworld, where millions lived in hastily constructed encampments, struggling under the harsh gravity. Every ship still able to fly was now supporting the relief efforts, whether it be rescue operations or emergency repairs or supply runs. On approach to the refugee depot, I saw the Ophelion limping towards a landing pad, having volunteered its services. Only one of its engines remained operational, and there were decks exposed to the vacuum, but Riker had done his job, keeping the old vessel flying until every last bolt gave out. Our shuttle docked beside, and clambering out, I imagined we must have been a sight on that shoddy station. There we were, a small child with crimson eyes and a prosthetic hand walking side by side with the terror of the carapace suit. The landing ramp was broken, but the airlock opened. I saw Ingrish appear at the threshold, and I hesitated. I was scared of what I was now, what she would think of me. I tried to tell myself that I was a corpse once again, relying upon that thought which comforted me when I was in the hands of the Zurak. But I knew it wasn't true. No matter what I told myself, a corpse doesn't feel its heart lurch in its chest. I realized there was no longer any denying it. I was back home. The only question was whether my home was still there for me. Ingrish practically jumped down from the Ophelion. Stopping just an arm's reach away, I saw the expression I most dreaded, a look of profound horror crossing her face. But before I could turn away to hide myself, Ingrish embraced me and wept bitter tears, wailing at what had been done. I winced, but I did not stop her. Tut now had 2 patients to practice his grisly work with, and I am sure we tested his long experience in the profession. Amon was the easier to put back together again. After all, what had been done to him had been with Tut's own hands. Connecting to the ocular nails with a control interface, the Belazar began the lengthy process stripping the armor away and uncovering the man inside. The doctor peeled away layer after layer of armor plate, unplugging long connector needles. Black fluid gushed out and drained on the floor. After a few days, the pale mass of Amon's flesh lay for all to see in the surgery suite. The process for removing the implants was gradual, starting with rebuilding Amon's digestive system. One by one, the devices came out, and the nanites were set reconstructing human organs, expending the last of their powers to resurrect the man they murdered. The vertebral column hummed as the fused plate turned white-hot and melted, allowing Tut to detach it from Amon's spine. Drawing forth a respirator mask, the artificial pneumocytes unlashed along Amon's esophagus and a long, thick tube came up from his throat. The cardiovascular system was next. With wet hands, Tut dropped the nanofabricator in a box. And finally, the ocular nails were drawn out, just as slowly as they had been put in. The monofilament wires repaired Amon's brain as they were sucked out. And over the course of the weeks, the man returned, and the awful carapace suit was gone. It had been close. Had any more of the nanites been expended during the battle, Tut wouldn't have been able to remove the armor at all. As it stood, the Belazar had to leave several of the artificial organs in Amon. His body had become dependent on them, adapting to their higher functions and refusing to accept inferior replacements. He would never possess his large intestine and right lung again. As for myself, the macro surgery was shorter as Tut removed the feeding ports and affixed a better prosthetic replacement for my hand. I panicked as I realized over the weeks that my flesh was slowly rising to the skeletal fingers. Amon placed his hand on my shoulder and told me it was natural to humans. The organoprosthetic was to accelerate limb growth, something our species could regenerate over time. I would have a normal hand again within the next few months. What was not so easy was undoing everything else. The Zurak were not only concerned with remaking my genetic structure. There were microbial colonies, synthetic nanobes, and even small organisms wriggling in my brain. Tut had to unravel long threads of interwoven dependencies, all mutating me into something else. My DNA itself had become an unstable arrangement, and any lesser doctor would have tipped the delicate balance and inadvertently killed me. Instead, Tut acted with a series of precise retroviruses, weaning me off the Zurak adjustments one by one. He introduced prions into my brain to eradicate the nameless things which crawled there. I found that the words of the world stopped rearranging themselves into their Zurak configurations, but even Tut could not remove the awful things that had already been learned. It is not as if memories can simply be deleted. When we recall the past, it is not like a computer, filed away in some small corner to be used when necessary. Our history is written on every neuron, brought to life as if resurrecting the dead, however imperfectly. That is what humans are, and even Tut could not change that. And impressive as the Belazar was, there was one other thing beyond his science. Despite every attempt and every natural law working in his favor, Tut could not change my eyes back to their former color. Even as he changed my very DNA, his alterations reset themselves. He excised the extra eyelid several times, but the translucent membrane always regrew itself within a few days. No matter what, both the subtle and gross powers of the Belazar utterly failed against this simple fact. I found it an easy compromise at first, especially after Tut assured me that everything else of the Zurak had been excised. I still remember when I opened my eyes again on that surgery bed. Tut was looking down and saying I was back to normal. Ingrid was there also. And while she couldn't conceal her pain, she hugged me still, assuring me that everything would be all right. It was over. It was finally all over. I admit, I allowed myself to believe. As horrifying as Tut was, I thought he could fix whatever had gone wrong in me. As the Zurak thing was erased and the boy raised by the Mansa returned, I thought I would be able to move on. I thought, in time, I could forget, and in some distant day, I would never have to fear the Zurak again. I had my first seizure 3 days later. The Ophelian had taken a contracting job, transporting Rhodeshi refugees out of their system. It was money Amon couldn't afford to pass up. As such, even my tiny quarters had been taken by our new visitors. Ingrid had given me a blanket and tried to make the access tube as homely as possible, with a lantern and a hollow projector to keep me entertained. Even she had to vacate her room, rolling up the many tapestries and sleeping in a maintenance shaft next to mine. As for Amon, he barely left the bridge for the next 7 months. The work was practically around the clock, both with the passengers and making sure the ship didn't fall apart. When the problem wasn't power requirements, it was life support or the heat exchangers. I had no idea how much we struggled during those months, how close the Ophelian came to failing. But Amon and Riker and Kybet were nothing if not miracle workers. Even as shields failed and we lost more decks to vacuum, we scraped by. At painful cost, we stopped losing our home to the vicious laws of entropy. And after 100 runs, we could finally breathe easy. But even as there are 1,000 memories of that period, the only one that remains clear in my mind was my first phantasmal attack. I had just settled in for bed in that narrow access tube. Opening and closing my eyes, I thought at first it was just that realm of sleep bleeding into my fading awareness. But I noticed a small bit of hull pushing out, like a finger against cloth. It remained there for a long moment, straining. Suddenly, the metal ripped open, and I saw a wriggling finger come through. More and more digits pressed against the hull from impossible angles, and the access tube became filled with 1,000 fingers of threshing movement, forming into the lost hand that was trying to return to me. I wanted to scream, but I found the movement beyond me. The mass contorted, the sea of writhing flesh forming a face. It wished me well and soothed me, to my great distress, with the knowledge that the time of sacrifice was still to arrive. Chapter 27. End of Prologue. I snapped the book shut. That was enough for today. Leaning back in my seat, I ran my wrinkled hands through the last of my white hair. After 1,000 years, old age finally had its due. It was a new experience, feeling as though death deserved to catch up with me, having been so patient for so long.
We're 15 minutes out.
Alban flicked the controls of the shuttle's cockpit. I squinted my eyes in the starlit black of the void. The station was still impossible to see, but I could make out the smallest of embers. It was the distant ruins of a broken world, scorched and left uninhabitable. It was a familiar and yet ugly sight each time. It occurs to me that you haven't said a word since we left the Yamada. I took out a Zekon dart and lit it. Usually people won't ever shut up, asking me for this and that. That or they fall on their knees singing my praises to the outer heavens.
It isn't my job to talk, Your Eminence,
Alban replied. Come on, I cracked a smile. Tell you what, as payment for your service here today, I'll grant you one request. Anything in the galaxy. Name it, and it's yours. Alban gave me a sideways glance. The young man might as well have been stone.
Why did you abdicate the throne?
I laughed. My thinning hair and walking cane didn't give it away. My pilot turned back towards the view screen, his hands on the control sticks.
Men shouldn't leave their jobs unfinished.
You don't understand the job of Imperator, then. The last part is to hold on to power for too long, until I'm giving orders from a medical bed. Go mad in my old age, carve up my empire for a few dozen squabbling heirs, and then die thinking it'll last for 1,000,000 years when it won't stand 100. That's the problem with crowns. They make the same bad choices for you. After the life I've lived, I like to think I'm a man who knows when to let go. I puffed a cloud of gray smoke in the cockpit.
Is that why you're coming here? Letting go?
Alban asked. Call it finishing some unfinished business. I sighed, tapping the Zekon dart on the cushioned armrest. I started rather late for the memoirs. It occurs to me that if I don't put these affairs in order now, I'll never get the chance. I turned to Alban. Tell me, are you old enough to have any regrets? Alban stared straight forward.
I'm just a pilot, Your Eminence.
I chuckled and puffed again. So that's a yes. It's a sad thing. It's the duty of us elders to make sure the young don't grow up wishing they were someone else. I suppose I've done more than my fair share. Maybe it was always an impossible dream, but I don't think it was wrong of me to want that. A world where we can finally put the wrongs right. The planet, what was left of it, was in full view now. It reminded me too much of Tartarus and its moon as black as soot. A chunk had been gouged out of this world's side, exposing the molten mantle. I saw the rolling lava flows, the scorched continents covered in ash, the hollows where the ocean had been burned away. This world was crumbling in on itself. Reports said it didn't have long now. Once the outer crust collapsed, there would be nothing left that could be done. I craned my neck to see the small space station silhouetted against the crimson fire. It was a miracle it had survived all these years, though I suppose history had a hard time letting go of a few mementos.
Is it nostalgic, being back here after all these years?
Alban asked. Not in the slightest, I replied. It's just bad memories. The shuttle pulled alongside the station. A plasteel umbilicum extended from the station, connecting with the side of the shuttle. There was a subtle shudder, and then we were docked. I groaned as I pushed myself up from my seat. Alban flicked a few switches and then handed me my walking cane.
It occurs to me that I'll need a pilot for the rest of what I'm planning to do. You're free to leave any time. I won't waste a young man's years with an old man's business. But if you stay, I have a deal for you. One request for each trip. Anything you want in the galaxy, and it's yours. Albin pressed a button, and the cockpit door opened.
I'm sorry, Your Majesty, but even you can't bring people back from the dead.
I gave a sad smile as I stepped over to the airlock. That is true. But would you believe me if I said I know where to start looking? Maybe we'll go searching for it together. The final aperture opened, and I breathed in the ancient air of the station. Vas Ducal had at last returned to the Looking-Glass Palace. The sphere hub of the palace was covered in a thick layer of dust. At some point, a retrofit had removed half the wall in exchange for a gigantic glass pane, now staring down at the burning planet. I glanced up at the empty balconies, surprised how small they were in the distance. I wondered which one me and English had sat at. Oh well, those empty seats only entertained ghosts now. I looked to the central platform. There sat a single Rodeshi at an empty table. Anwabert, the last Rodeshi game master, watched the ash storm swirl on his homeworld. I knew he was the last game master because I executed all the rest. Everyone who participated in the death games, except for the one who managed to get away. The game master did not turn at the ticking of my walking cane as I climbed the steps and joined him. No one gets away forever. The old Rodeshi wore golden vestments very similar to that of Oberyn's. His mottled face bore a startling resemblance too, and I suddenly wondered if this Rodeshi was perhaps some long-lost descendant. Then again, it might have been my memory playing tricks on me. I never did have a good memory for alien faces. Anwabert did not greet me, nor did he say a word. It is strange how we take these things for granted. How they'll always be there for us. There was a time when I thought I would have my mother and father forever. Then they were gone in the blink of an eye, and I spent the next 200 years learning what I lost. I looked down at the game master. You should know I saw Rodon in its glory. Your people did not treasure it back then. Even when they were forced back down to the surface, they spat upon its soil. And now, I imagine you would do anything to claw it back.
Is that why you have come? To gloat?
Anwabert asked. Not at all. I came here to tell you that I never desired to take away your world. When I set my fleets on your people, it was only to end the death games. It was your leaders who presumed my intent, bombing their planet out of spite. But I know what it is to live without a home. I never wanted to inflict that upon your people, even after everything you had done.
You stole our way of life,
the Rodeshi Game Master accused me. I laughed. Not quite. You should know I took a glance at your ancient history. The first game wardens, those who decided upon the contest, they were all human. Your people merely adopted the title and tradition after us. Following the old rules, I get to set the game to be played. And as it happens, you should know how many in my empire wanted blood. Resting my back, I took a chair and sat at a table. Do you know how many humans came to me with such creative punishments? The Strogodon play games, too. They raise legions of their enemies with invasive cybernetics. A wicked smile passed my expression. The Rodeshi Game Master turned to me with cold eyes that were beyond despair.
Do what you will.
I rapped the table silently, staring down the alien. A moment later, and I sighed. I've long decided the galaxy can do without the ways of the Strogodon. I lifted an old wooden box from the folds of my robes and set it on the table.
What torture is this?
Anwabert asked, expecting some monstrous design from the Emperor of Scourges. Planar Chechen, I replied. Otherwise colloquially known as human 3D chess. I raised the lid, which swung into hexagonal boards of varying heights. I began placing the marble pieces on the tiles. Last time I came to Rodon, I was a piece much like the ones here.
I was to be sacrificed for a move that would have cost my player the match and secured himself in history. But now, I was just hoping to ask you for a game. The game master bitterly laughed.
What kind of ridiculous gesture is this?
Come now, you've made your living playing in tournaments across the galaxy. Are you going to make a point of pride now that this game is beneath you?
You know nothing of the artistry,
Anwabert spat.
We did not turn to Bizak for the killing. That was only a necessary requirement. Games have no meaning if they have no stakes.
Quite right. But I ask you to look a little closer, I said, staring at the pieces. These pawns have more riding on them than all the death games put together. This will be the most important game in your life, in the history of your people. I pray you won't turn this chance down. The game master looked at me as if I was insane.
What are you talking about?
I glanced up at him. Kananak Anwabert, I challenge you to a game of Chechen. You win, and I will give you back your homeworld. A wave of my hand and 1,000 terraformers will be sent to save your planet.
And if I lose?
The game master asked, looking for some trap beneath my words. I put the final piece on the board and rested back in the chair, crossing my arms. I don't need to punish you or the Rodeshi people. You've seen to that yourselves. You lose and that's that. Your world collapses, and it's gone forever. The Rodeshi's eyes all went wide. The alien was absolutely stunned, and all he could do was stare at me as if I was the strange one in the room. He looked up to the empty balconies. I did not know what he was searching for until he turned to me again.
How do I know you'll keep your wager?
I grinned. You're looking for an audience? I don't need one. I'm a man of my words. The Rodeshi's 4 eyes quickly flicked to the board, already thinking of strategies, but he stopped himself suddenly. Straightening his back, he finally realized the question he should be asking.
Why are you doing this?
I shook my head. No, you don't understand. This isn't some gesture of mercy, nor do I intend on holding back for some misplaced kindness. You see, this is my revenge against the death games, the story of your people. Because no matter what happens, your kind will look back on one game and one game only. I tapped the Chechen board. For the rest of time, your species will see it all rests upon today, this moment here, in the Looking Glass Palace. Whether it be squandering your last chance or winning the salvation of your species, that I leave up to you. Anwabert looked horrified at me.
I thought you were just a human, but you think like a Rodeshi. Not even the Eremites could contrive of something so cruel. You've won the game before you've made your first move.
I studied the board, contemplating the play. How do you think I got in my position? I've been playing these death games since I was a child. While your kind sat in your gilded halls with token soldiers, I bled on the battlefield. You traded in toys while I gambled for the fate of this galaxy. And here, I've come to do it once again. I picked up the white pawn and opened with my first move.